Hello, Sheepy here. This episode was recorded by Fanboy, and he actually went through the effort to add a lot of nice editing throughout the episode, and presumably will for the next one. I'm helping him too a little bit by offering some ideas, so appreciate Fanboy. Link to his channel or my channel in the description, depending on whose channel you watch this on. But there's something really important and funny that needs to be talked about. During the second part of this saga, on his video, Bioshock is partially a masterpiece. I typed 3 comments parroting his video, and one just outright criticizing it, but he responded to that one, I think, but I don't even remember it. We'll get to this in a second. One of them was, yeah, I agree, man. Bioshock would have been a masterpiece if it had more wall jumping in it. Yes, he really does say that at some point, and he doesn't even realize it, too. Like, he genuinely... Hold on. And that's not even scratching the surface of this insanity. Most of it is in this video, not Bioshock isn't a masterpiece. That was somehow less painful than this. Significantly less painful than this. But after we finished our response, he responded with, "Are you being sarcastic or just angry? Either way, looks bad on you." If you watch his videos, or this Farmcast arc in its entirety, you deserve a medal. And also, the idea that we can look wrong here is hilarious. He literally doesn't even realize what he said. He has no idea what we're even talking about. And you probably don't either yet. You have to watch the saga to understand, but Fanboy and I, before we even knew what we were doing, in our sleep-deprived fever, wrote massive walls of text in response to this. Fanboy basically just pointed out a few of 5,000 problems his video had, and I was going to do the same, but then I realized it would literally take too goddamn long to do so. So I told him of this, then told him about our podcast and what we were just doing, and told him he's welcome to join at any point he wants, and will be as respectful as he wants. Now, you see, my retelling of the story is just from my memory, so any small details I get wrong, he's free to correct me, but because the next day, I woke up to look back at our comments to see if he responded, but I couldn't find his responses in my notification bell. So I clicked on the Discord link Fanboy sent me before we did the videos to his video to go there to his video. You know what I see? Video is unavailable. I go to the link on his first video. Video unavailable. I look up his channel. Nothing to be found. Channel unavailable. I look up his other videos. Nothing to be found. Now, please correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Masthead. Did a few YouTube comments from us cause you to delete your entire channel? You deleting the videos would have been funny enough. But, wow. I didn't even really criticize your video. I just said it was too insane for a YouTube comment and to watch our show for the refutations. The fight, in quotes, didn't even really start. Just the shit talking beforehand was the knockout punch to you. Yeah, so there's that, but is that how this saga ends? According to Fanboy, right before Hale deleted his entire channel, he said something like, "Expect a response to this," smiley face. Or maybe one day he'll grow some balls, but until then, enter the dark, long abyss of Max Fail, if you dare. Thank you. Good evening, the Act Man. This is it. We found your mutated, deformed clone. Agent Fanboy found this while browsing YouTube. And let me tell you, boy, I have never seen a review this bad. Well, it reminds me of this one guy, Infinite Retro... Oh, Fanboy, what are you doing?
Just browsing again, Asian Sheep. My retard senses were going through the roof.
Oh, that's cool. Anyway, he just couldn't buy Aunt May's attractiveness, right? So
Wait,
like
Bioshockers, I might have something here. Hold on.
Oh, okay.
This can't be. I gotta get up close and with this one. 5 meters, 10 meters, 15 meters. I'm flying. Wait. Oh no. Oh my God, he's back.
One of those gene swaps.
See you again, yo!
1942. So we're talking about like super old school games. Like I was playing FPS games. responded to his comments?
No, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay, for one, just quickly show my reaction to you informing me of this real quick. But
I am right now. It's on the screen right now. This is part 2 of this video now. Because I haven't uploaded the video yet, but thank God I did it before watching this video.
this guy, like, unironically, like, if we asked him, hey, want to debate on our show about if Bioshock is a masterpiece, he actually might respond. He takes this personally, apparently.
No, well, no, actually, technically, he's saying, oh, dude, he pointed out how he's like, oh, the people are just getting triggered, and it doesn't affect me in any way. It doesn't affect me in any way, because it's a video game.
Yeah, I bet that is what he says, isn't it? Real quick, by the way, would you want me to, like, I don't know, try to come up with a thumbnail for the first episode, or do you want to do that?
You can if you want. I want to see what you have.
I can try to make something. You might be better at it than I am. I don't know. Alright.
I'll see your creativity. My cat's
I'll get
right
to
here.
that at some point.
My cat's right here. I don't know how long she's going to last right here. After she's looking at the video, she's thinking about leaving.
Yeah, I was just playing Arkham Knight, you know, enjoying myself, actually. I've never played it before, really. And then I just, like, Fanboy messages me. I was like, oh, that's cool. Probably a bit late for, like, a call, though, so I don't know. And then he says, check Discord. And I checked it, and as I said, holy fuck. He really...
First Infinite, now Bioshock? There's no stopping you.
God... I just need to read out what Fanboy said again real quick. God may rest on the great chain.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'm showing that in the video, definitely. Alright, we gotta... Let's see this video.
Let's try to get through it. Let's try to go through the hell again.
It's only 8 minutes, but we'll make it last.
We thought we escaped. We were wrong.
Our 6 hours of suffering has extended.
You can never escape the hail, or whatever his name is.
Max Fail. He's always going to come back.
Yeah, maybe that's just what we should call him.
Right
Fail.
when we're on the surface, he just pulls the string.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what this is. Well said, Fanboy.
Fail. Now, would you kindly finish this video?
Just when we're almost out and he pulls the string.
Alright, yeah. Everyone knows we're Bioshock fanboys now. Okay, let's continue.
Let's not waste time on this.
Yes, this is special.
We're already gonna be wasting time, I bet, in the first 10 seconds. He's gonna say something. Like, he's gonna say something in the first 10 seconds that's gonna make us go, hey, wait a minute. Something's not right about this. I guarantee it. Maybe 30 seconds. Maybe 30.
No, Sheep, I'm confident. Maybe it'll be good. Normally it isn't good if you have to, normally a video isn't good if you have to make another video responding to the hate, but...
Yeah, by the way... We had, like, basically, one of the running jokes of the last episode was trying to figure out what a masterpiece even meant to him. Because a masterpiece is a subjective concept, and he didn't really give us a definition until, like, the end. And the definition was completely illogical, and he even, like, forgot that's what he was talking about. And only made, like, 2 check marks of what made a masterpiece, or whatever. Like, good art, and by good art, he means the big daddy and little sister, like, their lights glow in the dark.
Good art, good story, Half-Life 2 did it better. Those were his arguments.
Yeah, but Fanboy, remember, he, like, he explained that Bioshock had good art because the big daddy's eye light glowed in the dark.
Yeah, we can't make that. What? That was industry, my friend.
At least he gave the game its fair share.
You know what?
Yes.
Most games can't do that, fanboy. They can't have lights glow in the dark.
Yeah. Our life is a bit of a lie.
Yeah.
Alright,
Alright.
here we go. I'm ready.
Raylo, the first Raylo of several to come.
Oh boy.
In today's video, we will talk about if Bioshock Infinite is in fact the best game ever made. In this video, we will be playing Bioshock 1,
No, he's
which is the
bullshitting here.
precursor to Bioshock Infinite.
Wait, Father,
We'll be
please.
using various...
So, is he joking?
Yeah, he's doing like a British accent. Like he's making fun of someone. I don't know who he's making fun of, but
Ha. I'm like, haha. Good one.
yeah, like he's. I don't know who he would be mocking.
I don't know.
He-
Hilarious. You know what? You got us.
Hopefully, he starts mocking us soon. I want to see that happen. That's where the real glory will be. But
You know what? See how he's using the napalm?
Wait. Oh yeah. You're right. Isn't it it's useless, right?
Finally got that upgrade, huh?
Yeah. He. I don't even know if anyone commented about his lack of upgrades when he was criticizing the weapons, but I don't know. He prepared for this one.
Yeah, same level.
Yeah, it's
same level. New upgrade.
It's beautiful because, like, in a comment he made, he criticized the flamethrower for having low range, which is there's an upgrade for that, and he criticized something else, which I think there was also an high consumption rate, which there's also an upgrade for. So it's funny how that works, you know.
Yeah.
weapons and techniques on a group of enemies to kill them rapidly. As you can see here, the flamer does rapid amounts of damage and turns enemies homosexual.
Is he mocking the weapon? Is that what's going on here?
Yeah. So what he's doing is, I'm not.
Is this like a mock to the comments saying the
No,
napalm can do this?
No, I can explain. I don't really get what the homosexual thing meant. I don't know what that was, but I think he was just trying to be funny and failed, predictably. But, like, he's saying that, like, I guess the comments he's heard is that, you think the cam thrower is good for crowd control? But look, when I'm using it, it doesn't do anything. I'm getting shot by the turret.
Killed like 2 people.
Yeah, and you made the point last time that, like, the fire in this game for Incinerate and the flamethrower is good for afterburn. Like, it's an assist. Like, you can use just the flamethrower and then, like, add, like, a different gun, like the shotgun or the machine gun, or
the
just the
shotgun
wrench.
And fire. Oh. Been
or even
using that in my new Plus gameplay, and oh my god, I love the incinerating shotgun. That shit is
Sorry. Yeah, the grenade launcher also might have been good here, too. Like, fire's an assist in this game. It's not an instant killer, and that's what he doesn't get. But,
maybe he was just making a joke, though. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt here. Yeah.
Wait, one more thing. He also insulted the other 2 cam thrower modes, and those definitely would have been useful here. Like, remember Fanboy? He said the electric gel had low DPS, and it's unironically the strongest thing in the game.
Yeah, like, that's I might even say that's the strongest DPS in the game. Like, holy shit.
It's not even close. You kill things in seconds. It's literally Palpatine unlimited power mode.
Yeah, like, they'll just stand there, and you just go, unlimited power! Like,
yeah. You should be criticizing the game for how powerful that is, man.
Yeah. That would have been a good criticization.
Yeah, but you can't do that because it's Mr. Fail. So what do we expect?
Mr. Fail.
I don't know if we should stick with that name.
All right. Yeah.
It's kind of childish, but that kind of makes it funnier in a way.
Well,
I don't know. Anyway, yeah.
I was just joking. I wasn't really gonna call him that, but
yeah, we'll decide.
Depends.
It's better than his real name, Hale or whatever. And the ice thing, that is undeniably perfect for crowd control. You could have froze that turret and made it fall to the ground. You could have. Yeah, I'll get to that in a second. You could have froze all the enemies there. You could have used that to get easy headshots with the crossbow you love so much. That would have been perfect. That's perfect for crowd control there.
What was faster? What was faster?
Yeah,
Dude,
yeah. What's faster?
I'm mocking him.
Yeah, I understand the reference. What's faster, using the chem thrower to freeze the enemies and take a headshot, or just taking the time to aim the headshot with moving enemies that are shooting at me? Which one's quicker? You tell me. But then he just dismissed the ice thrower because of literally what it's designed for. Like, the ice thrower, like, man, when you kill enemies with it, you don't get the loot when they're destroyed.
Bad. Just bad.
Why did Bioshock do this, man? When that is literally the point. It's called a trade-off. In other words, balancing, as you may say.
Yeah, basically, you get something that's kind of like, I freeze them in place and I get an easy kill, but the trade-off is I don't get their loot when I kill them.
No, the game's unbalanced, man. It's unbalanced.
Yeah, only wrench and a crossbow, boy. A crossbow for life. Harpoon
You're
guns too. Oh, the harpoon gun. Ugh.
You just think this game's a masterpiece because of nostalgia, which I'm pretty sure he implied at the end of his last video, but whatever.
Hold on. I kind of want to see if, he uses the other ammo types now. Maybe he won't. We'll see.
So we will make.
Yeah, if he kind of does, then maybe.
Oh!
Out. Into
Uh-oh.
My
Wait.
lord.
We might have spoke prematurely.
As you can see here, we're shocking. Our techniques are very shocking
Wow.
and unorthodox, but we will use them all the same. So here we have a. Whoops. Here we have a hungry customer. Give him a little headshot there.
Sounds echoey.
All right,
I don't know
I'm not
if
going to be
that's-
talking about.
I don't know what echoey. Explain.
like his voice sounds like kind of has an echo to it.
Mm,
But I guess you're recording, right? So if you don't hear it, then it doesn't matter.
yeah.
I can still understand what he's saying.
We do try.
Somehow I can understand what he's saying.
Yeah, let's check him out. Maybe we're not hearing him good enough.
You actually might want to turn him up a little bit. Also, the breathing in the mic thing.
That's that.
Anyway.
That's that trade-off.
No, I'm not sure if he's made a new point yet, but
Well, we'll see.
Bioshock Infinite in this video. In this video, we're going to be talking about a simple thing. All right. So a lot of people are pretty triggered or upset, or maybe they disagree.
Oh my God,
whatever.
Father, please.
That's
For one, I thought you had all the wrench upgrades. How did it take you so long to destroy the health station? Pretty sure if you have the wrench upgrades, it doesn't take that long.
I don't
but
know why it takes that long for him. I don't know. He's probably just running a tonic build or different tonic build, whatever. I will say.
Yeah.
I will say.
Anyway.
That did take a while. It would have been faster. What was faster? Buy the heal or destroy it? What was faster?
Yeah.
Right,
I mean, I guess he
normally
he did get...
the smarter move would have been to buy the heal, then
this video. In this video, we're going to be talking
exactly.
about,
That's what I was going to say. Wait, Father, please, not
simple.
done yet. Real quick, just the great thing of when you have criticism, just labeling and dismissing them as triggered. Even if we are triggered, which I did get pretty triggered in the last video.
Yeah, but it was duly righted. It was right. It was.
Yeah,
we were right.
like it does. Yeah, you're right. Thank you. It doesn't refute my points anyway. Like, even if it is true, so why are you mentioning it? Like, if someone's going too far, like saying, "I hope your family dies in a bathtub," like I can understand pointing it out then. But, like, people just saying, like, you're wrong in the comments, like, I don't know, just ignore that, I guess, and talk about the actual substance. Like, the triggered thing is just, it basically supposed to be used as an instant win button. Like, you're triggered, so you're childish, and now I win.
I'm pretty sure that's probably what he's implying.
Yeah.
He's right.
That's the impression of what I get he's
blinded by
trying to do.
nostalgia, and we're childish. We're Bioshock Star Wars whiners.
Yeah.
Don't talk shit about our game.
Oh, the Star Wars whiners.
Don't talk
Yeah,
shit about our game. Like I'm fine with him. Like I'm good with criticism of Bioshock. He just has to be correct criticism.
Don't talk shit about my video, is what he is. Yeah. You made a good reference because this is very similar to the Donovan video, if I remember correctly.
Are you Donovan, Fail? Are you Donovan? Are you our arch nemesis?
Yeah, because Donovan just like labeled all the critics of the sequel trilogy, if I remember right, as just whiners. You're just a whiner, man. And this guy's just doing it with his video. Like, at least Donovan was defending like three billion-dollar movies, and he has to do it for just his video that took like 10 minutes to record and talk over. So I don't know.
I love how
Kind
he
of
had to
funny there,
backpedal and say Bioshock is partially a masterpiece.
Yeah, like I'm not actually sure what that means. Like we're gonna have to find out, but I assume it's like a joke. Like my guess is that it's supposed to be like it's supposed to trigger us basically. Like, okay, I'll admit that it's partially a masterpiece, but you're still gonna be mad. That's my take on it right now.
Yeah, I could give a fuck at this point what he thinks.
Exactly.
But it is funny to talk about what he says, because he says some hilarious shit.
Whatever the opposite of his opinion is probably the truth, if we're being honest. But
I just can't wait till what he has to say next. It's gonna be awesome. It's gonna be dinner for us. The farm sheep dinner.
The toucan sheep. We haven't fully came up with the duo name yet.
A simple thing. All right. So a lot of people are pretty triggered or upset, or maybe
You're not
disagree,
iron.
whatever.
That doesn't work.
I don't think that Bioshock 1 is a masterpiece. I don't think this is like a serious thing. Like I think people take shit way too seriously. Like it's a game. Like it's a video game. Like you could hand me the best racing game ever made. That's like extremely whatever. Like I don't know shit about racing games, but I probably wouldn't like it. Why? You don't know why? I don't like racing games. So you could hand the Bioshock 1 to a dude who does not like FPS games, and he will just dislike it. So this whole issue
Father, please. So for one, that's not necessarily true. They can still appreciate all the story and world building and everything. I actually this isn't exactly like evidence for anything, but I swear I saw like an Ask Reddit post for what game story did you like, but you didn't like the gameplay, and Bioshock was one of them, where someone has said, I wish you would just skip the content and I could just see all the story. Like, that exists. I know that doesn't make sense to you, because, like, you didn't, like, understand the story at all, or care at all. You just...
Like, you probably just put it on your headphones,
watching
Star Trek or something, like, playing the game.
All you talked about... The only thing you talked about was that Andrew Ryan went crazy because the people did something and he became the government he didn't want to be. And then you just talked about the plot twist and how it's okay and that it tries to criticize like games telling you what to do. So basically, you only set a very, very child, basically non-understanding of the games. So you wouldn't really understand that, but not really the point. The point is that, yeah, people don't just need, like, you don't have to enjoy FPSs. I don't know if that's actually right, pluralification, but you don't, yeah, you get it. You can enjoy Bioshock and not enjoy shooter games.
Yeah.
You could probably enjoy any shooter game. Well, maybe not any shooter game, but that actually falls under... Like, there are a lot of games where people could enjoy them who don't enjoy the genre. Like, this actually, like, kind of falls under your definition of a masterpiece, is that Bioshock is a game you'd recommend to everyone. Like, everyone should at least try it, you know? So it's kind of relevant to that, but...
A phone call. I think it's Andrew Ryan.
Oh my god, that is loud.
We need to talk about the Great Chain. I'll pause it. I'll pause the video real quick. I just had a chat with Andrew Ryan. We're thinking
Yeah,
about
let's
dealing
talk.
with these parasites once and for all.
Yeah, let's
Putting
take a
them up,
moment.
putting them up
Let's
on
take a
the wall.
moment to. We're putting fail on the wall. Let's take a moment to thank Andrew Ryan for the reprieve. Kind of funny you mentioned nailing fail on a wall, though, because we mentioned at the point that people who like shoot FPSs want it like Bioshock, which is dumb and wrong. But more interestingly, he's like was saying that like we shouldn't be taking we take his video too seriously, and
It's
we're
just
just
a
angry.
game. It's just a game.
And I was thinking about it, and for one, you brought that upon yourself when you give a video why BioShock isn't a masterpiece. When you give your video a clickbait title like that, you are warranting it. That's what you're asking for. What were you expecting to
It's
happen?
working.
Were you-
It's working.
but also like in reality, we're taking it too seriously is interesting to me because like while we were raging out and laughing at your video, like when the video was over, I never thought about you again. Like I'm surprised to be
Neither.
hearing about you.
Meter,
I'm
this
sup-
video showed up on my recommendation. If it didn't, I would never knew about this video. Like, ever.
like
We were
I-
just the Great Chains pulled us together again.
yeah, like it's honestly kind of surprising because like when I was playing Batman Arkham Knight today, basically all day, like I was saying earlier, never once was there ever a moment where I thought about you or your video. I honestly I honestly think about the ways Fanboy trolls me more than you. Like I do think about that sometimes, but not you. Like that was just I was like in reality, if I was watching that to myself, like I wouldn't have got angry at all. Like I would have just been, wow, that's stupid. I was basically just playing up my annoyance for the video. So like, and the people who are commenting to you, for one, I didn't even see anyone who was angry. Maybe you deleted the really angry comments. It's possible, but all the yeah, most of the comments we saw were valid, calm criticisms. Some of them were like a few were just saying the video is bad without explaining it. But that's not even like if they were really angry, you'd think they would be making a wall of text, right? Yeah, those people they're not angry. They just said, "Wow, this is stupid. Goodbye." Like no one's angry at you. Like no one's lives is affected by your video. You just can't handle the criticism and want to dismiss us as children. That's basically it.
Yep. But there's still 7 minutes left, so let's see.
Oh, thank God it's shorter than the last one.
Yeah, thank God, or we'll be here all night.
Is a game a masterpiece or not? My opinion's better than your opinion. Shit, it's just dumb. But the main reason
Father,
why I said it
please.
wasn't one.
Father, please. Okay, I got this, don't worry. Again, very interesting. My opinion is better than your opinion should. So, no. Like, in our response, again, and the other comments, for example, we weren't just saying, look at this idiot. He doesn't think Bioshock's perfect. What a moron. I mean, we kind of did do that. But we were calling you a moron for...
We're still making
we were
the game.
Yeah, like what we were calling you a moron for was we'll get to that in a second. We were actually criticizing you though. Like, see, you can actually make points. It's not just saying your opinion is wrong. Like when I went through that massive rant explaining all the reasons the BioShock plot twist, the Would You Kindly plot twist, like you said it wasn't anything special or something like that. And I went into this massive rant explaining all the mechanics, or it wasn't surprising, I think is what you said, actually. And I went to all of the mechanics on why it not only would it be surprising, but it, like, completely changes the context of the story. Like, it's not just a simple, like, you portrayed the twist as, You just got by somebody. You just got scammed by somebody. When in reality, it's literally learning your entire life was a lie, that you never had a family, that you were genetically designed in the hellhole you found yourself in to be a slave to kill the leader of it, just so someone else could usurp the role. And that you were literally the son of the main villain of the game that you were trained to hate. And no. Like, it wasn't just your opinion is wrong. You said things that were absolutely stupid and uninformed. Again, Fanboy, I think, said a great thing about it. Yeah, he made a comment to you, actually, saying about how you didn't do any research at all. And it's true. There's having different opinions, which you're saying that, like, you're portraying it now as, oh, you don't like it as much? Well, that's wrong, because I do like it as much. And I'm right. No. What you said was wrong, what you said was dumb, and everyone's pointing out why. That's the reality of the situation. The few people who aren't explaining themselves, like, yeah, maybe they're what you're talking about, but that's not the majority, alright?
Yeah.
Again,
And
you
if
can't
it
take
is-
the criticism.
If
You
it
can't
is,
take
though.
the criticism fail. You can't take criticism fail. You are a child. That's the moral of the story. What were you saying, fanboy?
I was gonna say, and if it is majority, then the majority of that is false. There's like no
Yeah.
way. There's just like no way. No
Again,
way.
he's so, like, he's so immature. He has to paint himself as like the victim and us as man children in his eyes as much as possible. Like, I don't know if we've ever got like a response, cause like you have, because we never made a video as terrible as you have. At least not in terms of a review, anyway. I've made bad videos, but not this kind of bad. And you know what? Like, we would have taken the criticism. We wouldn't have made this condescending video. Whereas, like, man, you just can't accept my opinion.
Oh my! This is how this should be, you fool!
Yeah, that's what we are, fanboy. It's not. It's a
Evil,
bit of a
evil sheep and fanboy. That's evil sheep and fanboy right there.
exactly that's who he's trying to paint us as, because he's a child.
Yeah.
I can tell you one time I got criticism though. It was by someone who was on the show. I'm gonna be honest, I can't remember their names anymore because it's been that long, but their YouTube name.
Yeah.
But
Sorry.
like
Sorry,
in the
sorry.
I'm sorry. In the second episode, right? We like spent the first 17 minutes basically dealing with technical issues because I was trying out a different way of reacting to videos and just watching them through Discord, and it didn't work. And I kept that in the video because I thought us arguing with each other was funny enough.
Kind of
But
was.
someone made the constructive criticism that we didn't need to see that, and it was a waste of time. And that is valid criticism, and he's right, honestly. I don't think most people probably would have stuck to watch that just for us. I was kind of just, I don't know. I just thought it was funny.
I'm
See?
kind of glad he did.
Imagine if I just told that guy, man, oh, what, you can't let me have my opinion on how my video should be made? You take videos way too seriously. Get out of here, child. That's basically what you are.
That would be so stupid to you to say.
Maybe I should
You
just
could
comment
either-
that to him now.
You could either there's two options: ignore it or take it.
Yeah. And if it's wrong, like, you can like refute it, but don't just dismiss it as someone overreacting and taking a game too seriously. Don't do that. And you know what you do? Like, you were trying to refute the comments. Like, you were doing that anyway. So I don't even, like, yeah, just grow up about it, I guess.
Unbelievable.
Yeah, I can believe it.
Oh my lord. Yeah, and I haven't uploaded the first video yet. Oh man. And you know what? Like, the thing is, I'm like, this video is not like on my like first thing to do. Like, oh, I can't wait for this video to come out. This guy's hilarious. Can't wait to see everyone's reaction to this one. I
doubt
actually
it.
have a life and kind of busy, so this video might not even come out until like maybe Friday or Thursday, because
Yeah, like honestly, literally any like I don't even really have a life to be honest. But anything I do have to do, I would rather do than talk about this guy.
yeah, something productive
Yeah.
like mowing the yard. That's
You know,
actually
honest.
that sounds really
Oh,
good right now.
that's a really good point. I actually probably should do that, but because it's cold, I don't know if it really grows as
Nah,
much. But yeah,
it's more.
I
Yeah, you should probably wait until it's a bit more hot out. If it
yeah,
does snow, which probably won't happen, I need
it's
shovels.
kind of snowed. Excuse me. I think it snowed for me a little bit.
Oh, maybe near January. We'll see.
Don't we like? Has it not snowed for you at all? Because that's weird. Because like we don't live that far apart. But uh,
It does when it snows for me. It probably snows for you.
yeah. So you should know about the snow, man. Man, you take snow way too seriously. Grow up, fanboy.
Uh, yeah.
You know.
Editing this out of the video. Writing it down. I'm just kidding.
I like it. Anyway,
I
I
was
think
happy.
that's all. I think we can continue now if you want.
One was due to gameplay reasons. Like the game isn't super detailed in terms of
What?
gameplay. There's just like basic weapons and abilities.
What?
We're getting some new
Other, please.
new
Oh my god.
criticism of the game.
Oh
now.
my. Oh god, we are gonna be here all night, Fanboy. Not too.
I already know he talked about all this, dude. Should we like remind everyone?
Not too detailed. Maybe we should let him explain himself in a second, but like.
Are
I
you
said the
kidding
guns
me?
are just really basic.
Not too detailed. Bioshock. Not too detailed.
Like the whole point of the game, the gameplay is that there's so many different choices you could play the game with. You just don't know the details because you're dumb. Like one of the things I pointed out, the pistol's armor, like each gun has 3 sets of armor with different uses, right? Like you didn't realize the pistol, like the armor piercing bullets for that are great for dealing with turrets and machines. And then, well, with the pistol, the regular bullets do become useless later in the game. But like anti-personal rounds, the reason like you criticize them for being hard to find, right? And the reason for that is because it's supposed to be for special circumstances with hard targets, like those boss spider splicers in Neptune's Bounty or Fort Frolic or whatever. And the machine gun the armor piercing rounds are great for the big daddies. You just don't think so for some reason. The normal bullets are just good generally for pretty much all targets, and the anti-personal rounds again for special targets like the Little Sister escort mission. It's good there. The shotgun, normal bullets, good for pretty much everything. Electric bullets, great for dealing with electronics and great and amazing for dealing with big daddies.
Yeah.
Apparently, the fire bullets are meant for crowd control, but I was never really able to use them that way. So
Yeah, I wasn't really.
that might just
I used them during the Little Sister escort. They're really helpful there.
yeah. I think there's more research I need to do with that, Like I can't just, make a statement about the game when I'm not 100% sure on the facts of it.
Dude.
That would be stupid.
Yeah, that's what's so
That-
cool about Bioshock, man. You just go into a game and you experiment. I love it.
Exactly, but like fanboy, wouldn't that be stupid though if I talked about those bullets when I don't fully understand them or how useful they are? Wouldn't that
What was faster, the crossbow or the ground control shotgun?
Yeah. So yeah, there actually is a running theme. Like that's kind of related to the chemical thrower, how the fire is supposed to be meant for crowd control. But
Like, what is like? Okay, like this would be like, all right. You know what? This would have been like way better if he was just like, man, I think my good speedrunning strat is the crossbow and the wrench. Like all the other weapons are great, but I think this is my go-to. This is what I'm gonna use the entire game. If you guys think you can find a better weapon and tell me about it, that would have been way better and cooler and would inspire people to play the game and tell you what class setups that you should use next. Nope. He talks about how shit the game is, quote unquote.
Yeah, yeah. Well, again, like we might have to go back in a second, but he's talking like he tries to nitpick very very minute details in the gameplay anyway, just to say that it's not a masterpiece in his arbitrary definition. And you know what? When we started the episode, right, I thought his arbitrary definition was that a game had to be flawless to be a masterpiece. And that's why, because of these small little things, it's not a masterpiece.
Yeah, look at the hole on the wall from the pistol.
Yeah, the gun looks stronger against the wall than it does with enemies. Unironically, that's what he said. But the thing is that my interpretation was like made way more sense than what his definition of a masterpiece ended up being, because I don't know what his definition of a masterpiece ended up being. He had a checkmark system and he just forgot about it. I mentioned this earlier, but I'm getting off point. Again, we did the shotgun, so after that would be the grenade launcher. Again, the normal grenades are good for when splicers are grouped up, which is kind of rare. It's like common. Yeah, I think it's common. I think it's pretty common. It would have been useful earlier in this video.
It makes me want to do a video just explaining how the weapons can be used in a useful situation.
I actually wrote the script for all of this, like 5,000 words. That's what our review was gonna be. Was basically what I'm doing now. The grenade launcher's good for when splicers are grouped up together, or in like small corridors if you have the no damage upgrade. Definitely great for damage with big daddies. The proximity mines are great for traps with big daddies in some areas, like the defense segment where where you have to defend yourself from splicers, like you could lure them into it, or like the little sister segment, or the
you could use like
segment
a decoy to lure them into those traps.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
So much cool stuff you can do.
See, that's why Bioshock's cool, because I didn't even think about that, fanboy. But yeah, you can use your creativity to solve the game's problems whatever way you want. In other words, the gameplay is detailed, but, and then, again, this might be another one I'm not too...
The gameplay was very thought about. Like, the devs, definitely knew, what they wanted to do.
Yeah, I would think the gameplay would be thought about, but...
Yeah,
not to him, I guess.
It wouldn't be a game, really, without the thought of the gameplay and what keeps the game going.
Yeah, I mean, I did say that people could play Bioshock just for the story, right? But
yeah,
if
you want it, go ahead. It's a good story.
If people did that, though, if people only cared about the story, it wouldn't have been as successful as it was. This idiot wouldn't have been making a video about. There wouldn't have been a clickbait why Bioshock isn't a masterpiece if people just cared about the story.
Talking about this game, definitely.
Yeah, definitely. Now wait. Well, I don't know if I need to keep talking about the different ammo types. I guess the point has been made. I just like doing it, though.
I know. We could do it all day. Let's just continue the video.
The point is made that unless he specifies anymore, the gameplay, the weapons are definitely detailed. I don't. I guess we'll just have to see him justify it. Maybe go back a few seconds so we get the full quote.
Oh.
The main reason why I said it wasn't one was due to gameplay reasons. The game isn't super detailed.
Wait, father, please.
The game isn't super detailed. I thought he was talking about gameplay.
Me too.
Uh-oh.
Not only... wait, hold on. One thing at a time, right? We have to try to manage this. That wasn't the only thing he said. He went on, a small part of his video was talking about how the plot twist was okay and that he was able to predict it. So it wasn't just gameplay, sir. And he also, again, I mentioned this earlier, he criticized how Andrew Ryan just went crazy for no reason. And I explained if you pay attention to all the audio logs and also other details in the world building, his speeches you can hear over the PR film, that just isn't true. He didn't just go crazy, but I already explained that. And also you would know if you played the game, but So yeah, he didn't just talk about gameplay. He's lying. He's just lying now, or he's just really like he has dementia or something. But
He just doesn't remember the video he made. He probably doesn't care. Like he actually he probably like in the beginning he said he didn't care. I really believe him now. Like
yeah, that's probably how he stands his own videos by not watching them. I can relate.
whatever I say out my mouth, just don't take offense of it. I won't remember it the next day.
Yeah. Honestly, though, like, do you think he's actually just lying to us right now, or is he that dumb?
I think he's just lying to everyone, fooling everyone so he can get views.
Yeah, probably. Anyway, he also said. Sorry, go ahead.
It's working.
He said. Oh, it is working. It is working, isn't it? At least a little bit. It's working a small amount.
He's getting all the atom.
And I'm pretty sure he still meant that just the gunplay was undetailed, but he did say that just the game itself was undetailed, right? So he might save himself here, but if he really says, like, if he actually says the game itself as a whole is undetailed,
We're done. We won. We're done. No words. Just no words. We won.
I really will unironically ran for like an hour at least talking about all the details you can see in the world building and the levels. No, that is like see again, that would be proof, right? Of this isn't just my opinion's better than yours. That statement, if you really did say that, would be wrong. It would be provably, demonstrably wrong. It's scientifically retarded. There's no other way to put it.
If he does say that and we have to explain some details, I will put like clips of it in the video too. Of the details. How cool they are. Epic.
Don't stress yourself over that. You don't know how long I might go on about it.
Oh boy. I may have underestimated your power.
Underestimated my Bioshock fanboyism. I really do take the game too seriously. He was right. He won in the end. Congratulations, Mr. Fail. No! You defeated me.
He harvested like... you. No rescuing, just harvest. We're like, no.
I'm about to go into a Vita chamber, fanboy. A Vita chamber. My immersion's now broken. Except my immersion isn't broken.
when he goes in the Vita chamber, his brain just the shock just shocked his brain and went immersion broke.
Fanboy, do you remember at the start of the video his argument is that it breaks immersion, and at the end of the video his argument is that it makes the game too easy. Because remember, he recaps his points like every 5 minutes, and he recapped his point.
We do that too sometimes, but
yeah, we do repeat. I do repeat myself a lot. That's true, but his first point was the Vita chambers ruin immersion, and when he recapped it at the end, it was that it was too easy. So
which one is this true feelings, huh?
I guess both. But he's not smart enough to say it like that. He's also not smart enough to just say the gunplay isn't detailed enough.
Again, it's probably why you should write a script.
Exactly. You're so right, fanboy. You're so right.
Again. Should write a script again. We're gonna keep saying it.
Even we know this. I've tried writing scripts for reviews before, and I don't know if they're even. I don't even know if they're good, but I just know I'm smart enough to know me rambling while just opening up Bioshock and recording it isn't good enough. Even I can know this.
You gotta show some... I know this is hard for you to understand, Fail. You gotta show... No. Are you alone? Are you the only one in there? Okay. You gotta show some... passion. There it is.
I really couldn't have said it better myself, fanboy. That's exactly it. If you want to do this reviewing thing, you have to care at all, you know? you're gonna get criticized for it, and we're gonna laugh at you for your low effort.
Like right now, it's looking funny. Everybody
Like
clap.
in your last, yeah, like in your last video, where like you wanted to show something off to prove a point, but you didn't like cut out to the parts where you did that. You actually went like,
Hold on, I gotta go to the gene thingy.
wait, yeah, hold on, y'all. Give me like a minute to get to this gene tonic. Wait, no, yeah, gene thingy over here.
Yeah, you said
And
like
then-
gene tonic or whatever. You didn't even call
and
it the
then-
right name.
Yeah, and then later, wait, hold on. I need to find a splicer so I can say that what he's saying is funny. Because I don't understand the basics of anything, really.
Type.
Yeah.
I was like,
Not your type, that's funny, Zod.
yeah. I was like, what did the slicer say again?
Yeah, and then I went on a rant explaining about how the splicers aren't funny, and I explained about why
Yeah.
they're amazing world building.
Again, the
How they-
context. The context
how
really
they-
matters here.
And how they all have, like, humanity and stuff.
Knowing the context makes this greatly disturbing.
Yeah. I mean, actually, just that line there, like, I guess that splicer there, that splicer was like the police officer security splicer, but
for
I guess
Ryan,
there,
Yeah.
yeah, but like that splicer there, I guess for a second, like his brain is so shattered and destroyed, he thought we were hitting on him, apparently. Now that I think about it, or he thought Fail was hitting on him, apparently. His mind, I guess that's why he
mind is too
said
far
not your
gone.
type.
I know your type.
Oh, sorry, I misremembered.
I
might have
know
been
your
thinking about
type.
something
He's
else.
probably like thinking he's like a criminal of some kind.
Yeah, you're exactly right. I'm an idiot, man. Forget me. Forget me. You should just be doing the podcast. Yeah, that makes way more sense too. You're right. I know. Yeah, see? All the well, not all the splicers, but there's like 12 different splicer characters that you find in the game with like different personalities, and we went through this in the last video.
Yeah.
I guess we should continue. Raylo, if you want.
Gameplay, there's just like basic weapons and abilities. There have been
Basic
games like
weapons.
Before, like Darkham
Yeah.
Side,
Father,
like Magic,
please.
Ship.
But we already explained that.
Yeah, you're right.
True.
Yeah,
Not
yeah,
true.
you're right. Like,
Don't believe this
It's just-
bullshit. Don't believe this bullshit. We're putting a fucking police do not cross line here. This is.
I
this
know
is
your
some
type.
toxic. This is some toxic stinker do.
yeah,
Like
Like-
toxic stew going on in this video.
yeah,
Like,
we
gonna
heard
need the-
this, and
we're gonna need the content busters to come in.
yeah, we heard him say this, and then our dead bodies were found at the scene. That's how dumb it is. Like, this is just on its face, stupid. Basic weapons, like,
Don't
huh?
play with Ghost Daddy.
For one, do most games like maybe they do. Maybe maybe I'm wrong, but do most games have you carry like 8 weapons at the same time that you can use whenever you want? Do most games have like not only upgrades, but like upgrades that change the appearance completely over the progress in the game? Do like most games have like a camera that like helps you progress, the the damage on the enemies? It gets you specific tonics that fulfill specific purposes.
I will
Do
say.
most games? I mean, maybe the camera thing. Like, I do know they're like RPG elements, right? Like,
I will say
this
the
isn't
weapon
too new,
wheel
but-
thing. There has been games to do that. The best new, like, coolest thing about Bioshock was definitely the plasmids. That was the kicker.
Exactly,
Being
yeah.
able
I was
do
waiting
all
to go
these
into that.
inventive stuff with plasmids, and on top of that, you get these cool arsenal of weapons that go with your cool plasmids, which
Yeah.
plasmids are really well done for supporting your offense items, which is your weapons. And
Yeah.
as for your tonics, is your defense and more defense, offense, and more of your technological advancements, which is hacking.
I mean, tonics actually are like a normal thing in most games. Like, it's just called gear normally. Like, things that boost up your different stats are fairly normal. But like, it's still a very great addition to the game. And again, like you're right, like there is no game with plasmids and a massive arsenal of superpowers and a
Yeah,
massive
plasmids.
arsenal of guns, but
Plasmids, yeah, it's like Elder Scrolls where you're able to do some magic, but like Bioshock does it so well with its guns and oh my god, like just being able to like trick people with a decoy plasmid into your fucking trap bolt is so fucking funny, or have them just walk into your cyclone just for them to go in the air and then use a heat-seeking missile for it to target them. Then they land and then they fucking just explode.
exactly. Like we don't even have to reference the plasmids. It just, the plasmids completely destroy his point. Because, they're supposed to be used, like, with the guns. You're supposed to use them together,
Yeah, that
sort
was
of
the
thing.
whole marketing gimmick too with it.
Yeah, that's why the trailers are so cool. But we don't even have to do that. Like, do most games not only have a massive arsenal of guns you can use at any time, but also have 3 completely different types of ammo for different uses for different enemies? Like I was talking about earlier. Like, is that just the basics, man? This is just basic gunplay right here. I don't think so. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't know if I don't think
It
I've
could
played
be
that many
basic. It could
FPSs,
be
but
basics, but the game is like relying on your creativity here for new
yeah.
inventive gunplay. You can make the new gunplay, like literally. Just a couple of days ago, I was just fucking using sonic boom on there was like a turret missile trying to hit me. There's splicers everywhere. I was like, I want to use sonic boom and see if I could just try to try to get the sonic boom to hit them. And you know, I did a couple of times. It wasn't as effective as like something like telekinesis, but it was still fun to do. And very creative of me.
Yeah, like on one creative thing on the top of my head, when you're fighting a big daddy and there's like a rocket turret, you could like sonic boom the rocket when he shoots it at you, and you could time it just right to land at the big
Yeah, you
daddy
could also
instead.
pick up his trip mines and toss them back. I just ugh.
Yeah, like there are thousands of creative different ways you can play the game. This is why it's famous. Fail. This is why Bioshock
This is
is
why
known as a
Bioshock 1 and
masterpiece.
2 is a masterpiece, and Bioshock Infinite is left in the dust because the creativity in that game was missing.
Lessened,
Yeah, it
lessened,
was like
lessened.
it was like not as great as what the original Bioshock did. It was not as great.
But this guy thinks that's the best one in the game, and like not because he doesn't talk about creativity at all. He just talks about all the guns don't feel like pea
Yeah,
shooters
didn't
in
he say his
Bioshock Infinite.
favorite like gunplay is Infinite? And I guess
Yeah, he said that was the best. Like, yeah, he said that was definitely the best one
if
in terms
anything,
of
Bioshock
gunplay.
Infinite is the basic gunplay.
Yeah, that's like that game is known for when it turned more into like Call of Duty sort of thing. Like, we
Like
made
the
a joke
story is
about how
definitely like very there in Infinite, but like I rather take
story's a different
Bioshock.
issue, but
Yeah, I rather take Bioshock's gameplay than Infinite's story.
yeah, if I would recommend Infinite to anyone, it wouldn't be because of the gameplay. Let me tell you that. But um,
So I would
wait,
definitely recommend it to them if they really enjoyed the Bioshock series. I'd be like, yeah, dude, this one will really turn your head about the series. Make you not like
yeah,
want to quit it. I'm just kidding.
yeah,
might. I said might. I should probably claim that. Might.
yeah. We even made a joke, like in the last episode, about how how similar it was to the Bioshock 2 multiplayer, which had to be streamlined, where you only had 2 guns. Yeah,
And the multiplayer wasn't
yeah,
bad. It was actually really enjoyable, quite addicting, and it was pretty balanced, surprisingly.
yeah.
I mean, like
So
it
I
was,
guess they learned from Bioshock 1's mistakes.
like I don't know. Probably not a lot of people remember the multiplayer, but it was quote unquote balanced. It was pretty unbalanced, but since people were running, it's like Modern Warfare 2 syndrome. Everyone's running around with Chaos Weapon. It will always even the field. You know.
Yeah. If there is anyone watching this by a miracle, if you want to play Bioshock 2 multiplayer on Xbox,
Hit us
we're
up.
down.
Yeah, hit us
J-
up.
j-
That would be
just
fucking fun.
Just write in the comment, all right?
Make
You know what?
Bioshock 2 multiplayer great again.
Mr. Fail, if you're watching this and you want to play Bioshock 2 multiplayer, you know what? Let's do it. We
360.
can put You know what? Because I actually don't take a video game that seriously, I can put all this aside and we could just play. But back to more of the point. Wait, what was it again? Hold on, to think about
The
it for a
basic,
second.
the Bioshock basic weapon.
Right. Thank you. So let's take the games he used as examples painfully to in contrast to Bioshock. Half-Life, Metro, and COD 2, right? Do those games have 3 different ammo types for each gun with different uses? Do those games have a massive arsenal of guns you can use anyway?
Now with
Fair.
Metro, I can't say much about it since I never played it. That's something I will want to play because I heard it was a good game. And I know it's definitely not going to be like Bioshock, so I'm not going to compare it to that. I'm going to compare it to its own game.
Yeah, because that would be stupid, wouldn't it, fanboy?
Yeah. But as of Call of Duty, there is some moments in Call of Duty where it does put some inventive gun type. But if we're talking about like full on, like you get to keep it 24/7 in the game, that does not happen with Call of Duty and single player. I'm only talking about campaign. We're only talking about the story. In single player of Call of Duty, there is like one mission like in Black Ops where you get incendiary shotgun rounds. You only get it for that mission, unfortunately. And incendiary shotgun round, like it just makes you wish that you kept that gun like the entire game. Like you can just stack up all these guns, but that doesn't happen.
Incendiary shotgun round is just a footnote in what Bioshock has in its gameplay.
Now with Metro, I know for a fact bullets are very important in Metro. I'm pretty sure sometimes it was like a currency in that game.
Oh, I didn't know about that, but yeah, this guy wouldn't shut up about it. One of his big points was, like you would think, right, that the gameplay would be harder in Bioshock, and that supplies would be harder to get. Because in Metro it is, and like, I guess not. Why is that? Why is the game not a masterpiece now?
Again, we brought up the claim where Metro is more of an apocalypse state.
Yeah, for
like Rapture is more of a war, and there's gonna be guns and stuff everywhere, you know.
Yeah, not only that. For one, the war has only been going on for a year, I believe, and yeah, like it started at New Year's. It's 1960, right? So it's only been a year for one. Rapture was still in its prime not long ago. For two, a city underwater is way more confined than wherever Metro takes place. I mean, maybe I'm wrong,
Metro's
but like there's
like an entire country, I believe.
Yeah. Like all the supplies in Rapture don't really have anywhere to go, you know? So, yeah. So actually I would not think it would be the same as Metro. But even if it would be like I don't know, again, the game doesn't reach your arbitrary standard of how hard it should be. But the important factor is how fun it is, right? Like, yeah. Just because it could be harder and it like most people don't have a problem beating the game doesn't make it any less good or well made. I don't know why he wouldn't. I don't know why he kept insisting on that.
Now, I would agree with like him being like, "Oh, it should have been harder," but like I will only agree with that if it was like something like a fighting game and it was like dullingly easy and there was no like difficulty to change it.
Again, I'll use the example, right?
That
Kirby.
that would have been a good critique, by the way. All right, yeah, continue.
Wait, a good critique of a fighting game?
Yeah,
if it's not hard.
Well, I would only critique it if... Well, it could be with any game if it didn't have a difficulty factor and it was easy. But with mainly in fighting games, since fighting games are also known sometimes to be easy.
Oh, really?
Most of them now have difficulty factors, but some of them don't. Demon Slayer!
Yeah. I don't really know anything about fighting games, so I can't really add to this conversation, but, wait, what were we talking about before that? Remind me again.
You're talking about Kirby now.
Oh, yeah. Again, Kirby is meant to be for beginners, right? But it's still fun, right? Like it's still a well-designed game in every way, or well, games, you know what I meant. So take the same principle here. The game is as hard as the developers wanted it to be. Focus on how well designed it is. And another thing that's tangentially related to difficulty, he knew when he was talking about Vita chambers making the game too easy, he had to intentionally ignore the fact that you can turn them off.
Yeah.
Eh,
He had to like remind us that it was always a thing. Like, yeah.
No, here. Sorry for interrupting you. Here's how we justified it, though. Okay, look. I know you can just turn off the Vita chambers, right? But look here, listen. When the game came out 50 years ago, you couldn't do that. That was like updated a year later or something. So that doesn't the Vita chambers ruin the game. It's not a masterpiece anymore. Owned. When I just had a thought right now. If the game actually had a regular checkpoint system, the game would be easier than it is with the way disabling Vita Chambers works. Well, no, maybe not necessarily, because you can save spam all the time, but that's something you have to worry about when you turn off the Vita Chambers. I'm just going to call them normal, but I'm not mocking him. When you turn off the Vita chambers, like you can literally lose a lot of time and like have to replay like an hour or two of the game. That's why Bioshock Remastered sucks with its crashing shit all the time.
Yeah, where we
Because
have to save out of fear of crashing, and then it crashes while we're saving, and that save file gets corrupted, and you want to fucking die.
Yeah, and then Blind Squirrel ruined Sonic Colors 2 into a glitchy game, apparently. Anyway, not the point. Like, the point is, like, if you did, like, yeah, like, turning off the Vita chambers can be harder than just the normal regular checkpoint system anyway. Depends on the player, I suppose. But, yeah. So, yeah, he's dumb. That's the point. I think we can continue on now.
And
we
sorry
rambled.
for the massive recap. We're so sorry. But anyone who hasn't seen the other video, because it's way too long, I understand. And we have to remind.
I'm sorry if...
He probably forgot.
I'm sorry to you, the audience, and Fanboy, if I ramble way too long. Way more than I need to be rambling. Forgive me.
It's fine.
But I think we can Raylo.
We can all relate to this. Alright. Yeah, Raylo.
Before this game by a year, and that had more depth to the amount of tactics you can use, and it also was harder and had higher.
What? Go back. Hold on, we need to hear this.
The amount of tactics shipped.
No, go back
by
more
a year,
bit.
and that had more depth to the amount of tactics you can use, and it also was harder and had
Wait,
higher.
No, go back. I don't know what he's talking about.
And that had more on here.
It was
go back 30 seconds.
Yeah, where are we?
Like it. So this whole issue of is a game a masterpiece or not? My opinion's better than your opinion. Shit, it's just dumb. But the main reason why I said it wasn't one was due to gameplay reasons. Like the game isn't super detailed in terms of gameplay. There's just basic weapons and abilities.
They did specify.
There have been games like this before.
Oh, he's also
please.
Same basic abilities. This is not
true. What?
No.
What do you mean? No. What do you mean basic?
Sheep, calm down. Calm down.
What?
I got this one.
What?
I got this one. Alright. Basic abilities. I will say that, yeah, lightning bulb was not the electric bulb was not the newest thing invented, but the way they executed these new plasmids were great, and how they mixed well with the gunplay. Give or take. Do you see me in Skyrim shocking someone and able to get a one-shot hit because I shocked them in Skyrim? Nope. That's only Bioshock, baby. Only Bioshock can get it done with these plasmids, man. On top of that, with the new inventive idea, they were really going for a creativity. Again, they're going for a creativity with these plasmids, but we already explained that, so I guess we don't have to explain it again. But I'll say it one more time.
You can if you want.
Yeah, I'll say it one more time. The creativity of these plasmids are off the chart. They could be endless. They could be endless if you put your mind to it. Decoys with I'm talking cyclone traps, like fucking 50 of them if you can, and then one decoy. Splicers start walking in there and start getting flying around. That shit sounds. Wouldn't that be fucking fun? You got like 3 splicers to just go in a goddamn bouncy house. Like, come on. It's
like,
the way they executed.
Sorry.
It's like the execution was perfect. How they go well with the guns. And sometimes even the other plasmids. And they really invented more on this on Bioshock 2. Especially with Cyclone Trap being upgraded. And you're able to mix with other plasmids. So, yeah.
So, Fanboy summed it up pretty well, but I'm still gonna ramble on. So, for one, let's just assume the gunplay and the plasmids, which he calls abilities for some god-forsaken reason, let's just assume they are basic, whatever that even means in the first place. Well, no, first off, this is why you write a script. A sentence like that, you need a lot of explaining. That's like should be the crux of your review. If the gunplay,
I was just mentioning it just to expose you. Triggered.
He wasn't like
I love how he had to like briefly mention like, yeah, I said this. All right, and here's why they're wrong, or here's why they're man-childs.
Wait, no, this isn't even the first thing. Hold on. I need to keep the more I think about it, the more there is to talk about. First of all, he didn't even talk about the gunplay or plasmids being basic in the first video.
Yeah.
Unless he has a weird definition of basic, then I'll correct myself.
I mean, I do recall him calling them trash, but like, we knew it wasn't true.
All he talked about was that the guns are weak and that the plasmids are weak. Like, he just talked about them in terms of strength. He didn't talk about them in terms of basic, whatever that means to him. Like, so either he's lying again, or like, I don't know, he just comes up with the video he thought he made, and it turns out to be way better in his head than it was in reality. But that's not true. Second of all...
It's funny how when he says partially, it feels like it went even further than not a masterpiece.
Yeah. That's true. Like, yeah, actually, if the gunplay is basic and the plasmids are basic, and this is this is a valid criticism in your eyes, it probably should be a significantly flawed game in your eyes. But, second point, right? Again, write a script, put some effort into your videos, because unless you actually did talk about this in the first video, how they're basic, and you didn't, you need to explain what that means and how it's true. You don't do that, or I'm assuming you don't do that, doesn't sound like you did. And then third, okay, let's say the gunplay is basic, and the abilities are basic too. Do normal games have you combine both at the same time, where you have, again, a massive arsenal of superpowers that can be upgraded, and in Bioshock 2 can be radically upgraded to do all kinds of crazy shit, and a massive arsenal of guns that can be upgraded and have 3 different types of ammo for different uses, and tonics that give all kinds of different uses that can change your playstyle. Even if all these things are basic by themselves, does a basic game have all of them together? Is that like the standard for FPSs? Because if that's true, then why is this game famous in the first place? If that's true, this wouldn't be a universe where you made your clickbait Bioshock isn't a masterpiece video, because no one would have thought so in the first place.
I really, the more I hear him speak, the more I just can't believe him anymore.
Yeah, I'm like pacing around to try to get my brain working to think about this quick enough, but, okay.
Yeah,
What do you say?
This guy's beating Donovan right now.
Yeah, this guy, he's beating Infinite Retro somehow. He's beating Lethal Lightnings.
Nobody can beat those guys.
He's beating Lethal Lightning somehow. He's beating Man of Steel. He's beating Zack Snyder somehow. He's beating that Choice guy somehow.
This is the ultimate enemy.
Unironically, he's beating. Who else have we talked
He is
about?
the Frank Fontaine of our universe, our
Yeah,
videos and all that.
it's not even close. This guy is like we've talked about. We've responded to some pretty dumb videos, but this guy, he's the peak. Well, no, he was whatever the antonym of peak is for intelligence and just likability. Like he's the bottom of humanity. Still,
Fontaine's
still
the
though,
home of the poor.
or well, not the bottom of humanity. Maybe I'm taking it too seriously. Just the bottom of YouTube content for sure. It doesn't get much worse than this, folks, and if it does, God help us.
Probably it
I
is. This guy's probably a saint compared to the rest of the guys we're gonna find.
yeah.
Oh boy.
Before, like Dark Messiah of Might and Magic shipped before this game by a year.
Wait,
and
wait,
that had more depth
fanboy.
Alright, what
Father,
is he
please.
talking about? Dark.
before.
Alright.
Yeah, I think it's about a different game, I guess. Go back 10 seconds or so. Let's restart again.
Yeah. Okay, we can progress.
Was due to gameplay reasons. Like the game isn't super detailed in terms of gameplay. There's just like basic weapons and abilities. There have been games like this before, like Dark Messiah of Might and Magic shipped before this game by a year, and that had
Okay.
I've never heard of this game.
Yeah, me
Um,
either.
I will say there's a lot of great games that I haven't played of or heard of, obviously. But like, I'm pretty sure this game doesn't have the reputation of Bioshock. So if Bioshock really isn't special, then why is it popular, and why was the other one not popular? Must be some reason for it.
Yeah, explain that.
You tell
instead of
me.
Trying to explain this.
Hold on, what's the game again? Let me look it up.
I actually want to look this up too. What the fuck?
I'm on my computer
games
right
like this
now, so
before,
I
like
can.
Dark Messiah of Might and Magic shipped
Although I'm not talking
Messi-
through the computer.
Dark Messiah.
basic weapons and abilities. There have been games
Dark
like
Messiah
this
of Might and Magic? Okay,
Yeah.
Father, please.
Alright, wait, I'm looking this up too. This is something everyone has to see.
Reminds me of porn games. Okay.
Can't type very well, so bear with me.
A name like Dark Messiah of
Alright,
Might.
I think I found it.
It's under
2006.
$3 on Steam, so
2006.
that's interesting.
2006, okay.
Hold on, I need to sign into Steam for it to let me look at the page.
Oh.
Wait, no, I don't.
Oh.
Oh, you're showing it off. Oh no, it's $10 on Steam.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh, wait, hold on. These are the... Wait. These are the same guys who made,
Arcane Studios,
These are the-
Ubisoft.
These are the same guys
5
who
days for my
Prey.
birthday.
Wait.
Who made Prey? Sorry, say that again.
Wait a minute. We might be going on to something. Yeah, Prey. And, Dishonored. These guys made these games. Yeah, these guys.
Oh,
I'm pretty sure.
I haven't played.
Wasn't, Alright. Maybe this game might be interesting.
I haven't played those games, but I have heard of Prey because like that game actually is popular, and I have heard of it. Of like the next Prey is like the next Bioshock, from what I've heard. So this actually might be a popular game. Maybe it's probably a good game. The pictures.
At this time. Oh well, I did like not long ago. You asswipe.
The pictures don't really look special to me. Wait a minute. Actually, I think this guy, it might have a similar concept to this game, where you have powers on your hands, like electricity
okay,
and
that
fire
player
and weapons at the
controls-
same time.
The player controls whatever this guy's name is, the apprentice of a wizard, and he is sent to the city Stillhelm to accompany his expeditions, trying to retrieve a powerful artifact known as the Skull of Shadows. What? Enemies are generally difficult to kill in straightforward combat, although characters developed for this purpose may have an easier time. Characters who develop their stealth skill can sneak up behind unaware enemies. This is more of a prototype for Dishonored then.
Yeah, You know what? Even if it was the same kind of okay, all right. Let's think about this. Even if it was the same kind of game as Bioshock, like even if it did all the same things, like plasmid, like the gameplay, like plasmids and weapons together and all of that. Like for one, Bioshock could still be a masterpiece, even if it's well. Okay, he said that this game is the same concept of Bioshock, like the same idea,
Yeah,
but the gunplay is more basic in Bioshock, even though it came out afterwards.
yeah. Even
Oh,
though
so
this is a medieval game, it doesn't even have guns. And I
yeah, so
also
here,
will say that this game is most likely a prototype of something like Dishonor, and Dishonor is probably a better game and more thought out game than this. But I don't know.
so
I'm not here to
sorry.
judge this game at all. Actually,
Me
matter of fact,
either.
I'm kind of fascinated, and now I probably want to play this game.
Yeah, so here's the main problem with his argument, though, is that he's not actually making an argument. He's just making a declarative sentence. He is not he's not explaining at all why this game is better than BioShock, or why the gunplay, if he's even talking about gunplay,
Yeah, I don't
is
know if
more
there's gunplay in that game. It's more of a medieval type game, you know, swords and magic.
I would think, but hold on. I'm not like he's not explaining why what this game does better than BioShock. See, if you're making a review, if you're going to say that sentence, you have to explain why. Because Fanboy shouldn't have to go on Wikipedia and get some
Yeah,
idea what the game is to
like a,
understand your point or how you're right. It is your job if you're making the review to make your point right now. It is your job to go into detail and explain why.
yeah, because I
Do it.
actually wanted to see your point there, and
Yeah.
it's like, oh, I'd never heard of this game, and if it's like
Y-
Bioshock, fuck yeah, I want to play it.
exactly. Dude, fail. You genuinely could have convinced us. Like you actually might be right potentially if you showed it. Like if you went to like an explanation, like Dark Messiah, like in Bioshock, you can only I don't know do this. You can only do X, but in Dark Messiah, you can do X, Y, and Z. There's so many more options in Dark Messiah, even though it came out first.
But
There's so
no,
many different.
it seems like we have to play the game and find out ourselves.
Yeah, we had to do the work for you, and we're not going to. If you want to make this if you want to make the statement that this game is more complicated, I think, than BioShock, you have to prove it. You put the work in, not me. Terrible. Again, this is literally the worst YouTube videos can get, or the worst YouTube reviews anyway can get. It's worthless.
Ugh,
Like I want it. That's like where
man.
the fun. Like that actually could be a really great video too, if you explained if you went into detail of all the mechanics on why you think Dark Messiah is better than Bioshock. That could have been
You
a
know what?
great video, actually.
You know what?
Like,
I I might do it for him. I
yeah,
might do it
show him
for him.
how
I'm gonna
show him
show him,
how it's done, fanboy.
and if I can't do it, then Bioshock is better.
Yeah, like you could make a comparison video between the two games,
Actually, sounds fun.
yeah, fanboy, if we did that, we'd put, as you said elegantly, passion into it. We would put work. We would actually made sure we understood the plot before criticizing it. We would make sure we understood all the gameplay before criticizing it. We would make sure we understood the game before we made the video, and we would make sure we would write the script and make sure, for one, everyone understands what we're talking about, and all of our points were explained clearly and understandably. This guy wouldn't do that. This and
Oh man.
uh
You know,
again,
I feel like we know our next thing to do now. Our next big.
yeah.
This one word. This one word from this game has gave us probably a new video idea. It could be revolutionary.
Yeah. Well, I've had like ideas similar to that before, like maybe do a video comparing like an Arkham game, the Spider-Man PS4 or something like that, but this actually could be a pretty great video.
Yeah,
Again,
but
it
it
would take
depends
effort
if
though.
the game is similar in the way. We'll see.
It would be
Probably
funny if we
similar to
did play it.
Dishonor, because it looked like it was like a stealth kind of thing, as it said in the wiki. But I don't know.
It would be funny if we did play it and like it was nothing like Bioshock and we
Yeah,
just wasted our time.
yeah, he
He,
got
yeah,
us.
yeah, he really would have won then.
He got us. He wins. All right, let's.
By the
Like Dark
way,
Messiah might
wait, one more thing. Again, one more point. Even if Bioshock is like the same, like is like very similar to Dark Messiah, it could still be a masterpiece, even if it isn't as good.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, a
For
game being not.
example, Saints Row and GTA. Like the differences between Saints Row and GTA, there is huge differences, and people are always like Saints Row is the GTA copy. No, Saints Row was a lot more of a competitor. In this case, the Blades of Messiah and Bioshock would have been a competitor, and in this case,
Yeah,
Bioshock would have won.
yeah, in terms of popularity and success, anyway. But my point is that it doesn't even matter if one is better. One game could still be. They could both still be
Yeah,
masterpieces.
and
It
that's
doesn't.
true. That's true. Like Saints Row 1 and 2 and GTA are still hold as masterpieces, and some people's
Yeah,
eyes, not everyone.
yeah. Like how do sequels work in this guy's mind, right? Like, random example. Like, if we were going to call the Batman Arkham Asylum and Arkham City masterpieces, would Arkham City being better than Asylum mean Asylum isn't a masterpiece anymore? Hypothetically? No, it wouldn't. It doesn't work that way. I'm
Yeah,
sorry.
it's more like this. It's more like this. When the first one is a masterpiece, it will always be that. And if the second one isn't a masterpiece, you can explain what the first one did better, and how they could have improved upon it, and how they missed their shot at making another masterpiece. But Bioshock 2 does as well at making another masterpiece with the first one. That like
Exactly.
Bioshock 2 is like better in every way, like it improves
Yeah.
in every way. And like
Yeah.
they both
Bioshock.
they hold the crown. They both do.
In terms of combat, especially, Bioshock 2 is what sequels, like every a sequel should be. It expands the gameplay brilliantly and like fixes some minor errors the first one had. It just creates like a way more fun experience, a way more like creates way more choices that you can play with. See, again, these videos we're making here, this one and the last one, like this, we're literally just rambling, but these
Yeah.
are way, way better reviews than he could ever think of. Even the fake version of his review that he came up with in his mind isn't as good as what we're doing now.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure we already said half of these things in the other video. I don't
Yeah.
care. They need to be addressed again. These.
We have an excuse when it's him.
We
Anyway,
need to get it off our chest, you know.
yeah, go back a few seconds and then let's continue.
Dark Messiah.
The reason why I said it wasn't
Remember
one
that.
was due to gameplay reasons. Like the game isn't super detailed
A lie, by the
in
way.
terms of gameplay. There's just like basic weapons and abilities. There have been games like this before, like Dark Messiah of Might and Magic shipped before this game by a year, and that had more depth to the like amount of tactics you can use, and it also was harder and had higher
Why? How?
difficulties than this game, so it had
Yeah,
more
I
to
would
offer.
also like to know why, and maybe you could have
Please.
sold us on why it was a good game, and then we could have played it, and then you would have had more fans on that game. But
Exactly. Explain how. That is your job when you're making a review.
he
Also, yeah, because he sucks. Also, by the way, Dark Messiah being a harder game than Bioshock doesn't make it a better game than Bioshock. It also doesn't mean Bioshock isn't a masterpiece. Again, Kirby example. Like Kirby, most Kirby games are probably easier than like Sonic 06 or something, but Kirby is still better than Sonic 06. So there you go.
Yep, the difficulty. It's a hard
If-
concept.
Yeah,
If the game is fun, why bother?
exactly. Like You should criticize difficulty, I think, when it's like artificial difficulty, like when there's an actual problem happening, and not just like it's not as difficult as you would want it to be.
All right.
Uh,
Let's see what else.
Tactics you can use, and it also was harder and had higher difficulties than this game, so it had more to offer in terms of gameplay. If you want to argue this game's a masterpiece in terms of art and story,
explain it.
Yep.
I would actually concede that. I would actually be like, all right, if you want to make that argument, sure.
Wait, hold on. No.
If you want to argue
What'd you call us?
this game's a masterpiece in terms of art and story,
Well.
I would
I
actually
think
concede
we won in a way.
that. I would actually be like, all right, if you want.
Wait, Father, please. For
Art and
one,
story.
I feel like even if I thought the gameplay in Bioshock like was media, I'll use the Undertale example. Like the gameplay in Undertale, I mean I used this last time. Like it's not like something like it's not my favorite gameplay in the world. Like it's not something I'm always gonna come back to every day, will come in and come out. But that game really is a masterpiece because of the art and story. So a game a game still can be a masterpiece, and you just conceded that. So we won.
Can we get a clap?
Also, you actually did again. You're lying or have dementia because you did try to criticize the story. You made the claim that Andrew Ryan just went crazy. You didn't even really explain how, because if you did, you'd have to do research, and if you did research, you would know that you were wrong. But that's a pretty, if that was true, that would be a pretty gaping, a pretty fairly big hole in the story. If the main villain, who, we're supposed to care about intellectually, if he just went crazy for no reason when the entire world of Rapture and arguably the entire game itself is about his philosophy, if he had a gaping hole in his character like that in terms of writing, then yeah, Bioshock probably wouldn't be a masterpiece in terms of story. So you actually weren't conceding that before. And also, if the plot twist that made this game, if one of the most iconic plot twists in gaming history, and if not just entertainment, just not just pop culture in of itself, the Would You Kindly twist, you said that was just okay and predictable, I think. Again, you don't really talk clearly, so it's hard to say exactly, but I'm pretty sure that's what you said, that it was predictable, or at least predictable to you.
You predicted
If
it.
that-
Yeah, he predicted it. Somehow, but,
If that was true, well, actually, I guess if that was true, the game could still be a masterpiece in terms of story. I pointed this out, that even if it somehow was predictable, which it isn't, that wouldn't make it any less well written. So actually, you know what? He's off the hook for that criticism, that failed criticism of the story. He's off the hook for that one.
I like to think when he says, "Oh, it's predictable," it's because, well, Andrew Ryan said you're being tricked. And he's like, this is predictable. I'm gonna get tricked.
Was that his justification?
I don't know. No, it was not. But how
Yeah,
does
he's
he
not
find it
smart enough to
predictable?
say even that.
Like he barely knew what the story of Ryan was. How did he figure that out? Like the Would You Kindly twist out? There's no fucking way.
Yeah.
There's no way he actually paid attention to the details and the Maura and Patrick picture. There's no way.
Yeah, that's just one example of several things I doubt he paid attention to. But if he did make the argument that it was yeah, I mean he could have made that argument, right? Because he said the plot twist was he just described it as Atlas scamming you. If that was true, then maybe you have a point of it was predictable by Andrew Ryan just saying you were going to be betrayed. But the thing is. So again, I referenced it before as an example. Let's take The Empire Strikes Back, where Yoda tells Luke in the beginning of the movie, Luke, someone is your father. You don't know who. That doesn't so you know that's going to that's going to be a twist, but you don't know it's going to be Darth. You don't know how crazy the answer actually will be. And in this case, you might have predicted Atlas turning on you, but you wouldn't have predicted you being a genetically designed 4-year-old slave from Frank Fontaine secretly the whole time, designed by Suchan and Tenenbaum you've been learning about the whole game, who's actually the son of Andrew Ryan and a prostitute that you've been learning about the whole game. Like, no. Like, it's
Yeah.
not it just isn't. It just isn't.
Yeah, just.
But he doesn't even know he said that, Fanboy. He doesn't know he said that. Like, he forgot about that.
Yeah, for somehow. Like, I forget things too. But I don't know
When
how
I
you
was
can
make-
forget something so mind-blowing.
like, that's like saying you forgot you said the world was flat or something. Also, if I was making a video defending a video I would like remember I would take the effort to remember all the points I made in the video I'm defending, but yeah, so again, Fail really does resemble him. Like, it really is his essence. Good, you came up with that name, right? Good job, Fanboy. You're good at naming people.
As always.
Yeah.
Alright, well. I forgot, I had something I wanted to say, but, like, his
You can take a second to think about it if you want.
I think his comments eradicated that thought in my mind.
You want me to try to remind you? Like, when did you have this thought that you don't remember anymore?
I honestly, I must have been not that important if I don't remember.
No, that's not true. Let's see. Does it have something to do with the plot twist being predictable?
I think so.
Okay.
Damn, what was it? Fuck.
Does it have something to do with him being a fail?
Yeah, because I was gonna mention something. No shit. Thanks for your help.
You're welcome. You're welcome,
Dory?
Fanboy.
I would actually concede that. I would actually be like, all right, if you want to make that argument, sure. That's not an unfair argument. I think that's close to accurate. But if you want to argue this game is a masterpiece in terms of everything, that's really where I disagree. So,
Father, please.
Well.
Please, again, it is if you're making a review, especially titled "Why," Bioshock is partially a masterpiece, which doesn't even make sense as a title. But I guess I think that was a joke or whatever. Like, if you're going to make a title like that, then your job is to explain why. He's made the claim that it's mostly a masterpiece. Please explain the problems. That is your job. That is why we clicked on the video, for you to explain these things that matter about the game.
Most of your problems are very dumb, and we like talking about them and laughing.
And again, we could do this. We could point out problems with the game, like the ending felt rushed. Like the ending is like a 1 minute long, and it could have been executed better. That's probably not even the big one. Like, there probably are actual plot holes I could think of.
Yeah,
if I had the time to. But
there is probably a plot hole. Wasn't there a plot hole involving somewhere in Point Prometheus?
In Point Prometheus,
I'm pretty sure that interfered with the second game, so I don't know if that's entirely fair.
Oh, yeah, we talked about this. I don't think it was on the episode, but it's not actually like a plot hole in the game, I don't think. It's that each game contradicts each other on how Big Daddies came, on when Big Daddies came to be. I can try to sum it up briefly, right? There's an audio log in Point Prometheus that basically states that Suchan came up with the ideas to make Big Daddies because of the Rapture Civil War. Right? He needed to make them to protect the little sisters of the war, because everyone needed Adam, right? But in Bioshock 2, not only is the opening cutscene subject Delta and Eleanor on New Year's Eve, the day the war started, but it says that Gail Alexander came up with the ideas of the Alpha series after Suchan's death.
So
and that
that happened.
Yeah, and so that means it also states that when the Big Daddy like killed Suchon because it did bond with the little sister. The Big Daddy didn't actually fully bond with the little sister. It just protected her out of obligation, but it wasn't like an actual family sort of love, and
Yeah.
that's why the Parabon thing came to be. And that completely contradicts Burial at Sea.
Yeah, even
And-
though I do like to add, it wasn't like Bioshock 2, you play as like the first Big Daddy.
I'm pretty sure Delta and Eleanor were the first successful Parabon.
Yeah,
So
yeah, and
yes.
They're like they even said you're a very old Big Daddy.
Oh,
Bonding
yeah.
life to a little one. Also contradicting the Alexander quote with the Alpha series, because Subject Delta is part of the Alpha series.
Yeah, actually, if Suchon got killed by a Big Daddy before that caused the Alpha series to be made, then how would he be the first?
Like,
Well, I don't know if it actually says Subject Delta's the first successful Big Daddy, but he's the first successful parabonded Big Daddy. Pretty sure.
we would have to do more research on this. Maybe we could
Yeah.
talk about this in like another video.
Just a little bit more. Yeah. By the way, yeah, because we actually care about research. Funny that. But Burial at Sea, right? Burial at Sea. Suchon dies like a couple weeks after the Civil War started. And that's when the Big Daddy, like, they found out, I guess, how to. That's how Elizabeth discovered how to bond Big Daddies with little sisters. Elizabeth discovered that. And it was, and Suchon died 2 weeks after the Civil War started. And Bioshock 1 states the Civil War gave Suchon the idea for the Civil War. And Bioshock 2 states that Suchon died before the Civil War, and Alpha series came to be after his death. So it's all a timeline mess. It doesn't make sense, but it's not actually
Infinite.
Yeah, it's not actually Bioshock 1's fault, though. Bioshock 1 makes sense. So, like, if you look at it by itself,
that's why I was
right?
like, maybe it's not fair for the first game, but still,
Like, we can't-
it kind of is annoying that the
Like, we can't
continuity is everywhere.
Yeah, like, we can't criticize Bioshock 1 for the sequels, right? I know there's some plot holes. I just can't. I can't remember what they are on
In
the
the
top of my
Bioshock
head.
series in general, though, there's a plot hole for all the games. There you go.
I mean, everything probably
Doesn't
has
affect
some
the
plot
first game
holes and
story
stuff.
at all, but it does affect the other ones.
Yeah. Like, I know if I gave time, I could come up like with problems with the plot. But the point is that we actually
Version
would
broken.
criticize the game. I'm pretty sure the point I was making is that we actually would criticize the game, and we would do it way better than he would. I think.
Yeah, I wish we were.
I actually-
I think we're doing all right trying to solve that case.
Like, we made that point. So
We try to
yeah, I
criticize
guess
the
can.
series. That's even bigger.
Yeah. Now I remember. He said that there is some problems with the story that make it not a masterpiece fully. But he didn't explain it all because he's terrible at his job. And then I proved that
It's
we
not
would
my
do a better job.
It's not my job. I don't even know. Like, why?
My job is to just declare what's true about games without explaining it at all, because I don't
like,
care.
Obviously, this isn't his real job, but like, why?
I hope
why,
he might.
Why did he do it?
Yeah. I
Why,
think pull it. Yeah, pull it back a few seconds. I think we can continue.
Yeah. Yeah, when he said we're gonna be here all day, we weren't lying. Like, he's just going really fast for a short video. That's it.
That's not an unfair argument. I think that's close to accurate. But if you want to argue this game is a masterpiece in terms of everything, that's really where I disagree. So if you want to say that the gameplay
Please.
is like 10 out of 10.
This is a small thing, right? Like a really small thing, but I swear, well, not a really small thing, but I swear he keeps he's unsure if he's saying the game is objectively, his opinions on if the game is a masterpiece. Like, he keeps flip-flopping between saying it objectively is not a masterpiece because of X and Y, or saying that it's just not a masterpiece in his opinion because of X and Y.
Yeah, he's very wants to, again, like you said before, he wants to eat it, serve the cake and eat it too. You know?
Yeah, he wants his cake and eat it too. Because, like, in this video and the last one, he says very declaratively, like, it is not a masterpiece because of these standards I have. But then sometimes he'll recognize that it's subjective what a masterpiece even is.
Yeah, and
So,
then
like,
he backpedals a bit. Like, not
You
too
know-
far. Not too far.
I mean, even again, the title, because clickbait is Bioshock is not a masterpiece. Not in, like, for one, if the video was titled, in my opinion, Bioshock isn't a masterpiece, or some problems I have with Bioshock, for one, he probably wouldn't even have this hate he's talking about if he even has it in the first place. And also, if he just, if he, pick a team, Fail. That's basically
He's
the point.
on Team Atlas right now.
Are you just talking about your opinions, or are you actually talking about if this game is objectively a masterpiece or not? You might think you've picked a team, but you haven't really, because look at the words. This is why writing a script is really important. Look at the words you're saying, and you speak very declaratively a lot of the time.
Yep.
I swear. Maybe it's just me.
I
Maybe
doubt
it's
he'll
just
ever
me.
see this video, but if he does, I hope he watches everything and he's taking notes.
That's the funny thing, is that I get the impression from this guy he actually might be that. See, he has like 100 more subscribers than I do, so it's not like, we're like beneath him really or anything. And he definitely gives that, stop criticizing me vibe, so
Well,
there is a possibility he would be watching this.
yeah, well, after this video, we're probably done with this guy and we'll be out of his hair for good. Thank God.
Hopefully.
Thank God.
Hopefully. Thank
Oh.
God.
It's like even when I all right, so I did get this game, like I don't know, a few months after it shipped, and
Wait. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what he's talking about. He's
What?
just rambling.
I-
Excuse me. Go back a few seconds, but before you do, he said, "You think Bioshock is a masterpiece in all ways?" Anyway, when I got it, I actually got it a few months after it shipped, right? And yeah. Again, this is why writing a script is important, you moron. Or you rambling moron, I mean to say.
I'm glad he bought the remastered and experienced the game, but I'm sad that he just doesn't get it.
argument, I think that's close to accurate. But if you want to argue this game is a masterpiece in terms of everything, that's really where I disagree. So if you want to say
Father,
that the
please,
gameplay
one thing, real
is
quick.
like 10 out of 10.
You know what video would have been a masterpiece? If we clicked on a video, he actually did get the remastered version, and he made a video called Why Bioshock is Not a Masterpiece, and he's talking about, hey, man, every time I try to play this game, it crashes, and I have to replay 2 hours of gameplay.
We would feel his pain there.
Yeah, that would be a pretty awesome video right there. Well said. Well said.
We agree. We would agree on that. Blind squirrel is blind to these
The
bugs.
alternate universe where he got unlucky and ended up making a smarter video because of it. Anyway, that's just a little aside. You
In
can
terms
pray
of
later.
everything, that's really where I disagree. So if you want to say that the gameplay is 10 out of 10, it's even when all right, so I did get this game, I don't know, a few months after it shipped, and
I don't care.
when I first played it, I was like, this is decent, but I had already played Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike Source.
All right. No, I'm tired of this, man. You do
Me
not
too.
go into a game expecting it to be point A. You come into the game expecting it to be something new. All right, stop coming into games thinking it's gonna be the next Half-Life, y'all. Woohoo! Yeah. Not every game is like that. I may as well be calling every first-person shooter the next Call of Duty if that's the case. Half-Life is Call of Duty. Oh man, Half-Life 2 reminds me of Call of Duty. That game so shit. That's your logic here, my friend.
Yeah.
It's not.
This is
You shouldn't compare this game to those games, and plus it still doesn't make this game bad in any way at all. Like, I don't I don't get him.
Well said. This is a bizarre argument or statement. Like,
He has to like point that out every time. It's
I,
such a bad point. Like, it's not even a good point that should be pointed out every time. This is a bad point that gets pointed out every time.
like it doesn't even really like make sense to me. Like, why do you why when you play games do you think about like why do you rate games in terms of how good it is compared to other games?
Yeah,
Because
so
again,
bad. That's like saying
again,
that you're expecting this Tony Hawk game to be the NASCAR game. Like,
yeah, like I don't know. Like again, it doesn't matter if it's not as good as Half-Life, which you didn't explain why it isn't at all. If you did, this video actually might have been worth something if you did that. But you didn't do that anyway. But like, I just it just doesn't make sense to me, fanboy. Like I don't get it either. Like okay, it's not as good
Like-
as Half-Life.
like I'm sure if he like I'm not. This game is definitely. I doubt it would be better than Half-Life 1. But if someone really wanted to, they could have like said, yeah, Half-Life 2 is better than this game. And you know what? They could actually get some good points in and make a pretty decent video because Half-Life 2 is a really good game and there's really good stuff about it that could possibly beat this.
Yeah, again, that's where the interesting part of reviews come from. Like, that really would be interesting. I haven't played Half-Life, as I said in the last video, but
Like Half-Life 1, like Half-Life 2 would probably be a better like battle contestant than Half-Life 1 since Half-Life 1 kind of like old now. Like it's still a fun game, don't get me wrong, like it's still a great game and all. But like and Bioshock standard, there's still like there's a lot more to do than in
Yeah.
Half-Life 1. Half-Life 1 was just building up to what Half-Life 2 was. And Half-Life 2 like there's like so much things you could do in that game compared to Half-Life 1 that you should probably compare Half-Life 2 and Bioshock.
yeah, that makes sense to me.
Same how,
Like-
matter of fact, Bioshock 2 versus Half-Life 2. There we go. You know what?
Yeah, another video you could make. Maybe I should be writing these down.
Yeah,
I could if you
that would
wanted
be
me
fun.
to.
That would be fun. It would take a long time though, like Half-Life.
I could try to help you if you
Half-Life
wanted to.
might win that one, but we'll see. Like Half-Life
Yeah.
is a really good game, and I would love to actually see you get invested in Half-Life because you'll probably like it. I know you would because you love the world building thing, and Half-Life is really good at it.
Yeah, I really bet I would. So again, like he played Bioshock, said this isn't as good as Half-Life, and
Drop the controller
Like,
and cried.
like this is like explain to me why it's decent. Well, I guess you did try to. I guess you said.
Yeah.
Wait, no. Wait,
He
no,
poorly
if you-
explained why Half-Life 2 was better, showing no clips at all.
Wait,
This is a poor
yeah.
man's version.
Our poor man's version of a review.
It's ironic
Yeah.
that he was at Fontaine, home of the poor.
Yeah. You know what? His main like argument, or like the main criticisms in his video, is that the guns are pea shooters and weak. But the thing is, he's talking about his experience when he was just playing the game for the first time, and they're definitely not pea shooters and weak in the beginning of the game. So, like, his arguments in the video don't even make sense with what he's saying now.
He may as
Why?
well,
Why?
yeah, it's no. That's actually a good point, Sheep. He may as
Thank
well
you.
be going to like near the end of Half-Life 2 and explaining like the toughest like aliens that you have to face are difficult and how the weapons do nothing and the RPG is just better at defeating them than these guns. Like,
Yeah. You know what? I should play Half-Life just so I could make that video
yeah,
instead.
just mock him.
Why Half-Life isn't a masterpiece? The guns are pea shooters, man.
Yeah,
That's his
I have
main
to use
argument
a
on why
rocket
Infinite is
launcher to
better.
beat this boss.
Yeah, that's his main argument on why Infinite is better. Reminder is that they aren't pea shooters in that game. That, yeah, like I just don't get it. Man.
Like the health system is more of an RPG thing, if you didn't know, but
Wait, in which game?
it's more
In
like
Half-Life?
No. Bioshock. The health bar and splicers is more like an RPG tech. It's not. It's not like the flesh out kind. It's kind of like like it feels kind of tacked in there, but it also was well done with the upgraded system. Like they really did feel like you really did feel like if you didn't get these upgrades near the end, that it really wanted you to go back and try to look for them. You know.
And especially if you didn't get Adam, you really were in trouble because that's how you upgraded your health bar. That's how you upgraded your Eve bar. And if in survivor mode, if you didn't get that, like you were really in trouble then.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure the game was encouraging, encouraging. Fuck you.
It's all right. It's encouraging.
Yeah, thank you. See, this is why you're here.
Thank you. I make the same mistake with words.
Yeah, you were just doing that last video.
Yeah.
It was definitely trying to get you to upgrade your character until you got to the final part of the game, because you were gonna need it. Even the final, before you get to Fontaine, it's like, better gear up and upgrade whatever you can. This is gonna be a good one, even though it's kind of, lame boss fight.
Really, like it's really easy. Like the game way over prepared you for Fontaine, but it definitely felt really epic, especially as a kid for me. I want to say that, like he said, if you think the gameplay is 10 out of 10, I'm actually not completely sure. Like, would you say in your reviewing standard, like your reviewing score, would you say the gameplay is a 10 out of 10 in Bioshock? I think I would. It definitely, like, subjectively is a 10 out of 10. I think I would call it 10 out of 10, like, objectively, if I tried to do that, but would you? Do you think?
I also think the gameplay is a 10 out of 10. It's the reason why I probably keep coming back to it.
Yeah.
Like, if it wasn't for this addictive gameplay and all the ideas you could do, like, the creativity with this gameplay, like, it really is something special.
Yeah.
Like, and they're, like, Half-Life also does the same thing, and it's probably the reason why people still play that game.
Oh
that could have
my
been
God.
that could have been a cool thing for him to say, but he didn't.
Oh my fanboy.
Yeah, I just did his job for him again.
You're right, thank you. But I was just looking at his channel just to see if there was anything, I could use for like a thumbnail or whatever. And for one, he has a video on like each plasmated gun in Bioshock 1 and 2, or in yeah.
Incinerary, C tier, let's see, let me guess. His favorite one is Hypno Big Daddy, because take no damage.
He also has a Bioshock 1 wrench, no plasmid survivor playthrough. Isn't it cool that you could play a game like that it gives you the abilities for you to be able to play it like that, sir? Anyway, I saw a video called Bioshock 1 Telekinesis Sucks. And just I
saw that one. He tries to say it sucks because, well, he put mines on like a barrel.
Oh
like
my
a
god.
bunch of mines, and tries to throw it at Big Daddy. But it doesn't kill him because, well, the reason why it doesn't do so much damage is because they nerfed that, so it would be balanced, which is kind of ironic.
Yeah.
So
that's what his criticism was.
It doesn't insta kill the Big Daddy, because normally, yeah, it would be a clever idea to put a bunch of mines on like an explosive, and then run up to the Big Daddy, make him touch the mines, and then he explodes and just dies. But the game has something called the damage taker, as I like to call it, where if any splicer or Big Daddy takes damage, it would also reduce incoming damage. Like, for example, if it gets hit by 2 explosives or 3 explosives at once, it would only probably a bit of the. It will take the first damage, and it will reduct as minimal amount of damage as possible to consider a balanced amount. So the game wouldn't be too easy. Again, the game was thought about that. Like, they thought about that. They knew players would do that. That's so cool. They knew players were going to use telekinesis like that, and they made sure that the Big Daddies would not die from the trip mine being pushed, like trip mines onto explosive barrels, then picked up with telekinesis and thrown at a Big Daddy. Like, they thought about that and be like, well, that's a little bit too broken, and you get telekinesis very early, and the rocket launcher very early.
You are completely right, fanboy. Once again, that explanation on why it's not an insta kill again shows that you've done way more research than him. And first of all, second of all, it disproves his point. His main criticism is that the gunplay wasn't balanced, and you just showed us how they. And now he's criticizing the game for it not being overpowered. He's criticizing the game for being balanced now.
Yeah, like I bet that was an insta kill at some point in development. But like the devs knew, like they knew probably how the players would use these plasmids. That's what's so cool, and that's how they really cared about their game. Like they really did. That they even went as so far to playtest every plasmid to see what would players do. It's so cool.
Yeah, I just like. Is that really it? Does telekinesis suck just because of that?
I don't know. I saw that and I literally like that was actually my first bit. That's how I found this guys because of that video. And I just saw like that first bit and I rolled my eyes and just like clicked off his video and then I got more videos of him recommended and I saw the not masterpiece. That's when it struck me. Like at first I rolled my eyes at first. I'm like, okay, whatever.
Yeah,
but,
yeah.
You know what? Let him have his cake, right? And then I saw the not masterpiece Bioshock, and I'm like, that's a too big piece of it. That's a big cake. No more cake for you.
Yeah, like I just can't like telekinesis is amazing. Like just amazing as like game design because again, there's so many different things
like,
you can do with it.
Yeah, it's like the physic gun in Half-Life. It's like the physic gun in Half-Life, where you're able to pick up physical objects in the game and use them however you want.
Like there's hundreds of things you can do. Again, by the way, real quick, look at Discord. Wait, if it will post, I don't know if it will.
We're not even watching the video anymore. We're literally just destroying this guy. We're literally
ignore that then. Ignore Discord. Back to the point.
Him. This is we need to be in jail.
Yeah. Ignore Discord. So back to the point, right? With telekinesis, you could grab like you saw it, like you showed it in your footage. You could grab masks off splicers. You could grab random small objects like money and throw it at them. You could grab dead bodies of splicers and throw it at them.
Yeah,
you could
use them as human shields. It's so cool.
Yeah, you could use it to shield yourself from turrets or whatever. You could light a body of fire on fire with incinerate or whatever,
and then they'll be on fire.
Yeah, you could keep an amazing strategy is throwing the mines Rosies throw at you back at them.
Yeah,
like
actually does a ton of damage, and it's probably since that other thing you try to do in your video is nerf. That's probably a more effective way of saving up ammo and killing big daddies.
Exactly. And another amazing strategy is that there are explosives littered in the levels, very specific, like very thought out places too, by the way. And you can always like carry them, like you either lure big daddies to the explosives where you could throw them, or you could move all the explosives to where you would want them to be to trap the big daddy. Not to mention, if you like something I've tried before is in Neptune's Bounty where they have a group of explosives laying around, is like set them up around the big daddy and then like shoot the grenade launcher at it to just create a massive explosion on the big daddy. And there's so many different other things you could do with telekinesis, like that I can't even think of right now. Like I wrote all about this in our potential Bioshock script.
Also, one thing to note. Yeah. Also, one thing to note with telekinesis, the devs knew that there's going to be some players running telekinesis. They went out of their way to put items from far reach, like hard to reach places.
Exactly.
Like, you're able to use telekinesis to get it at ease. Like they reward players for running telekinesis.
Exactly. I was just about to talk about that. Like it's amazing for grabbing all the loot and objects you couldn't get like far off that the developers intentionally hid in far off places for you to pick up. Like this happens. This happens a lot in Neptune's Bounty, especially.
Yeah,
for memory.
Happens,
like no telekinesis.
Prometheus. Like I can name a lot of places where they're in high places.
telekinesis is a phenomenal plasmid and like amazing game design, and is like a great representation of Bioshock itself.
Yeah, it was probably
Like-
their favorite too. And then I think it could have been their favorite.
Yeah, like how do you play Bioshock without telekinesis? Is what I don't get.
Yeah, like don't
I'm
like
look-
like I always play with telekinesis because I love playing with the physical objects. It's literally like the best. Like I might even say it's my favorite plasmid.
Yeah. You know, like you can literally carry a big daddy corpse and use that as a massive weapon or a massive shield. Or you could just like carry it with you to a store to just
Yeah.
make it easier.
I remember there's a whole room full of trap bolts, and I'm like,
Yeah, exactly, exactly.
I said fuck this shit. I picked up a Big Daddy dead body and just fucking walked in there, and he took the heat.
Exactly. That's why this game's cool, is that you can come up with your own like solutions to problems like
I
that.
could
And
have individually took the bolts with telekinesis, but I thought of a more bigger brain plan and just walked in there casually.
Yeah, the fact you can do that with telekinesis too is also pretty great. Like
Yeah, you can.
telekinesis is amazing.
Yeah, telekinesis also, like, if you make a mistake with a trap, you can just replant it. Like with the bolt trap, you can replant it somewhere you like, or an enemy bolt trap, you can replant to wherever you like. Also, with the grenade launcher, if you ever miss like a rocket or a grenade, you can, if you're really quick about it, like Susan said, it's reaction time. If you're able to quickly react and switch to telekinesis, you can pick up the grenade you shot and redirect it to where you wanted it originally. Like your mistake can potentially be something better.
Yeah. I was looking at the script I wrote and I had a section finished about telekinesis, and there's actually a good point I made here.
And of course, again, Bioshock
sorry,
2, praising Bioshock 2, you're able to upgrade telekinesis now and pick up more items along the way. Oh my god, like they like improved it by like 10 million in Bioshock 2. Like,
yeah, because you can do even more damage throwing it at enemies.
yeah,
So it's like
you can pick up
even
a lot more stuff now in that game. It's like really
yeah. And that's why Bioshock 2 is a masterpiece, because it gives you so much even more options. Telekinesis is even more viable. Like, and there's like even way more different play styles you could have too. I want to read real quick from my script here.
play Bioshock 2.
And 1.
Yeah.
Even if you don't play the first one first, though, I would recommend.
Play the
I
first
said,
one.
yeah. Something I wrote, even if you don't use telekinesis for combat, it's a must-have because the levels cleverly have goodies in hard-to-reach or even impossible places that you can grab with telekinesis. This is amazing. It encourages the player to always look closely and explore the environment, which in turn gets you more immersed in the world itself. See?
Yeah.
See? Again, why you should write a script, sir, but...
Yeah.
And even that's probably not, like, amazing, but...
Yeah, one of these days, I hope we're able to pick up back on the Bioshock review grind.
Yeah, I still have a lot written for it, so
Because I'm
it's
really
still there.
enjoying replaying the game again, and I'm actually just playing it just for fun now, to just do new ideas.
Yeah, you could try the race thing, but I don't know if you would want to wait until we could do that as a video or not.
Yeah, I would like to see your screen, and we can like do our like own video about it. Like, oh, that would be cool. One day, there's so many ideas that we could do that we just can't right now. Anyways,
Yeah, you're right.
we should probably
I
continue
guess-
on this video. We are delaying because we just love it. Like, we do love this game. We truly care.
Yeah, like this definitely is like if there was like if there was any game I would consider a 10 out of 10, it would be BioShock.
Yeah, like I recommend anyone to like please try out this game. Like it's so fucking good. Like holy shit. Like it is the Atom to your Eve. It
Well
really
said,
is.
fanboy.
And when I first played it, I was like, "This is decent,"
Fanboy,
but like I had already
Father,
been
please.
playing.
Father, if we're gonna reference the religious text of Adam and Eve, then this guy, Fail, is Satan as a snake trying to tempt us away from the greatness that is Bioshock. except he's really stupid and it didn't work. He was just trying.
Who's got a Dave Filoni?
Maybe Ken Levine, I guess.
Oh, Ken Levine. Okay.
Maybe he's the one who was like the main person behind the game, right? So
Yeah,
I guess it's him.
He made Infinite, but he made Bioshock.
He didn't make.
If it wasn't without him, it would be.
He didn't make 2 though.
Yeah.
So like,
that was the guy who made Fort Frolic. He made that.
Yeah, maybe he's God.
I don't know. It's also like you got to give credit where due. Well, Bioshock 1, there would be no Bioshock 2. So.
Yeah, that's true.
So, still.
Yeah. Yeah.
I already played Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike Source,
I don't care.
TF2.
Yeah, I don't care.
What else?
Wait,
Dark
what
Messiah,
does
Might
Portal
and
have to
Magic.
do with it?
Yeah.
Father, please.
It's funny how we played all these games and we don't have that same feeling. Like
I've played. I don't
can
think.
definitely
Sorry.
tell you I have an overly. Just look at my hours on Left 4 Dead 2. Just look at this. Like, come on. I like Valve games too and all that. But like, Bioshock is still a good game. Like these games, all the games are pretty much were Valve games. He was talking about are decent games. Like Valve's good at making games.
Are
Yes.
good. Are good. A great game, I would say. Probably the ones I've played that you mentioned, unless I missed one, was Team Fortress 2 and Portal 1 and 2. And those 2 games, literally, for one, Portal 1 and TF2 might have came before Bioshock, maybe. But like,
I know
it
TF2
doesn't.
did. I know TF2 did.
Portal 1 came out in 2007, but what does like Team Fortress 2 is a multiplayer PvP game,
Yeah.
and like Portal, what in the name of God does Portal have to do with Bioshock? In terms of gameplay, I mean, in terms of like story, maybe, and like atmosphere, maybe, but
Don't give us wrong. We do like those games, but we're just baffled.
like Portal, what? Why are you comparing Bioshock to?
Yeah, Sheep extremely likes Portal, so that's why he's even more baffled.
NTF2. I
Yeah,
really
I
like
love
those. I
TF2.
love
I
those
was playing
games.
I really want to play that with you again. I've been playing it on my own.
I mean, I was gonna say we could theoretically do it right now, but we can't because you have to record the video. Never mind.
Yeah, guys, CF2 video now. So recommend shipped. We just couldn't handle it no more, and we just decided to play Pyro.
Yeah.
Pyro doesn't have to deal with that shit. He just sees happiness.
Yeah. That might explain how this video came to be if he has pyro vision on, but like what thank you. Wasn't his point that like I've played other games that were better than this, so owned. But like you can't
point, man. It's it's not even laughably bad anymore. It's just so bad.
see, like, even though I don't know the game, I understand comparing whatever that was, I forgot the name, the game before, the medieval game, you know, that one.
what was it called again?
Demon Mask or something, I don't know.
Messiah of Might and Magic.
Like, I understand, I think I get the comparison between Dark Messiah and Bioshock, but Portal? What? Like, is his point now literally that Portal is better than Bioshock, so Bioshock isn't a masterpiece? Like, I thought his point was that these games are better shooters.
Criticism no more. This is just basically an opinion.
This is just him mad that he has criticism, so he's like, what? You want to criticize me,
This isn't
boy?
even a review. This is like...
Wait a minute.
This is just like what he thinks, like right off the top.
I just remembered something. Maybe he'll reveal something that'll change my mind. They'll make me realize I'm wrong. But in his first video, he said, you know, I still think Bioshock is a great game. I just don't think it's a masterpiece. Now he's saying, when I first played this game, I just thought, okay, this is decent. this is okay, you know.
Bro,
What?
play the
Like,
clip. Play the clip.
it-
If it doesn't exist.
the clip of him saying it's okay, or the clip of him
Yeah.
saying it's a great game?
Matter of fact,
Because of
I believe
him
that's in
saying
the
like
beginning.
him saying it's a great game. That's at the end of the video or the beginning of the like. It's at I think it's both at the beginning and end of the video. Like I know for a fact he said it for sure.
Oh, also,
Like,
I know this is off topic, but Tobey Maguire was in Boss Baby.
Oh, okay.
Isn't that crazy?
Yes.
Look at him close his eyes there. He's thinking
Is
about.
is
he's
is,
thinking.
Oh, I'm looking.
There's cars there, motherfucker! Can't see, get out of the way! I love Tobey Maguire. Those
Is-
paparazzis did deserve that.
Is Fail
So-
the boss, baby?
I don't even know. He plays as like Future Tim or something. I don't remember. But I was just like so baffled. I had to look that up.
Yeah, like
Before we
I
get
know
off
for a
triggered-
fact he says he still thinks Bioshock is great.
Game,
Like
because-
it's provable, it's
Alright.
true.
Yeah, here's what he said.
Bioshock. I think it is a great game. Video. Just
Sheep.
understand that I do really like Bioshock. I think it is a great game. I love the art style. I love the theme. I love the location. There's a lot about certain weapons I really like the crossbow is one of my favorite weapons in any video game because you can get headshots with it.
Wait, he meant he meant there's only one. There's things about one weapon he likes, not certain things about weapons he likes. So he just misspoke his own opinion there. But anyway, now let's get back to the video. Rewind a few seconds.
Out of 10. It's like even when all right. So I did get this game, like I don't know, a few months after it shipped, and
I just now that I see it, he's just like crawling. He's stumbling in the corner. Like we got him cornered, and he's like thinking of anything to get out.
What is he doing?
when I first played it, I was like, this is decent, but like I had already played Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2,
But I thought it was a great game.
Counter-Strike Source, TF2, Portal, what else? Darker Side of Might and Magic. I had played.
With it.
This is just, the rabbit hole gets bigger, bigger.
Fanboy, do you think, here's my theory, right? Tell me what you think. Is he literally lying about his own opinion just to spite the people who criticized him? Like, is he just trying to spite us now?
I really do believe he is bullshitting. Like he has to be. There's no way. There's no way. Like, come on, just admit that you're bullshitting, dude, and like, just say sorry. Like, come on.
If you thought it was decent, why do you have like 50 videos about Bioshock? What?
Like,
Let
he
me
has
tell-
to like the game. There's no way. Yeah, like, good point, Sheep.
Thank you.
Like,
What?
okay, maybe he doesn't
Okay.
like the game, but maybe he's just like one of those gamers who just like goes through the game entirely and research like everything about it.
Well, apparently not that. Like, wait,
Yeah,
yeah,
well, the
how did-
research part is kind of far fetched for this guy, but
yeah. How does he like know the games to make videos about like all the guns and plasmids or whatever? But like he had like he sounded like a 4-year-old describing the plot in his last video.
yeah, not all his videos are a hit and run. Like that telekinesis one,
Wait, he has hint videos? That's a surprise to me,
I
but
bet he does somewhere. Apparently, that tier list, this plasma tier list, is a hit and run. But I'm probably not going to criticize that since it's like a top 10. You know, top 10, whatever.
like there probably wouldn't be problems with his tier list, but maybe there would be. We could whatever, but let me tell you what I think his thought process behind this video now. It's a bit of a conspiracy theory, but basically he looks at all the comments criticizing him and like, well, not the dislikes, as you can't do that anymore, but he thinks to himself, these Bioshock idiots, they're obsessed with me. They can't get over the fact I have a different opinion. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a video saying I didn't even like it. And I'm gonna insult it even more. I'm gonna double down. That will show them.
Yeah.
That will show the trolls.
I really do believe like he does like the game, but he just doesn't want to like be like, sorry guys, I made a
I'm a
lap in
moron.
judgment.
It is possible. We can't be entirely sure about this. It is possible.
Sorry
It
guys. I'm a moron.
It is possible now. Listen, look here, listen. It's possible he explains that he thought it was decent at first, but came to think it's great. Why he would think it's decent at first and then think it's great, I have no idea, but it's possible. We might not be giving him enough credit. So, I guess Raylo then.
Oh man.
Every single Call of Duty and Medal of Honor game, like the early ones, and Battlefield, like Battlefield
Oh yeah,
1942.
actually, Father, please. Can we go back like 10 seconds just to fully see his point here?
I love how he's going as far as just saying the Call of Duty 1's better than this game. Like he's making sure this game's on the bottom of the bucket, you know.
He genuinely actually might just be to spite us. Unironically.
Yeah, there's like really? Like Call of Duty 1's better than that? Yeah, okay. Like I mean it was probably like a cool, like it was really like a shooter that like pushed the war genre game, like the game war genre. Like,
Bioshock doesn't even. Sorry for interrupting you.
Like I don't know if Call of Duty 1 beats Bioshock in gameplay at all.
Bioshock 1 is so out of depth. It doesn't even compare to Space Invaders, man. Even Pac-Man has more depth than Bioshock.
Yeah, like again,
get owned.
Since we're probably better at criticizing games than him, I still would like to say Pac-Man's still a good game, and Bioshock is also a good game. It's like there could be. Oh man.
Good point. Great point too. I agree. It's gotten to the point, like, his points are so bad, we have to say Pac-Man could be a good game and Bioshock could be a good game at the same time. That's how bad it's gotten.
Like, just the other day, I was playing Pac-Man, because it's pretty addicting.
I said Space Invaders at first, because that was, like, the first shooter game, or whatever. Like, it was a nest shooter game.
This is the...
whatever.
Man.
One of the first, anyway. One of the first.
Yeah.
I don't know for sure. I can admit I haven't done the research.
We could be wrong with that. It was more like an off the nose kind of thing.
Yeah, unlike him, I could admit that I haven't done the research, and Space Invaders might not be the very first. I don't know.
What you could have done is been like, yeah, I did a research. Here's what this does and this does. Is it wrong? Who cares? I said it.
Yeah, hold on, let me look. What was the first shooter game? I'll type it like that. I'm not sure if it'll count Space Invaders as a shooter game. Space War, 1962, recognized 2 years after Bioshock canonically. Okay. Recognized as one of the first video games, was also the first shooter video game. It featured 2 players controlling spacecrafts, I guess, trying to fire onto the other player. Space War was the basis for the first arcade video games, Computer Space and Galaxy Game, in 1971. Wow. Huh. So this is
game
before
made Bioshock.
Wow, that's actually really interesting. This is before Star Wars, so it just has, like, it sounds like it's a parody of Star Wars, but it isn't. This came first. I didn't know there were video games like this that came this far back. You know what's a really cool detail? In Bioshock 2, Minerva's Den, it's actually an Easter egg. I didn't find it for like years, but there's a very basic video game you can find in Minerva's Den, and you can actually play it. And it actually is like a shooter.
I remember.
It actually is like a shooter game where you have to dodge all the enemies and like shoot little squares at them.
Also,
it's
Minerva's Den also comes with the best plasma. Like Gravity Well. Oh my god, I love that plasma.
Yeah, but about this detail, real quick. By the way, you can also see like the character subject Sigma's like helmet reflecting off the screen, which is a cool detail. And it's like a very
that's so funny too. Big
yeah,
Daddy
it's a
playing
very
it.
yeah, it's a very minimalistic video game, and there's an audio log next to it. Where like we came up with this thing, and the boss said something like, "Why do you guys waste all this time looking at a screen all day?" And I said, "Well, it's better than just watching a movie." I don't know. I thought I thought that was cool.
That's so cool. Yeah.
And that actually could have happened if Space War came out in 1962. That would have been 1968. So that's genuinely realistic too.
See, I know like you guys probably don't care, but if you really like the research is there, and you know we learned something. It's really cool.
Man,
That's generally really cool because it's just like
it really is.
how much dot there was in a lot of things in the world, how the world changed.
Yeah, I feel like this was a good moment in life right now, learning about Space War.
Yeah.
Thank you, Space War. You know what? Bioshock, it ain't have nothing on Space War, man. I played Space War back in the day when it came out, and this game's decent, I guess.
Yeah, I played nothing like Space War.
I had already played Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike Source, TF2, Portal.
Okay, whatever.
What else? Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I had played every single Call of Duty and Medal of Honor game, the early ones, and Battlefield, like Battlefield 1942. So we're talking about like super old school games. Like I was playing FPS games, like well in its infancy. I never got to play like Doom or Quake, like the earlier versions. But
Oh my God! Get to the point.
Unreal Tournament 3. And I did play Unreal Tournament 2004, but so you hand a dude who's played like Unreal Tournament 2004, Bioshock.
It's funny how you played all these shooters, but you don't I don't feel like you get it.
So you're right. Two things, right?
Like
For
I played
one,
pretty much all those shooters too, and I get it.
Yeah, I haven't, but that joke I just made of I played Space War, man. This ain't got nothing on Space War. That is unironically what the argument he's making now. So that's funny. I've been playing shooter games before all y'all were even born, y'all.
Yeah.
Of course, Bioshock ain't nothing to me. I'm a pro.
I guess this is his point of why Bioshock isn't a masterpiece, but again, it's still like the worst point ever.
He's not actually making a point. He's just jerking himself off.
Yeah, he's trying to like come off to thinking he's saying the coolest shit ever. Like in reality, we don't care, and this has nothing to do with Bioshock.
Yeah, I guess. Never mind.
Because the video's called Bioshock is partially a masterpiece. You would think he would retake his review. No. He's like explaining here's my history lesson of the video games I played.
This kind of reminds me of the thing where he like went on a small tangent about the Vita chambers remind me of how games are all simplified now. Back in my day, games were rough and tough, or whatever he was rambling about them.
Okay, boomer.
But yeah, he really does give boomer vibes, doesn't he? But there's something really funny about this rant, and that he's counting all the shooter games he played before Bioshock, and he's counting Portal as a shooter game.
Yeah.
Because you shoot portals.
I always thought it was a puzzle game first.
Yeah, you shoot. You have a gun. It's called a portal gun. You shoot holes. You shoot holes at stuff. You shoot at walls, and there's holes.
Look, puzzles. What the fuck is that?
Of course, Bioshock. Of course, I'm not gonna think much of this Bioshock nonsense. I played Portal, y'all. I know where it's at when it comes to shooter games, y'all.
Bioshock has nothing on Portal as a first-person shooter.
Portal's one of my favorite FPSs, y'all.
Like, this is the kind of shit we're working with. We're just 2 hours in, and it's mainly us shitting on his points and just laughing at how bad it is. Like,
Portal
at
is
this
a
point, you're watching this video not for us to just shit on him, but to just have a good laugh with us.
He's unironically referencing Portal as a shooter game to make his point against Bioshock.
Oh my lord. Stop the cap.
Oh my
You're gonna be like, this is decent, but Unreal's better. Unreal had like dashing, it had like
Father,
wall jumping.
preach.
It was incredibly
This is
fast.
decent. This is a decent shooter game, but Portal is way better.
Unreal. Like, what the fuck was he talking?
Unreal
I
Tournament
don't-
3, and I did play
talking
Unreal
about
Tournament
Unreal
2004,
Tournament
but
3.
so you hand a dude who's
Unreal
played
It
like
doesn't
Unreal
even matter
Tournament
what he's talking
2004.
about. But
Unreal
Bioshock,
is way
they're-
better than Bioshock. Unreal 3.
Be like, this is
it
decent,
doesn't
but
even
Unreal's
matter if it's better.
Unreal had like dashing, it had like wall jumping. It was incredibly fast paced.
Father,
You cheated this
please.
guy.
Father,
Why?
please.
Like,
You're Unreal or whatever.
4, you're able to finally wall jump. Everything players were asking for. Call of Duty Advanced Warfare. You know Call of Duty did that, and like people were like,
Yeah,
no,
I do.
no, stop,
I do know.
stop. Like people, Call of Duty players are furious.
It's weird how we have like the same thoughts, Fanboy, all the time. But yeah, that's exactly what I was thinking about. His argument
Bioshock
is that
Advanced Warfare.
his argument, Fanboy, is that Unreal is better than Bioshock because it has like parkour
It
and you
has
can jump
better
off
agility,
walls.
like agility gameplay.
Jesus Christ!
You have more
Like-
momentum or movements in that game.
I thought, like, when I said this is the bottom of YouTube reviews,
This
Well,
true.
you know,
We're not. You know what? This is far from bottom now. This is unbelievable. This is
this is a new universe of terrible.
like this is the new. This guy, he wins. He wins. He wins at being the newest universe of bottom.
This is
Beyond rock bottom.
This is transcending
Boulder
the concept
bottom.
of bad.
This is boulder bottom. This isn't rock bottom. This is boulder bottom.
Imagine
This is
if like
meteor
this,
bottom. This is
imagine
this is if the Shadow Realm had a Shadower Realm.
exactly. Well said, Fanboy. Imagine if somehow this guy was like a playtester for Bioshock.
And he'd be like, and he was like to Ken Levine.
Exactly,
You know-
we're on the same page.
You know, we only need to add that wall running.
Ken Levine walks in and says, "So, what do you think of the game?" He's like, "Man, okay, I could have tolerated the pea shooter weapons and the lack of portal guns, but this, there's no wall crawling, there's no wall jumping.
It's not like
What is
Unreal
this?
3.
Do you know what I played back in the day, Ken? I played Space Wars, youngin. This ain't nothing. This ain't nothing, Ken."
Unreal 3, you heard of that one? Ken Levine? Mr. System Shock 2. Better advertise this game because, oh my lord, there's no wall running.
Better advertise this game as not as good as
Yeah.
Messiah.
Yeah, Ken Levine.
Yeah.
I played System Shock 2. That's a good one. Have you heard of something called Half-Life? Ken Levine?
Yeah.
Dude, we're like, this isn't even like we're angry anymore. It's just so funny. It's a meme.
Sir, when you said earlier that like we take video games way too seriously, for one, that is the biggest irony when you're going off this self-masturbatory speech about how you're this big gamer and you've played all the shooter games. So of course Bioshock doesn't compare. For one, that's ironic, but two, No, I have no hatred in my heart for you, and we never will. You are a blessing to this land, sir. Thank you for existing. Uh, I don't know, sir. I don't know if you play the Portal 2 multiplayer. I haven't got the chance to play it, but I would love to play an FPS with you at some point.
I hear banging in my house. What the fuck? It's that loud ass banging. Got my cat jumping.
You literally can't make this stuff up, fanboy. We literally couldn't even make fun of this. This is literally the worst argument beyond imagination.
Like, I think we just
Did we
3
die?
minutes.
Is this hell?
We are 2 hours in this video. We only made it 3 minutes, right? But he's like going so fast, and we want to explain everything. Like at this point, if we would have just watched the entire video without saying anything, like I'm sure we would have just won by saying I. Like I think we wasted our time. He won in wasting our time.
Like, I don't think if there's anyone watching this, I don't think we would need to explain anything to them now. Like, you get it now.
Comments. Yeah, I agree. When you
We
play Bioshock on repeat playthrough, you start to see through 2 to 3 visible. What about the other points he was making, Dylan? Like, okay, what the fuck are you talking about now?
Actually, that idea of YouTube comments, hold on. Can you, like, link this? Wait, no, you already did. Never mind.
Bro, I legit thought someone else was talking in the beginning. Like, there needs to be more comments in this video. Telling
The
him,
first...
what the fuck was he? What did you say? Oh, Dio Brando said, "Who the fuck is this?" Oh, you changed your voice and you're at 266. Cool. Thank you, Dio Brando. Thank you for mocking his British voice. Dio Brando is the guy from JoJo Bizarre Adventure, and ironically, he's British, and he made a British voice in the beginning.
You know what's funny? I don't even see that comment anymore. I don't see that comment here.
You have to go to, like, sort from newest to first. So, Dio Brando. Thank you. I hope you win against the Joe Stars.
I do now. I do see it now. Okay, I'm gonna leave a comment, though. How about... hold on.
How about... This just...
I'm typing something out right here.
This video is beyond the Shadow Realm. Like, I don't... Just, like, something to comment, and then he comments, and we never reply, because we want him to think that he's right, because I don't even want to help him. Like, he's far gone. The only way we can help him now is if you watch this video.
So...
Be like, yeah, I was wrong.
For one, I wasn't really too, like, sure about it or whatever, but we need to talk to this person in an episode. We need to have the Heartbreaker debate again, but with him. We need to. Here's just the comment I wrote.
A civilized Bioshock.
We could. Yeah. We could just write down all the questions you want to ask him. We could label as an interview even. We could label it as an interview maybe. We could ask him write down.
First I need to get this video uploaded.
Well, maybe...
I definitely feel confident of getting this uploaded.
Well, he probably wouldn't agree to it, but yeah, you should.
Again, I'm still busy, but when I get down to it...
You know what? Maybe I will think of you now when I'm playing Arkham Knight. Maybe I will make the time in my day for you now, Masked Veil.
Yeah, you have opened our eyes to the many possibilities and commentary... reviewing and anything. You have opened our eyes to the newest realm.
Yes, well said, fanboy.
The newest bottom.
the newest black hole.
Below F and E.
So here's my comment. I haven't posted it yet. Tell me what you think. I said, yeah, I agree, man. Bioshock isn't nearly as good in FPS as Portal. What do you think?
Just like definitely. You should also, just anything to just be like, yeah, bro, I totally agree.
Hold on. Can we quickly go back maybe 30 seconds and can we just re-listen to that whole section again?
The genius. Okay.
Before I post this.
When I did get this game, I don't know, a few months after it shipped.
Turn 'em up.
And when I first played it, I was like, this is decent, but I had already played Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike Source, TF2, Portal, what else? Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I had played every single Call of Duty and Medal of Honor game, the early ones, and Battlefield, Battlefield 1942. So we're talking about super old school games. I was playing FPS games, well in its infancy.
We haven't even really responded.
I never got to play
really does
Doom
sound like a boomer.
or Quake, the earlier versions, but I played Unreal Tournament 3, and I did play Unreal Tournament 2004 a bit. So you
but this guy takes
hand a dude who's played Unreal Tournament 2004, Bioshock, they're gonna be like, this is decent, but Unreal's better. Unreal had dashing, it had wall jumping, it was incredibly fast paced and amazing. Same thing with Source, same thing with TF2, same thing with Half-Life 2. This isn't a bad game gameplay wise, but it's not exceptional gameplay wise. That
Stop.
Tell him to stop it.
Wow, there's so much more we need to cover with this already. So
we really are gonna be here all day. We thought it was a joke.
It's not a joke anymore.
This is real life.
So firstly, okay, so we should probably tackle the real argument here. Is that we have said that just because other games are better, supposedly, that even though you didn't really explain why, that doesn't mean Bioshock couldn't be a masterpiece. But now he kind of has explained it. Is that Unreal has wall jumping, it has dashing, it has all this stuff, and then he says TF2 does too, which it doesn't have wall jumping or whatever whatever parkour stuff.
It has
the scout kind of.
Yeah, you can boost off rockets and B-hop boost if you're really good at that.
And then he says Half-Life has that, which I doubt. I doubt it has parkour or whatever.
Well, Half-Life does have parkour and platforming, and it's actually really clever with it. Again, it's the same engine it's the Source engine, so you can also B-hop, so you're fairly easy to be able to actually speed run the game in older versions of the game.
Then I can concede I'm wrong here, which is something he couldn't do, but
again, Bioshock also has its great moments.
For one,
it doesn't even matter. Still,
he mentioned. Sorry, he took 30 seconds at least to mention 20 different games. And his point was that Bioshock, he doesn't have the same movement speed as the other games. He's not even talking about the shooting. He's talking about the movements. Fanboy, he's that's what this all really boils down to.
He's probably Half-Life 2 is great because it's faster.
What?
What? Bioshock's pace is fine.
I don't get it.
The combat can be fairly fast.
Unironically, can we listen to the whole thing again? I honestly need to.
Yeah, honestly.
We listened to it 10 times.
We have found a gem. This is a gem.
Really where I disagree. So, if you want to say that the gameplay is 10 out of 10, it's even when alright, so I did get this game, I don't know, a few months after it shipped.
Hey, father, please.
And
small thing, again, he can't pick a side. He's right here, he's talking about it objectively. Like, oh, you're gonna say the gameplay is a 10 out of 10, huh, buddy?
Well, here's
You-
these games. I'm like,
And then on the other side of his mouth, he's gonna be like, "Yeah, you think? Oh, you're just like my opinion's better than your opinion. Wow, you can't even respect my opinion." See, he
I
can't
like-
pick a team.
like
He
on
can't
this-
pick a.
it says Bioshock is a masterpiece, not Half-Life
yeah.
2 is a masterpiece. Like,
Yeah, but again,
if we wanted to hear you talk about Half-Life again, we would have probably went to that.
yeah, but like Bioshock, you can't do backflips and wall jumps like in Half-Life.
That doesn't matter. That's Half-Life. That's not
It
Bioshock.
really doesn't. It really doesn't matter.
That's not Bioshock. Like, you're thinking of a wet dream. Like, just like
Wet dream. That's kind of funny, but
like cool concept. Bioshock with backflips. All right, now let's get to reality. Here's what the game really is.
maybe that's why another reason why he prefers Infinite because of like all the,
the
sky rail
yeah.
segments or whatever. But
Yeah, even though those are like kind of could have been better.
we're kind of just like, I don't know, very linear. Like it's kind of just like an interactive cutscene
Yeah.
sort of thing. But
Yeah, and with the ones where you need to kill them, please get rid of those achievements. Or I need to fucking
Ye-
kill people while in the sky. Like, fuck you, whoever made those. Like, no, I'm serious. Fuck you. You really hate, you hate people trying to get achievements. Why?
anyway, what if he came up with it? Fail is the one
Like,
that decided that.
It's so, hard because you try to kill him. It's like, oh, I ate your bullet while I'm fucking skylining. Oh, gotta try again. Sorry, dumbass.
Yeah.
Let my save.
So the quick point is that he literally can't pick a team if he's talking about his opinion or if the game is objectively a masterpiece or not. He wants to have his cake and eat it too.
Again.
Please wind it back a few seconds and then let's try to listen to this monster of a sentence again.
Yeah, it's so
Thank
great.
you.
Everything. That's really where I disagree. So, if you want to say that the gameplay is like 10 out of 10, it's like even when I did get this game, I don't know, a few months after it shipped, and when I first played it, I was like, this is decent, but like I had already played Half-Life 1, Half-Life 2, Counter-Strike Source, TF2, Portal. What else? Dark Messiah of Might and Magic. I had played every single Call of Duty and Medal of Honor game, like the early ones, and Battlefield, like Battlefield 1942. So we're talking about like super old school games. Like
I'm just circling over Bioshock. What about this game?
That's a genius.
You have so much good shit to say about that game.
Yeah, about that point, right? I just had a thought, right? So your argument that it isn't a masterpiece is because you've played other games that are better. Why they're better, we'll get to in a second. But so. What about like us, right? Because at least for me, Bioshock is one of the games I grew up with. I didn't play Space Wars and all of that. You're jerking yourself off about. What does that make it less of a masterpiece then? Because to me that wouldn't mean. To me, that doesn't mean anything. Even if those
really,
even if those games
blinded
truly
by
are
nostalgia, you would think we're the ones blinded by nostalgia. I truly don't believe that anymore.
It really is ironic because, So I forgot what I was saying. Bioshock, right? Like that doesn't mean anything to me. I never played those games you played. Is it any less of a masterpiece then? No, because actually the quality of other games doesn't mean anything really compared to the quality of Bioshock.
The quality of any game that's old will eventually die out.
Yeah. Imagine sorry.
Of course.
Fanboy, you actually remember, right? Like on my old channel, 12 years ago, literally, where I was making a Let's Play of Bioshock 1. I was recording the screen with my 3DS pointed at it.
Yeah.
Imagine I was doing that, and then Fail walks in. She's like, hey, Did you know that, like, in Unity you can do backflips and jump off the walls?
I'm like,
How can
that's cool.
how can
That's cool. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Maybe I'll try that game out. And it's like, yeah, way better than this game. You're like crying.
yeah.
Like he made you cry because he said that.
I also would have been crying that a random stranger came into my house, and it's this guy especially. But yeah,
I'm
that
like,
too.
oh, that's a cool game. Why are you shitting on this game though?
What's
Is
that
this
have
game-
to do
is
with
Bioshock?
Bioshock?
Yeah, is Bioshock gonna get the same treatment when a newer game comes out?
Yeah.
You'll be like, I played Bioshock, and it was way better than this game that came out. Where's that treatment?
Yeah, I think actually I kind of made a similar comparison on the first video, but like here's an analogy, right? Imagine like let's say like someone reviews like a Sonic 1 in 1991 and someone says, "Hey, wait, I've been playing the games, right? I've played Mario, I've played Pac-Man, and in Mario you can actually run faster when you hold the run button than you can run in this game. How can this game be a masterpiece?" I don't know if you knew that in Mario 1 you actually can be faster than
Mario
Sonic
is
in Sonic
better.
1, but yeah, like again, I guess the phrase here that is apples and apple, like you're comparing apples to oranges. That's what you're doing. That's like what your argument is.
Yeah, there we go. You know what? There we go. We explained it to the people who are confused on why we're saying this guy's wrong, even though that's impossible probably. That's why he's comparing an
Maybe
apple to an orange, and in this case
how
he's comparing similar types of apples, but not too similar. Like some of them are rotten and old,
yeah.
and like Bioshock is also like somewhat like a good. It used to be like a good apple, but like it
Yeah.
still can be good again.
Yeah. He's comparing like apples to oranges of all the other shooter games he mentioned, and then he's comparing apples to bananas when he mentioned Portal. Still don't know what that has to do with this. Like, but whatever, I guess. All right. Now, I think we can move on from this part of the serial killer manifesto, and move on to this stuff about parkour or whatever.
Who is Atlas? Because we need him.
Yeah,
Like I was playing
Atlas.
FPS games, like well in its infancy. I never got to play like Doom or Quake, like the earlier versions, but I played.
Doesn't matter. I don't care.
Unreal Tournament
Scroll
3.
over the word
I
Bioshock.
played Unreal Tournament 2004,
tell
but
us about
so
it.
you hand a dude who's played like Unreal Tournament 2004, Bioshock, they're gonna be like, this is decent, but Unreal's better. Unreal had like dashing, it had like wall jumping. It was incredibly fast paced and like amazing. Same thing with Source,
Okay,
same
Father,
thing with TF2,
please.
same thing with Half-Life 2.
Dashing and wall jumping, correct? That's
Yeah.
why he's saying Unreal is better. Dashing and wall jumping.
Cool.
Man, remember when all those years ago when we started the first video and I thought his standard for a masterpiece was a game that had no flaws? Well, apparently now his standard for a masterpiece is a game that has wall jumping and dashing. Okay.
I'm sure those games have its flaws, by the way, but yeah.
Why did... So, please explain to me, if we're going to try to take this seriously somehow, why does Bioshock need wall jumping and dashing? How would that make the game better? Doesn't even fit the setting.
Yeah, I don't even know
Bioshock...
how would that make the game better at all, I'll be honest.
Bioshock takes place in a very confined place. Would it fit to have wall jumping and dashing? Would it make sense for... Like, how would Jack be able to do wall jumping and dashing? How would he even be able to do that? What?
Yeah, like anything, like, I just
It doesn't make sense.
Just no.
For one, how would that make the game better, and how does it even make sense in the first place? Normal people can't just wall jump and dash. Like,
Like I really
huh?
believe that's just like just no moment. Like I really believe.
And most importantly, you're saying that you would hand Bioshock to someone who's Unreal, our game, man, and they would think, yeah, but Unreal's better. And the reason you've said why Unreal is better, it doesn't even have anything to do with the shooting or like the story, or I guess we're not talking about the story, we're just talking about gameplay. Does it have anything to do with the shooting or the plasmids? It has to do with the movement. What? Sir, by the way, you started this off as talking about the gunplay. Am I crazy? Was he not talking about the gunplay the whole time and not movement? That's what I
Yeah,
thought
like
this was all about.
it took a real big shift. I'll tell you.
That's what this was all about. That's what the first video was about. That's what this video was
we
about.
finally know why he's saying this.
Yeah,
His
everything you've been
true
rambling
face.
about was gunplay, and now you're talking about movement speed and like the ability to jump off walls.
See, like he makes no fucking sense. Like, what is it?
What is this, fanboy?
I don't
How do
know.
you
I
get?
don't know. How did I find this?
How do you become this, fanboy? What choices
know.
in life do you have to take to become this guy?
I really do. Like, this is episode 10.5. It really does get crazier every episode. Like, this confirms it.
There is literally no one who has ever been like anywhere near this crazy that I know of. This is like he actually is insane. Like there's some problem here. There really is some mental problem here. There has to be. How else do you explain this?
I want a
Like
lawyer.
I was joking. I was joking that he was disabled. No, I shouldn't say that. But yeah, a lawyer sounds like a good idea right about now. The lawyer would just give up. They would just quit their job if they had to sit through this. Alright. We finally somehow was able to make it through this part. Let's see how it gets worse somehow.
I will say, the entire
Unless
thing,
there's anything...
yeah,
Okay, go ahead.
we do not actually think you're insane, but what we think you're...
I don't know.
We think you're... The way you call masterpieces is insane.
No, I think like I'm getting some insane vibes, fanboy. I don't know.
Okay, Sheep thinks you're insane. You might actually need to see some. Oh my god, my mouse doesn't even want to work. It doesn't want to continue.
If he does respond to this,
Like this isn't
this
a
is
bad
the
game.
part where he says, "Oh yeah, you
You're
said you
making fun
were
of me.
yeah, you said you were angry at me. You said you weren't obsessed with me.
I'm concerned.
Well, look at you now. Now you're saying I'm insane. Get a life. You care way too much about a game, just like I said. You proved my point."
I'm concerned about the person at this point.
Maybe he is right now. Maybe, maybe he did win in some way. I don't know.
It wasn't the easiest win. I guess it's a soul for a soul, real
He-
life.
This is like the Joker breaking down Batman to bring him on his level. Maybe he broke us down onto his level now.
Gameplay wise, but it's not exceptional gameplay wise. That was my whole point. And
Exceptional.
even so,
What?
I would still
Actually-
give it like an 8.
Father, please.
What? Oh, no, no, exceptional. What is exceptional?
Exceptional, yeah.
Yeah, like what do you mean?
Great point. Again, it is your job as the reviewer to explain that to us. Apparently,
That could be
exceptional means
anything.
being able. No, fanboy, wait. Apparently, exceptional means to be able to dash and jump off walls.
Oh, gameplay.
That's what
yeah, exceptional gameplay. Like, I
That's
thought
what
Bioshock-
exceptional is, fanboy.
Yeah. I thought Bioshock had exceptional gameplay, but
Okay, I need to make another comment.
2K
I need to make
games
another comment.
More like too unexceptional.
I need to make another comment. Hold on.
I also think that you should also be like, I also think the game is unexceptional compared to what was the game he called? Unreal Tournament.
Unreal.
Unreal Tournament 2004. Way better, way more exceptional in gameplay. All all hail Unreal Engine. Unreal 2000 Unreal Tournament 2004. Truly is the best. Bioshock can die. It will never be exceptional as
Hey! Sorry for interrupting you, go ahead.
Unreal Tournament 2004.
Exceptional. Unreal in the house!
It truly was
yeah!
unreal, unlike Bioshock, where it was predictable, bland,
More
boring,
more
1
like
out of 10.
shockingly, more like Bioshockingly bad. Oh!
Truly,
You know-
truly, Portal is the better FPS game, not puzzle. Not puzzle, because I don't know what that genre is. That's not a genre.
I just had a thought, by the way. If Bioshock is like nothing compared to the majesty that is Unreal and Portal as an FPS game, why do you have so many videos about Bioshock and not those games? Like, let me look at your videos here. Let's see. You have 5 TF2 videos. You have game design videos. God help us. One of them is Bioshock.
Yeah, he works
No,
on
actually,
indie
they're all
games,
Bio.
and I fear for
all
his
of-
indie games.
Oh yeah, you're right. He does, doesn't he?
By
Okay.
his logic, his old indie games are better than his new ones he makes, right?
Yeah, you're right. Maybe all 4 of his game design videos are Bioshock. Let's see. What are these here? I think I don't know what these games are. I don't know what OSRS is. Metro. Yes, 3 Metro videos. 3
He
Battlefield
likes to talk. He
videos.
likes to praise that game a lot.
But here's the thing, Fanboy. He has 3 Metro videos that I can see so far, and like 50 Bioshock videos.
That's racking
But
in the views, man. What do you
But
think's racking in
Bioshock's the
views?
decent one.
Yeah, look at the
Yeah.
popular views on his channel. Bioshock's raking it in.
So 12 Metro Exodus videos. That would be 15 Metro videos.
He
6
probably really does not like Bioshock, but since it's getting him views, he
No,
will
dude,
play.
he has a lot. Like this is a Bioshock channel right here. Let me just read off these playlists to you. Music, Guild Wars skill overviews, Guild Wars faction only, Masked Veil, my 3rd indie game, The Cast Shadow on Light, upcoming indie game, GW Misguides, 12 videos for Bioshock weapon guides. I'm just gonna skip the non-Bioshock ones. 13 videos for Bioshock 1 plasmid guides. 13 videos for Bioshock 1 wrench, no plasmids. 5 videos for Bioshock Infinite memes. 25 videos for Bioshock 2 things.
Like for a game he doesn't like.
I'm not done yet. 63 videos for Bioshock Infinite.
Oh my lord.
1 for System Shock. 14 videos for Bioshock 1 Survivor walkthrough, even though it's really easy. So I don't know what the point of that is. That's kind of weird. But 7 videos for Bioshock Infinite 1999 mode controller playthrough.
Oh boy.
4 videos of Bioshock and his game design of, and that's all. That's literally like 200 or 300 Bioshock videos.
And he doesn't like Bioshock 1.
And nothing else even compares.
Yeah,
Like,
you can tell the only reason why he plays this game now is because it gets him views. Like I
Yeah.
really don't believe
Al-
there's no other way.
Although he apparently thinks the game is great, but also thought the game was decent when he played it.
Yeah, like maybe he's like a different personality every day. Maybe the game's great today, it's bad tomorrow. Next day it's
That
a
would-
masterpiece.
That would explain a lot. Fanboy, okay, we need to keep in mind, we need to look for if he ever says that he changed his mind on Bioshock being decent. if he never says he changed his mind, then he really is just insane or just lying. We need to look for that.
Probably gonna be the lying one.
Oh wait, my second comment. I haven't posted it yet. Yeah, I agree, man. If Bioshock had more wall jumping in it, it might have been a masterpiece. What do you think?
Send it.
Alright, I did.
He'll see that and be like, I was right.
Oh, he's gonna respond to these two at some point. Like he's that kind of person.
Who knows?
I just realized this was several months ago, apparently. That's interesting, but... So maybe not then. Maybe not, but...
Maybe.
His latest video was a year of no content. Thank God for that.
Whew. Dodged a bullet. Maybe he got.
He actually-
He's like, I'm done. Take this shit no more with Bioshock.
Yeah, I think his last Bioshock video was 3 months ago. Bioshock skill ceiling, 17 minutes long. And no. 2 months ago, Bioshock 2 skill ceiling. I think that's it.
Well,
He hasn't been able to talk about a decent game in 2 months. Wow.
I still
I'm impressed.
still want him to redo these like the masterpiece video, and like actually try. Like I want him to come up with good points.
Sorry for interrupting you. I would like to see him actually try too. That definitely would be interesting.
Because it kind of sucks that it was like, yeah, this was to be expected.
Yeah. Alright, I guess we can continue now. Hooray, low.
Ironically, as he said, this was predictable. Like, I predicted this.
8.5.
Yeah.
I don't know why people no, like it's not everyone. Some people are reasonable. Some people aren't upset about this.
We're
Reasonable?
just unreasonable, sheep.
Oh, it's
We're
gonna
just
get
not
great
blatantly
here.
following the train.
Yeah, this is where it's gonna get great, isn't it?
We're blatantly not following the train that leads basically down into a river, down all the way straight to hell, so we can die.
Looks like here's the part where he starts insulting us because he can't take criticism. Here we go. I'm ready.
The main counter arguments have to do with an opinion video I made about Bioshock Infinite. Bioshock Infinite has better gameplay than this game.
Other, please.
Ugh.
All right.
Ugh.
So I haven't seen whatever your video about Infinite is. We haven't seen that. Maybe we will now, or at some point in the future,
Yeah, at some
maybe.
point.
But, well, no, I would have to play Infinite again, so I could be, like, research on it.
But
'Cause
I will
care
definitely
about
say,
research. But, you know.
Bioshock 2's gameplay is far more superior than Infinite.
Yeah, I would agree, but
Also with Bioshock 1. Like, the best Bioshock experience is Bioshock 2, but I really believe you should play the first one as well.
although, like, you know, like, I can understand why someone would prefer Infinite more, though. Like, maybe it is, like, a lot more faster paced or whatever.
Okay.
I'm not as informed on that game as the first two, but so look, first of all, so here's the thing, right? We didn't watch that video, so watch our arguments. Respond to us, huh? Because we just responded to everything you said, everything. So you can't use that against us. And by the way, we read the comments to your video, and some people mentioned Infinite, but I didn't like. The comments weren't talking about your Infinite video. Who cares? No one cares about your Infinite video.
Yeah, we're talking about Bioshock is not a masterpiece, not Infinite being a masterpiece.
Yeah, like, why would they reference that anyway? Like, you know what? I'll check. Let me see if there's all these people talking about my Infinite video.
Yeah, my Bioshock is not a masterpiece video. That video. Because that's what we hear about.
By the way, his, like, video, when you click on his channel, like, the top video is a Bioshock video. Even though it's a decent game that doesn't, like, stand out at all or whatever.
Like,
You know,
I definitely think you can think Bioshock Infinite is a masterpiece. I definitely think you can think that. I just don't think it was a good Bioshock game.
dude, his like a movement speed thing tripped me. Like his wall jumping thing tripped me off because I had an argument prepared because I thought he was talking about like the classic. All these games have better gunplay than Bioshock or
No, he
something
did a
like
complete
that.
180. Like he
What I
his
was
whole his personality started to shift. That made.
what I was like expecting to say. So like, basically like, oh, Bioshock is unexceptional or whatever, but it brings all these things. Like, is there like Bioshock is enough like basic compared to the other games or whatever? I thought he was going to say. But like, has any game had both all these superpowers and a massive arsenal of guns with 3 different modes that you can use at once in a city that takes place underwater that is completely designed around a real life philosophy that exists? Is that like? Is that just like an oh that happens in every game? I've been seeing it since the '80s, man. That's a gaming cliche. That's what I was like. I was going to say something like that, but he just tripped me off, and I forgot about it.
He's like the trickster, man.
He really is. He's like he's the court jester.
Well,
Oh yeah, what was I doing?
anyways,
Yeah, looking at the
stating
comments real
Bioshock
quick.
Infinite is a masterpiece. All right, that's cool, but we're here about Bioshock 1. Like, if we wanted to see why Bioshock Infinite was a masterpiece, we went to that video. Like, I don't
Aside, yeah, you're right.
understand. Like, I don't think people were criticizing your Infinite video on your Bioshock isn't a masterpiece video. You did, however, have comments saying the stuff and then you bring up Infinite.
Yeah,
Some people did
that's
bring
what
up Infinite though, I guess. But like they
that's what
weren't
I'm here
like
to.
criticizing you about the review. Like so
That's what I'm here to.
this is just randomly
Sorry.
brought up now.
That's what I'm here to look at now, right? Real quick, I just saw a video called Bioshock Retrospective that's like 1 hour 40 minutes long. It has like 440 views. I can guarantee that video is way better than this, so I'm gonna put that in my watch later to check out at some point. Anyway, the top comment has nothing to do with his Infinite video. Second comment, nothing to do with his Infinite video. Third one, nothing. Fourth one, nothing. Fifth one, nothing. Sixth one, nothing. Seventh one, nothing.
All right.
Eighth one, nothing. Ninth one, mentions Infinites, but not his Infinite video.
All right, just take a look, guys. Look at
10th,
all these
nothing.
comments.
Oh, wait, no, 10th mentions Infinite, but mentions not liking Infinite, so has nothing to do with his video. 11th, nothing to do with Infinite. 12, nothing to do with Infinite. 13th, nothing. 14th, nothing. Oh, wait, no, mentions Infinite, but just asking what he thinks of Infinite, so we obviously didn't watch his Infinite video, because he wouldn't need to ask.
Someone named Gumo said Bioshock Infinite's not a masterpiece, but Bioshock 1 and 2 are a masterpiece. Again, not directly involving your video. He's just stating what's obvious.
Dude, sorry for interrupting you. I might have realized something really funny about this. Hold on, can you rewind like a few seconds?
At this comment. Hold on, look at this comment.
Only idiots say that Bioshock is not a masterpiece. All hail Nicholas Andreu.
Well, I guess in this case, he's an idiot because he had no claim of why it wasn't.
Nicholas is pretty awesome. Join the podcast, Nicholas.
Anyway, I love how he didn't reply to him too.
Yeah, there is nothing here, and I don't remember any comments about his Infinite video. They're just quite a few.
I didn't even know that existed, and I didn't bother looking because I didn't care.
Me neither. I couldn't even find it, but
like I don't care about Bioshock Infinite.
Yeah. Okay, dude. Okay, please do me a favor. Rewind the video real quick. I just need to check something.
So whatever he's saying about Bioshock Infinite, like this has nothing to do.
Bioshock, they're gonna be like, this is
With
decent, but
Bioshock.
Unreal's better. Unreal had like dashing, it had like
So,
wall
again-
jumping. It was incredibly fast paced and like
Dashing
amazing.
and wall jumping.
Again, please
Same thing
be
with
on top.
Source. Same
Wait,
thing
father,
with TF2.
please.
Same thing
Father,
with Half-Life.
please. Sorry, this isn't even the point I was wanting to make, but another, like, literally every time you play a few seconds, I realize another point to counter him. Why does Bioshock need to be fast-paced, as you say? By the way, movement speed as dashing and jumping doesn't even mean the game is fast-paced, necessarily. Pacing is not the same thing as movement speed. I don't know if you know that, but pacing is how fast the story goes. Your movement speed could be slow or fast. Like, so that's just unbelievably stupid right there. But again, why does Bioshock need to have a fast pace? Do you think the faster the pace, the better the pace?
Like,
How
I don't
does that
think
work?
That's what the game wanted to be. Like, the game
Bioshock-
was as fast as it wanted to be.
You know, if I had the time, like, I think Bioshock has an amazing pacing, but it's why does it need to be faster? Like, how about you again? You could have put the effort in and show us a part of Bioshock that dragged the game down. But that's if you even knew what pacing meant, which you
I
don't,
could've
because you
named-
think
Like, you could have been like, here, let me do your job for you. You could have been like, oh, so there's some parts where you have to backtrack in like Hephaestus. That's kind of annoying.
exactly,
And
exactly,
there was
fanboy.
like a tonic that made me faster, or like a plasmid that made me dash or something. That would have been something good, and like a bit nitpicky, but still something to point out.
Maybe you could have went like in Arcadia, where it felt I had to get like all of this stuff just to make the vaccine or whatever, the Lazarus vector. I don't know. Felt
and-
like it took way too long.
And if you didn't
But-
want that nitpicky idea to be stuck in your brain, you could have been like, yeah, it's slow, but it doesn't really affect too hard on the game. That would have been an honest critique, and it would have been very fair to the game.
Exactly. But this guy literally thinks pacing is how fast you move. That's actually what he thinks. Because he thinks if you can dash and wall jump, the game has faster pacing now. That's that's how far it's gotten, fanboy. I can't even like make a joke out of it.
Go, Ember, go. Stop.
Pacing's a complicated thing to talk about, to be honest, but like it's not right now. It really isn't. Because I feel like the introduction is a great example of great pacing. Because like I don't know, like it never feels too quick or too long, but you're always learning something the next, right?
And then sometimes the
Like-
game will slow you down, like to catch your attention.
Yeah, like
'Cause
the
it wants you
intro,
to
like
be immersed into the game. The game wanted
Yeah.
you to be immersed. So the game would slow you down so you would be immersed, and it worked. Like there would be like the
Yeah.
room where it plays the radio. It's like Charlie, Charlie. Like that room will like takes you, because after what you hear with Atlas, plasmids changed everything, and the whole city went to hell. Boom, that's where they get you. That's where you're really immersed into the game. Like that scene, like going into that first room, that's like when it takes you. Like that's where
You're right.
That's where it got me, and that's where it got me.
like look at the introduction, right? Like in like 30 seconds, like you learn about your main character, like everything you know about your main character, that the plane crashes. You quickly get into the lighthouse, and then immediately get into the bathysphere, and like immediately see Andrew Ryan's philosophy, and then immediately are wowed by the introduction of the city, but then are immediately introduced to the horror of the city, and then are immediately introduced to a combat tutorial with the wrench, and then are immediately introduced to a plasmid tutorial and introduction. And then after that, you have a couple rooms of fighting some splicers, and like you get a quick tutorial on the zap 'em and whack 'em strategy, and teaching you to mix up the plasmids and weapons for strategies. And then you get the hook for what you're supposed to do, as with Atlas's family in the elevator.
Yeah, that's
And
the
that-
hooker. That's the line and sinker there. And then you enter that first room. That's where it gets you. Like I swear.
Yeah, and that's when it starts to really start. It starts to really
The
start.
magic.
So-
The magic starts
Yeah.
to come.
That's where the game starts moving at that point. And then like you get an introduction to more of like you get it. Then you immediately you get
diaries that you explore. Like,
you immediately. Yeah, exactly. You immediately get entered into the audio diaries, and you also see the humanity in the splicers with the lady talking to the cradle and the couple arguing with each other. And then immediately you get an introduction to the Big Daddy and how not only how dangerous they are, but who they protect, and like you don't want to mess with them, but also you also get an introduction that little sisters are valuable for
yeah,
some
like
reason.
Adam, that they were
And
like,
then
that's how they went insane. Like this Adam and all that. Just because of
and then
those
imme-
things.
Yeah, exactly. And then immediately after that, you get an introduction to the main antagonist of the game, Andrew Ryan, and have a really intense close call with him. And then very simply, you can like the giant TV and all the splicers like let you know that this guy is a powerful man very quickly. Then you immediately get on to the first real level of the game.
Yeah,
Like, welcome to
those
Rap.
first 20 and 30 minutes, man. Like, that's it. That
Yeah,
they got you.
yeah, like it really is only 20. Man, we really do like have the same thoughts at the same time. It's weird, but Bioshock does that to us. Like with 20 and 30 minutes, the game introduces so much
Yeah,
that could
basically
take
the basics. Like that's it. Like those.
the g- the game introduces so much about the gameplay and not the gameplay and the world building and story that could have taken like hours, like movies to introduce, and it took like 20 minutes, but it never felt like it was going too fast. You felt like you were always absorbing the information, but you never felt like you were wasting time either. Like the Welcome to Rapture has like literally perfect pacing. I
And on
couldn't
top of that,
imagine it.
yeah. On top of that, if you were like going back to Bioshock, you can also look at Welcome to Rapture and look at all the little nods if you were a servant. Like, why the Batmospheres were closed.
Yeah, you see the sign saying that.
Like, also
You
how
in the introduction scene, you see like the Jack talking about his family and pulling up the wallet, which like tells you that he does have a family that he thinks he needs to go home to. They're like outside the bathysphere, there are protesting signs, which like subtly tell you that not only like there are also the signs telling you the bathysphere is closed. Not only do you like realize, not only does the game suddenly tell you the bathysphere is closed and foreshadow the Andrew Ryan "Would you kindly" twist, it also the signs give you a nice world building thing to show you that the citizens have not been happy for a long time in Rapture.
yeah,
And
there's
then
like luggages everywhere, and oh my god,
it's
like
genuine. Sorry, go ahead.
like there's blood. The even the first splicer, like that depiction is even like because that's like the depiction. That's your lowest point at the game. You're the weakest in that, and like when like that little splicer compared to like when you get near the end of the game is a cakewalk, but in the beginning that was a threat. Like
Yeah, like you
you
slowly go
slowly
into a hole.
become like the king of rapture, like literally.
Yeah, that's why it feels so satisfying to be so powerful at the end of the game. And it kind of, I think it even really is a story thing too, is because like at that point, even Fontaine knows that you're unstoppable, like in
A
his
one-man army,
subconscious.
yeah.
Yeah, like think about that moment too, with the first splicer that you were mentioning. Like you quickly go in the hole, then are caught completely off guard, almost like a jump scare by like the fire table being kicked towards you, and it like immediately makes you panic. And then you hear the splicer, and you know you have to get the bravery to climb up the stairs and face your first enemy
Yeah,
after what you
dude.
saw the spider splicer do to Johnny.
Yeah, dude. Like when I was playing that as a kid, like I was like very young. I was about like probably like 11 or 12. I don't even know, but I was young. It took me about at least 5 minutes before like depicting, yeah, I have to fight this guy.
Yeah,
Like there was no other way. I even tried to go back a bit, see if there's
yeah,
another way. Cause no, because I normally never play games like those kind of horror games where it's like, oh yeah, you have to fight back.
yeah.
Like
Uniro-
it really
Sorry.
did feel like the only option was to fight or die.
Yeah, the pacing in Bioshock, and especially in the introduction, is masterful. I genuinely couldn't think it could be any better than it is
Yeah,
right
like
now.
honestly, I
Like,
would bring that claim as being the best like introduction and tutorial to any video game.
I
It
would,
doesn't
I
shove
would.
nothing down your throat. It lets you do it on your own pace. Hell, you don't even have to listen to fucking Atlas with the Big Daddy thing, but it's kind of hard to because that shit is so badass.
Yeah. And like Atlas tells you tips for the game, but like they never it doesn't even really feel like a tutorial. It's just a normal radio call.
Yeah,
And it
it
also
actually
helps
feels like
build
it's
your
just a chapter. Like it doesn't feel like a
yeah,
tutorial unless you're playing New Game Plus, and it's basically like, yeah, listen, we're not gonna have your dangers in this chapter.
yeah, like Atlas just tells you, "Hey, you can electrocute the water with splicers in it and it will kill them." And
Like,
like, "Hey, this is how a world works." But like because it's a radio call and you can do it while playing the game never stops you, too. Like the game never actually stops you to
yeah, the
tutorialize
only time
anything.
it does is with the hacking, which again, Bioshock 2 praise. Bioshock 2 does well with the hacking and the camera.
Yeah. Uh, yeah, like again, like in the introduction, like everything is always moving. Time is never wasted at all. Every room introduces something, you know? But it also doesn't feel like it's going lightning fast either. It still feels like you're slowly going into a world that is way bigger than you, that you have no hope to survive in. I forgot to mention, right after the plasmids introduction, it gives a quick introduction to the Big Daddy and Little Sisters and like the food chain of like how splicers are looking for Adam, but then the Big Daddy is like the real big dog, and that they're afraid of it. Like it's amazing. Fanboy, the pacing's phenomenal.
Yeah,
Again, it
shit got
literally
it done.
couldn't be better.
Keeps her safe.
And then if we really wanted to, we could go further. You go into medical pavilion with a reprieve that you're now away from Andrew Ryan, and immediately you can explore the area a little bit, look at the vending machine, or find some audio log or such. You immediately get an introduction into hacking. Then you immediately get like a fight where for one, you see splicers fighting each other, and you also like see your turret help you fight them. Then you immediately realize the conflict that you can't leave the area until you have a key from Stymond. And then you get the machine gun and then they immediately throw a wave of enemies at you to fight you, so you
Yeah,
can test it out there. And you immediately enter medical pavilion and get a very very good idea of the kind of place this is and the kind of
what kind of
person
person
Steinman
Steinman
is.
is? Yeah.
Yeah,
The
and
ghost too. The ghost also makes it uneery and very creepy before you even go in. Like you definitely know that this is not gonna be a great place, and it's not cartoonish. Like
exactly. I
like that
forgot he
ghost
said
that
that.
the ghost was like, look at me, look at me.
Yeah, if we were making an edited response to him, which we could do potentially, we just show the clip of him saying "It's so cartoony," and then we immediately just cut to that clip.
Like like again when he said that about the splicers, like it's the context. If you don't know the context, you're like, and you will when you play. Obviously, you'll know the context when you play Bioshock.
God, he's dumb. Like I, I
Like those used to be
I,
real people.
yeah, exactly. I explained this well, I think, in the last episode.
Like they
And
could have been the
then
nicest people in the world turn into serial killers, psychotics.
exactly. And once the door opens and you immediately get the wall of that gives you a vision into Steinman's philosophy and his personality, the blood with do no harm on it, with like Photoshop photos of people like their skin reattached in different
Yeah,
ways.
and once you learn
Then
about his philosophy, there goes his insanity. Each audio log.
that's why I mean the whole game, but Medical Pavilion is really cool. Is that when you're exploring the entire level, you get to see all the audio logs and really understand him as a character.
And you get to meet McDonough, like McDougall or whatever his name was again.
McDonough, oh, I forgot now. McDonough? Yeah, I
Yeah,
think.
McDonough. Uh, yeah, you can definitely tell he knows a lot about Rapture and how he even telling You definitely can tell that like he doesn't like give a fuck what they do as long as that Rapture is still in one piece.
Yeah, he really is like the normal guy in the game, like
He was
almost
about
like
the
the
only
audience
normal
insert
guy.
in a
The only
way.
reason why he was like just afraid.
Yeah.
He was afraid
He,
because he was afraid of either
well,
Rapture being destroyed or what Ryan
pretty much that.
became. What
Yeah.
Ryan became.
Yeah. Like, yeah, McDonough is a great character, and we can talk about that at some point. But still, on the pacing thing, immediately after that introduction, that tasteful introduction, you get a very quick tutorial on that you can electrocute turrets to hack them. And then after that point, the game basically puts you in a play area and says you're free to do whatever you want now. There are a lot you could get incinerate first. You could like look at all the audio logs in the area. You could learn how to hack. The game's now at your own pace at this point.
Until Apter's Diamond, but then it's back at it again with the pacing.
Yeah, and we could still go in more detail, but I guess the point has been made. I just like talk.
Yeah,
I just like talking about.
we just love Bioshock. We love it.
Yeah, the
It's a
pace.
fun game to talk about. So
The
we're very
pacing.
sorry if we're making the video very long.
Yeah,
If you did listen
the
to us, and if you
the
did,
pace.
you're listening to some like good long term, like 10 years with wisdom at least.
Yeah. Ideally, what I guess what we're trying to do is give you an actual review of Bioshock while you listen to
A
nonsense.
very bad review, but it's like better than this. Like we're
Yeah,
actually
like
going into detail.
we're actually trying. We actually like know what we're talking about. Yeah, so the pacing in Bioshock is amazing, and I don't even know how it could be faster, really.
Again, you know
But
what?
then,
At this point, I think we should just fucking do the review again.
yeah,
We really do seem to get the ball rolling with that.
yeah. Maybe soon. This guy, though, again, he said the pacing was slow in Bioshock because you couldn't do dashing and wall jump. That's how stupid he is. Like,
Yeah,
can you rewind again?
Like all that things we talked about, those cool things, and he doesn't like it because of that.
Yeah,
Like,
yeah.
are you fucking kidding me? Are you like fucking joking?
I hope so.
Like, are you like, is this really an early April Fool's joke?
Maybe it was April when he did it.
Yeah, what I mean, yeah, more like late April Fool's joke. Is this a late April Fool's joke?
Let me check. Okay. Let me check if it was April Fool's when he made it.
It's April 26, 2021 when we made this video.
Oh wow, that actually maybe it is an April Fool's joke.
Oh, man.
But Unreal's better.
Bioshock
Unreal had like
camera
dashing,
guy?
it had like wall jumping. It was incredibly fast paced and like amazing. Same thing with Source.
Yep,
same thing
Father,
with TF2.
please.
Same thing with.
Father, please. Yep. Just wanting to really drill it home that he thinks fast pacing is wall jumping and dashing.
Yeah.
Also, sorry.
Again, he thinks that. Like,
Yeah.
I just can't believe it.
Also, he thinks TF2, an online PvP game, has fast pacing because you could wall jump and dash. Like,
Which,
I mean,
like,
online
Demo
games
Man
would have.
Sword can dash.
Yeah, I mean, online games have pacing, but like the pacing of an online game is a completely different subject than a pacing of a single player game. So, like that. What are you talking about?
I don't know. He doesn't even know anymore. I can guarantee.
He never
he
knew.
doesn't know.
He never knew, fanboy.
Half-Life
just
2. Like,
did
this
it.
isn't a bad game
Like,
gameplay-wise,
This is why
but
you
it's
just
not
don't do
exceptional
things.
gameplay-wise. That was my whole point. And even so, I would still give it like
Father,
an
please.
8.5 out of 10.
Father, please.
I don't know.
Point.
Father, please. his point in his original video is that the gameplay isn't exceptional. So this is either insanity or a lie again. What you were just talking about, dashing and wall jumping, is actually not at all what you were talking about in your original video. You didn't even say the gameplay wasn't exceptional necessarily. You just said the guns are weak. That's
Yeah.
basically all you said.
Now we're going easy on you. We could just say you're insane right here.
Yeah, excluding like the story criticisms or whatever that you forgot you did. Like you said the guns were pea shooters except the crossbow. That's basically all you said. Not nothing about
Friendship
movement
crossbow.
speed.
Out DPIs the fucking electric gel. Laugh.
Yeah. Yeah, again, he literally doesn't even know the video he made, fanboy. It's beautiful. We love him. He's the new Jared
Why
Genesis.
people? No, like it's not everyone. Some people are reasonable. Some people aren't upset about this.
Wait.
The
Real
main
quick, can you
counter-arguments-
rewind like 5 seconds? Because I think you said something about a score for the game.
Again,
Sorry.
he's gonna start talking about Bioshock Infinite soon, and we're not gonna care.
Still give it like an 8.5 out of 10.
Oh yeah,
I don't know
forgot
why
about that.
people. No, like it's not everyone. Some people are reasonable. Some people aren't upset. 5 out of 10. Exceptional gameplay wise. That was my whole point. And even so, I would still give it like an 8.5 out of 10. I don't know why.
I
Father,
think that
please.
was accurate to what he said last time. So
I think that is the same as what he said last time. So we did remember that. So
yeah.
good job for you
Just
remembered
that
something
his
from your
wordplay
video.
is not accurate at all. It's kind
You
of
remembered-
worse than last time, and you would think he's giving the game a 4 out of 10.
Yeah, but this really is insanity now. Because, like, so the gameplay isn't exceptional, and the plot twist is predictable, and the main villain just went crazy, but it's still an 8.5 out of 10. I mean, I gotta be fair now. What?
It has a little
You-
something for everyone. He's like IGN.
Yeah, like, you went on a massive rant about, I've played all of these games, man. I played all the shooters. I played all the shooters, man. I played Half-Life, I
Not
played
as good as any of
Metro,
them. Not good.
I
Like,
pro-
not as good. 8.5.
I played Portal, man, one of the greatest shooters known to man. I played all these games, and you think you can hand this game to me, and it's gonna get this good review? Well, it sure does. 8.5, except it isn't exceptional. But
Yeah.
it
Yeah.
but
now
it is
let's, now
great.
let's talk about the haters.
But I did
main
think it was
channel.
decent. I thought it was decent when I first played it, but I also said I thought it was great. So
Yeah. How opinions change over time.
it's decent. It's not exceptional. It's great. It's an 8.5 out of 10. That should be the title of the video
People,
right there.
No, like it's not everyone. Some people
Look,
are
dude,
reasonable.
that
Some people aren't
changes.
upset about this. The main counter arguments have to do with an opinion video I made about Bioshock Infinite.
Not true.
Father,
Not true.
please.
We already looked at no. Just no.
So-
So now we're
so-
going into this subject, and we're not gonna care because none of this is true.
So here's my theory, right? Another conspiracy theory. Tell me what you think. So no, as you saw, literally no one mentioned his Infinite review.
Yeah.
But
yeah,
maybe
Bioshock.
this guy saw people mentioning Bioshock Infinite, and he thought, wait, oh, they must have saw my Infinite review. That's my theory on what's going on here.
You know what? That's all we got. Either that or someone in there, like people in his Infinite review is like, man, what you saying? Look what you did to Bioshock. But like, still, like it's not in his Bioshock video. It's in his Infinite video, and people are just calling you dumb because like most everyone can also agree that Bioshock 1 and 2 is far superior than Infinite.
I can
Like,
check.
any gamer
I
can
can
agree with that.
I can try to find his Infinite video. I'm not sure what playlist, dude. Bioshock Infinite.
I doubt anyone's calling Infinite a bad game, though. Well, probably some people, but I definitely thought Infinite was a good game. Not decent, good. It was good. It was a game.
This is really. I'm waiting to his Bioshock Infinite playlist, and this is interesting right here. I think he actually has done what we're doing to his video. Like he's responded to other people. First, he has a Bioshock Infinite is like COD question mark question mark question mark. I'm assuming this is responding to that and saying that it's not like COD.
Man, how
But
long
here's
is that
this:
video? Compared to
18
ours?
minutes.
Uh,
18 minutes.
you need to
Here he
you need to talk about every detail, my guy, because I have a feeling
there.
that you talked about like one little thing.
There's an even more interesting one thing here. Bioshock Infinite critique gameplay response. I think he's responding to someone else who's critiquing the game. I think.
Well, I guess the different. Well, he's like responding to it as with us. We're doing a whole podcast.
We're doing a breakdown,
Yeah,
full as in
this
depth as it can go.
This is a massacre we're doing.
Yeah, I'm gonna put some of these videos in the potential videos thing, but I still haven't found his Bioshock Infinite review per se. Bioshock Infinite 100 build. Top 5 reasons why 1990 mode is too easy. Okay.
Let's get back to this
Video
video,
list.
though.
Let me finish looking real quick.
Like, I'm probably not
One.
gonna be interested because first of all, I probably have to replay Bioshock Infinite, and I don't know if I want to do that.
I don't know if I want to do that right now either. At least I'm not against
Like,
it.
I'm not
But
a big fan of that one.
one unavailable video is hidden, so I could not find his review for this game. Excuse me. So the idea that people are commenting because of his Infinite review doesn't make any sense.
Like, I definitely know there is a divided Bioshock in the community. Like, there's there's dividedness in the community. Like, there's people who like Bioshock 1 and 2 over Infinite, and there's people who like Infinite over Bioshock 1 and 2.
Yeah, I'm trying to look here. Like, I looked up Masked Veil Infinite review. He doesn't have a review of Infinite. That actually doesn't exist. He just has a response to a gameplay critique, I assume.
Damn. So, I don't even know what the fuck he's talking about.
Does he actually have dementia? What is he talking about?
I don't know. Well, I
Yeah,
will say then, factually, Bioshock 1 and 2 is better than Infinite. Like, come on. This is facts.
What is facts? Sorry, say it again.
That Bioshock 1 and 2 is far better than Infinite.
I don't know. I don't know if I would want to say that's objectively true because I feel like that would be what this kind of being like this guy in a way. I definitely think so subjectively. I feel like if there was.
Well, we're not reviewing the games. We're just saying which one is better. Like Infinite's not gonna be bad because that's what's different between us and this guy.
You know what? I'm just
which one is better. What do you think?
I'll just say it like this, right? Like in my score, in my scoring system, Bioshock 1 and 2 would be like a 10, and Infinite, I'm not sure what it would be, but I don't think it would be a 10. I don't think.
I would go like for which Bioshock game is better. Like obviously, Bioshock Infinite would be like number 3. Bioshock 2 would be number 1, and then Bioshock 1 would be number 2.
I'm trying to like review the game in a 10 out of 10, and like I don't know the way.
Seeing which one is just better. I mean, like.
Yeah.
I mean, it's still a good game, of course.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
I could probably the Bioshock Infinite has its moments that I could talk about.
Yeah, objectivity, like reviewing games objectively and subjectively, is a very complicated subject. I think like we can try to have an objective standard, but I don't know if there really is an objective standard that exists for all people. Like I think basically like in our standard, like Bioshock Infinite definitely is lower than the first two.
Could have been better.
Maybe
could have been better.
someone else like sees the quality of games differently, and it would be higher. Like some people would see that it has dashing and wall jumping in it, so it has a faster pace, therefore it's better.
Yeah, well,
also,
I know, if someone like came up to me and be like, "Hey, I like Bioshock Infinite, and I just like it," I'd be like, "Oh, that's cool."
Yeah, By the way, I forgot to focus on the fact that even if Bioshock does have a slow pace, how is that a bad pace per se?
I mean,
For
like,
one,
if anything, I think Bioshock 2 has a fast pace, and I wish it had a slower pace, because I wish the game was just, like,
yeah,
longer.
that game feels shorter than the first one,
Yeah, but
even
that's
though I
only
don't
because
know
the
if it is.
levels are just bigger. That's it.
Yeah.
Because the levels are, like, way bigger.
Actually, I think the reason it is shorter is because of the feels shorter anyway. I don't know if it actually is shorter, is because of the way the pacing is dealt, which is a different subject we could talk about, but at some point. Anyway, so yeah, we were talking about no one watched your Infinite review. Your Infinite review doesn't even exist. Like half of the people were like there were a lot of people commenting about Infinite in your video, but not all of them anyway.
Yeah.
So there's most people, they're just talking about my Infinite opinion video.
Yeah,
Like, it's just
somewhere. That's
wrong.
somewhere. And I don't know. We'll probably have to look at all his Infinite videos to find it. And I don't even know about the patience.
You're literally just, like, making stuff up in your head right now.
Like, until I actually see Bioshock Infinite review, like, that doesn't exist.
Yeah, by the way, one thing I want to focus on to show the way he phrases this, we're kind of going back to what he was doing at the beginning. He didn't call his video a review, I think. He called it an opinion video. Like he's
Oh.
basically trying to say, right? Like, man, these guys, they can't even they're not even respecting my opinion on Infinite. That's how obsessed with me they are.
Awesome.
Like,
Yeah,
no,
but, like,
like,
what videos like Bioshock is not a masterpiece. That's just telling us.
yeah, like
And
if your
explaining
Infinite
why it
video,
isn't. This is, like,
yeah,
it's kind of misleading at that point if you say it's an opinion.
yeah, like if your Infinite video is anything like you're not a masterpiece video, like you definitely said some things objectively because you can't even decide if you're speaking objectively here or not.
I
So
don't think he even knows that what the hell he's saying anymore sometimes.
yeah, he doesn't know what pacing means, so he probably doesn't know what opinion means either. Let's be honest, but
Like, I don't want to keep bashing the guy, but, like, this is fucking true. Like, what am I supposed to say?
like honestly, like I really doubt in his Infinite video he was just saying like outright opinions. Like I like the gameplay, I liked the story. Like he probably said, like wait, if he's responding to critiques of the game, I guarantee he's speaking objectively in some way. I'm just too lazy to prove it right now. Anyway, basically the point is he called it opinion video instead of review here because he can't take criticism.
Maybe
That's the point.
on a special blue moon, red moon, not blue, red moon, because it would be a red day. We would find
Yeah.
that legendary Bioshock Infinite video.
I hope so. You know,
Hopefully,
like
you actually have good, like, facts why that game is great.
you know what?
like,
Maybe that's a third comment I could leave. Hold on.
Yeah, so just
Well-
where's your Bioshock Infinite review? Can you please send a link? I would like to watch it and hear your take on Bioshock Infinite, because I actually want to hear his take on Bioshock Infinite.
The headshots are way more satisfying in this
I
game.
really hope he doesn't like say, "Oh, this game's good, better than Bioshock 1." Like, I hope he doesn't bash Bioshock 1 in this review, because that would be a terrible review. First of all,
If
you're bashing the other games that probably made this game even walk.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me, but
Like,
hey,
how
okay.
you bash Bioshock 1, but because without Bioshock
Well, we
1,
saw
you
how
wouldn't
he's
have
doing
your,
it.
Yeah, without Bioshock 1, you wouldn't have your Precious Infinite. Like, you can't bash what made it walk.
You know, this guy is probably proof that BioShock really is unbeatable, dude. If this is the critiques it's getting.
Yeah, like, he is bashing Bioshock. Like, he is bashing Bioshock Infinite. Like, this game, there wouldn't be no Infinite without this game. Like, truly. Like, we wouldn't even ask for it if it weren't for that. This game. Even if it's like, oh, that's not your decision to make. It's still a terrible game, and we still got a sequel. Well, then, why would you be excited to play a sequel of a game you don't like?
Sorry, hold on.
It just
Typing
makes
this
no
up
sense
real
to
quick.
me.
Yeah, you're right.
That's like saying, yeah, I can't wait to play Call of Duty Infinite Warfare 2. First one sucked, but this one's gonna be better. And it wasn't, or at least it somewhat was. And opinionally, you bash on the first one for being terrible. But this game isn't terrible though. What am I even saying?
Yeah,
This game isn't terrible.
it really is a masterpiece.
Like, it really
Okay,
does
so
deserve the masterpiece title. Like, I don't know how you don't see it, man.
yeah,
I wish you see
but
it how like we do.
like he probably does in reality because he wouldn't be making all these videos if he didn't. So, what?
Is he
Okay,
really wearing a mask?
a mask on his brain. All right. Here's the comment I wrote. Hey, when you mentioned your Bioshock Infinite, quote, opinion video, quote, I couldn't find it. Unless you meant your response video to a critique. Oh, hold on, I need to finish it. Of it. Oh,
Oh
hold
yeah,
on.
here it is.
Hold on.
Yeah, I agree, man. Bioshock isn't nearly as good as FPS as. Yeah, I agree, man. If Bioshock had more wall jumps in it, it might have been a mess. Oh, you made me inflate. You're right, sheep. So close to a masterpiece, but it missed the mark.
Well, sorry about
Didn't
that.
have enough wall
My,
jumps.
I was just looming around the computer room while doing this because I was originally planning on working on the thumbnail while we did this, but I got sidetracked with other things. What were you talking about? Heard you
Yeah, I
laughing.
like your comments.
Thank you. I haven't got
Bioshock
the
isn't
post.
nearly as good in FPS as Portal.
I haven't got the post the third one yet. I'll need a minute to do that. But can can you rewind real quick? Just like I have to keep
Fine.
asking to rewind just to know for a fact he's saying the things I think he's saying.
Right. Like, even the video doesn't want to load anymore.
The plasmids don't really
Why would it?
do too much. I can go into that.
Oh man.
Wait, I
So
think
far
you
as
went
more things are
forward.
balanced, it's a little bit more
he's
skill-based.
saying
Go back.
he's
Go back.
mushing the plasmids again.
It's have to do with
Yeah.
an opinion video.
Now he's
made
gonna
about
start
Bioshock
recapping
Infinite.
his video. again,
Bioshock Infinite
but
has better
accurately.
gameplay than this game.
Wait,
Insofar as
wait,
more
no,
things
Father,
are balanced,
please.
it's a little
We're
bit
too far ahead. We're too far ahead for some reason. Go like 320 or something. I don't know.
We're always going back to this great statement.
Unreal's better. Unreal had like dashing,
Yeah.
it had like wall jumping.
Yeah.
It was incredibly fast paced
Dashing,
and
wall
like
jumping,
amazing.
incredibly fast
Same
paced.
thing with Source, same thing
Yeah.
with TF2, same thing with
Bioshock's
Half-Life 2.
insane.
Like this isn't a bad game gameplay wise, but it's not exceptional gameplay wise. That was my whole point. And even
Wait,
so, I would
Father,
still give it like
please.
an 8.5.
He's not exceptional, even though he doesn't explain.
His argument for why it isn't exceptional gameplay wise is that the pacing isn't fast enough because you can't do wall jumping or
Ah.
dashing.
Oh yeah, the gameplay. Okay, yeah, now I remember. Okay, it's not exceptional because of the gameplay.
Every time I hear it, I can't believe it's real, fanboy.
Me either.
Anyway,
I don't know why people like it's not everyone. Some people are reasonable, some people aren't upset about this.
We're just
The main counter
Father,
arguments have to do
Father,
with
please.
we're just not reasonable. Shoot.
Some people are reasonable. Some people aren't man baby children. Whiners.
Yeah.
Ugh.
Again, he wants to eat his cake, man.
Yeah, I bet.
That really proved it right there. Like if you just like, just let me eat my cake and I'll just not call you whiners.
Yeah, let me make a clickbait video that's designed, like clickbait title that's designed to upset people. Oh no, they're upset with me. They keep bringing up my Bioshock Infinite video that doesn't exist.
Where's your Bioshock Infinite video? Shut up.
Yeah, I'm about to post that comment in a second. I don't know if he's out of that range. The fan. Okay, oops. Don't worry about that. That was just
Alright,
my
what's
brain
this?
falling against the
An
floor.
opinion video I made about Bioshock Infinite. Bioshock Infinite has better gameplay than this game, insofar as more things are balanced. It's a little bit more skill-based.
Explain.
It's a little bit harder.
Father,
more
please.
Plasmids are...
Now that we're here, explain.
All right. See, this is your job as a reviewer to explain these things, right? But let's try to tackle these things. The better weapon balance. Wait, what was the second one he said? Better weapon balance. The third one was more
Bioshock
difficult.
Infinite has better gameplay than this game, insofar as more things are balanced. It's a little bit more skill-based.
Okay. Father, please. So, okay, the weapons are more balanced. Well, for one, that doesn't even really mean as much because you don't have all of them at once. So it doesn't even matter as much if they are well balanced, but please show me why or how they're well balanced. Like, really. It would be interesting to know. You tried to show why the ones in the first game aren't balanced. Like, I can accept that, I guess, even though you were wrong most, like, but show me.
They
like,
are balanced depending on how you take the game. I mean,
I get.
they punish
Yeah,
you
like
for not. They punish you with weaker weapons at near the end for not finding those upgrades or not getting at them.
yeah,
And
he
they
would
reward
know.
you if you do it and you become a strong astronaut again. The
He
reason
wouldn't
why
know.
they do this is because the game wants you to feel like you're a one-man army near the end. Like,
Exactly.
the game, at this point of the game, you are like, the only thing that can stop you now is you and a gun and a bullet that you shot yourself with.
Oh, yeah, yeah. God. Oh,
And
he's
if you're
talking
saying,
about
the FATA chambers made it easy, you can still
disable them.
Yeah, like, that's
Except
something you can do. This game, it's
Bert.
choice. Player choice.
But the game.
No, player choice. Fuck you.
But the game didn't come out with Vita Chambers, so it doesn't count.
Okay, I can.
I mean, it doesn't come out with the ability to disable them.
I can make the claim Bioshock Infinite didn't come out with Burial C, so does that make it a lesser game than how it was? All right. Well.
No.
That's literally the same as saying, oh well, Burial C didn't come out or not, so that makes the game just bad.
Yeah, I mean, the electric gel isn't balanced in Bioshock 1, but he's so stupid he thinks it's too weak. That's how bad he is at his job.
Yeah, how come we're the guys who don't like playing Infinite know this?
Yeah, well, in Bioshock 1 anyway. I don't know if it has electric drill in Infinite, but I honestly can't speak if the weapons are well balanced or not. So that's, that would be his job. It would be his job to prove that to me instead of just declaring it.
You know what it felt like?
What?
It felt like the entire game you were weak.
A shooting gallery? Oh!
Yeah, like the entire game you were weak. It's like the
I agree, actually.
formula.
But that's mainly
you never get stronger.
I think that's mainly because you don't have medkits on you on hand, and it makes it a bit awkward. See, when he says it's more skill-based, he said the Bioshock Infinite is harder, and I know for a fact that's true. I have personal experience.
Yeah, fucking the final areas, just bullshit.
But see, here's the thing. As we mentioned with Bioshock 1, a game, the difficulty, the harder the game doesn't mean the better the game. Just like the faster the pace, the faster the movement speed doesn't mean the faster or better the pace of the game. It's similar like that. Bioshock Infinite being a harder game doesn't actually in any way mean it's better at all.
It just means it's kind of probably either more annoying or just more challenging.
Yeah, from memory, I remember there being like artificial difficulty, like the ghost fight. Every time I would die, I would have had like on hard difficult on 1999 mode. I would have had like no ammo or like money at all. I was basically just fucked the whole time.
It makes you miss the Bioshock 1 beta chambers, I tell you.
It really does. And like, I just don't remember enough about Infinite.
Gaming, and I'm just like, okay, well, I definitely can tell you that I will beat it. I could play Bioshock Infinite right now. Beat 1999 mode. You know what I would feel like? I'll feel like the same fucking gamer.
Yeah. Yeah. So he says Infinite takes more skill to beat. Again, Bioshock Infinite taking more skill to beat than Bioshock 1 does not in any way mean it's a better game. It just doesn't. Difficulty isn't quality. Like, that's not how it works.
Bioshock 1 also takes skill. It's just that with Bioshock Infinite, you have less options, and the only thing to do in Infinite is to run and fucking gun, and you're gonna most likely die a lot during that fucking process.
Maybe.
And you're probably most likely gonna get fed up with the game because you're tired of fucking dying. Because it's literally like Call of Duty cover-based shooter, fucking snore fest, and the plasmatonics barely do anything sometimes.
I mean, that is what happened to me. I literally did just get bored of the game when I tried to beat the final boss in 1999 mode.
Yeah,
I literally did just die too much.
So bad. Like, the figures aren't like as good as the plasmids. Like,
there is something.
Like, the ace in the hole that Bioshock had was the plasmids. They're like, man, like if my weapons weren't doing so good, I could use my plasmids at least to get a little
assist.
Yeah.
I do think there is something about the vigors that I think is actually a pretty good mechanic. I don't remember it too well, but pretty much if you upgraded them, every vigor could lay a trap on the ground, and you can pretty much lay as many as you wanted if you had the salts for it. And that's a cool thing, and like they all worked a little bit differently. I think that's a good mechanic if I remember correctly.
That's cool, actually.
Yeah, I might be remembering.
Something really like Bioshock was known for.
See, we're even reviewing Infinite better than he can. We're even praising it better than he can.
Alright, maybe I underestimated the figures then. That's actually cool. See, the traps are back. I haven't played Infinite in a long time. I don't even remember that.
Yeah, maybe we should play it again just so we can talk more about it, because he really likes to talk about it in his Bioshock 1 videos.
Yeah. If he does have an Infinite video. Though, I probably won't even make a video about it unless like a long time. That's it. Because I need a break from this guy's logic thinking.
Yeah, I understand. Alright, let's just sum this up quickly. Infinite has better weapon balance. Okay, 1, show it, explain why to me, prove it to me. 2, what does that have to do with Bioshock? Even if it's true that Infinite has better weapon balance, it doesn't mean Bioshock 1 is now not a masterpiece because of that. And next, more skillful. It takes more skill to beat Infinite, and it's just harder. Infinite is just harder. Okay, explain to me why that makes the game better in any way? Because a game being harder doesn't mean it's better made. It doesn't mean that. So, okay, that's those three. That's those three dealt with. What's next?
It's a little bit harder. More plasmids are viable in Bioshock Infinite, whereas...
See, this actually might be true. You just explain it to me. Prove it to me.
I mean,
please.
The trap, when you were talking about the traps, it could have been true there. But you said all of them did that, and I mean, like, that means there's, like, no, like, that also tells me that there's, like, no, the plasmids are just the same in that one.
Like, I do think, like, I don't know, like there's one where you could push enemies off, And there's like I think the incinerate or the insect swarm in that game actually do more damage. Like I think you can kill people with those. Like this actually might
But
be
again,
true.
Then again, those are still like the same like plasmids we had before. It's just like they feel less like innovated.
Yeah, this definitely doesn't compare to Bioshock 2 at all, but um I like again, he actually might be right here, but like his fanboy said, he has no passion. He's not putting any effort into the review to explain why to me this is the case. So I just have to take his word for it, and I don't take his word on anything. He's a lunatic. So
Straight out of the mental asylum playing Bioshock.
yeah, in Arkham Asylum, the opening cutscene that says hitchhikers might be escaping patients. They were foreshadowing him the whole time. Uh,
Oh, Lord.
Whereas in this game,
Anyway.
most of the plasmids don't really do too much.
okay, Father,
Well,
please.
We are talking about
Oh.
plasmids, and
We did.
the different.
We
like,
did.
Literally in Infinite, it's the same plasmids, but you can less freedom.
We don't have to talk about Infinite for this. I don't, because again, we don't know enough to say for certain on this. But the plasmids don't do anything. Like, no.
Like I can
If that's
name a couple of figures that I remember that were new in Infinite, and that was like the kiss one, the lover one. I forgot what it did, but it was like
the
enraged.
incinerate one,
Wasn't
basically.
it like enraged, technically?
No.
The lover's kiss
the
one.
the fire one, you throw like a fire bomb, right? And that's
Yeah, that's
basically
like
how that works.
incinerate. There's an electric one. The crow one's basically insect swarm.
Shock jockey, like
Okay, here's the
you
ones that I thought that were new. It was bucking bronco, I'm pretty sure, and
that's just a stun where you put them in the air.
yeah,
It is like useful,
it
but
is
it's
kinda
nothing
new,
special.
though, so I'll give it that. And
It
the aqua, whatever it was called.
that's the one where I don't know if I ever fully understood this one before. I think, but I think like you can actually throw enemies basically. Like you can
Yeah.
push them off. Excuse me. You can push them off like the platforms they're on and
Though
such.
I don't know
Or maybe
how
pull them
that's
towards
better
you.
than Sonic Boom.
Yeah, the Aqua one might be good. Again, I'll just have to play the game again. The Bunking Bronco one, like, it isn't actually anything special. It's just a stun.
Yeah,
The only
it
thing
goes-
special is that they're in
lifts
the
them up
air.
That
To
was
be
so
honest, that
new.
sounds a little overpowered to me. At least it would be in Bioshock 1, but
But they go
maybe
limitly
it's
in
not.
the air.
They're like there for like 10 seconds, I think. Yeah, a stun is nothing special in Bioshock, but I still remember it
Pretty
being
much
like
all
useful though.
the figures were stuns in that one.
Except the fireball one
Yeah,
and
the electric and the enraged copy.
no, I think the throw, like the water throw, the fireball, and the possession one are the only ones that don't work as stuns. But wait, this doesn't matter. This doesn't matter. We should be talking about Bioshock 1.
Anyways, that's not true. I can
We were-
definitely
yeah,
I definitely can tell you the plasmids are better. Like
that
I just had like a whole bunch.
No. Let's not have a discussion if they're better or not, because we don't really know enough. Again, we're not researched enough to say, and we're not dumb like him to try to have a debate without the proper research. So, maybe I will play Infinite just so I can know for sure. Let's just talk about. No, real quick. Let's just ignore the claim. Let's just ignore the Infinite claims and just talk about the claim that they don't do anything in Bioshock 1.
Yeah, fine. I'll give them that.
We can bring this back later, right? We can play Infinite and then we can say for certain.
Yeah, but
But
I can explain 1,000,000 reasons why Bioshock 1 and 2 plasmids are awesome. Like,
yeah,
where he just says it's factually true.
like before we do that, for one, if they really were useless, then why was Bioshock like? Why is it known as a masterpiece anyway? If like one of the big if like not the big crux of the game, the plasmids are useless.
The whole marketing was like plasmids. You be creative.
Yeah. Why would that? Why would it be so like well regarded if that was true? All right, but let's actually
can go
talk
into
about the
that in a future
plasmids.
video,
No,
but
no, 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 no. Tell you what, we have to talk about the plasmids and how they're not useless. Electrobolt, you can stun enemies, and when you hit them with the wrench or any other gun, you do a way more damage, like a lot of damage. It is always useful. You would know this. You would know this because you know how powerful the wrench can be.
You can.
So you know how powerful the zap and whack technique is.
Here, let me speed this up real quick. Electric bolt. You can shock him in the water. You can shock him and hit him with your wrench to do twice the damage. If we're talking Bioshock Infinite, if that's superior, we can also talk about.
No,
Bioshock
we're not
2.
talking. Well, no, not Infinite. Not Infinite.
I know, but if he's talking about Infinite, we can also talk about Bioshock 2's Electric Bolt, which also increases the Electric
Oh, yeah.
Bolt increasively when you level up to level 3. You can literally shoot lightning like electric gel at your hands. Now you would say that's kind of less inferior than I guess you could say that's less inferior than electric gel, but it was.
There's no electric gel in that
Yeah,
too,
there
but
was no electric gel in that one. And second of all,
I
we're talking plasmids and not the weapon, so that's still cool as fuck that you're able to just shoot lightning like you're an emperor. And
man, our brains are all scrambled. I don't think he hasn't mentioned anything about 2, so I don't know if we should be talking about that. Okay, we should talk about 1.
Fine.
All right.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
Okay, I'll try to keep us focused, right? I'll start. I'll try to keep us focused. I mentioned Electrobolt. You mentioned the water thing, which is really useful. Winter Blast. I'm talking about this one now because Winter Blast can be amazing with the crossbow that he loves so much because you can literally just freeze them and get an easy headshot. You just don't get your loot like he complained about. Not to mention. I mean, I think that that's useful enough, but like you can just do good damage if you're able to strike quick enough when they're frozen, and you can keep freezing them to make sure you do the damage fast enough. Incinerate, like he said, Incinerate specifically was useless, and I can understand it being one of the weaker plasmids maybe, but it does damage after time, and it's a really good assist for. So, like, if an enemy is running away from you, like going to a health station, if you light them on fire, they'll probably die before they get to it. It's a good assist for beefy enemies like Big Daddy. It's good. Telekinesis. Oh my
Also, the environment with Incinerate is with the oil. So there's.
Oh yeah, true.
But the weakness between Incinerate is probably when you're in a body of water, which since you're in a whole place full of underwater. It's kind of like weakened a lot, but it still has its moments still.
But I wrote about that in my script. You can light them in fire, and then when they go into the water, electrocute them.
They'll come. Yeah, this is where also you can combo your plasmids. If you light them on fire and they're like next to a puddle of water, they'll have a frame jump where they just jump into the water really slowly. You quickly get your Electrobolt and shock the water, and they just jump into a hot toaster tub.
This is where the creativity comes in. He probably doesn't know what that word means.
Yeah, he probably didn't even know that you could do that with the fire, by the way, with them jumping in the water.
Also, like you said, you could like light bodies on fire or whatever and then throw them with telekinesis.
Yeah.
I honestly
combos of plasmids are great.
I honestly forgot about... Sorry for interrupting you. I honestly forgot about the oil spills. Yeah, the game literally designs the environment around the useless plasmids, apparently. According to this guy. And yeah, you can lure them to that, and that's a good place for traps and all that. Telekinesis is a godsend, and he's like, even if it wasn't like good for hurting enemies or whatever, it would still be useful for picking up all the loot you couldn't get to or don't want to get to. Like, it makes the game just faster, and just, like, no, like, that is undeniable. Like, even if telekinesis sucked in every other way, you can pick up so much loot so much easier or you couldn't get to. Like, that alone just proves him wrong that the plasmids don't do anything. But, again, telekinesis, you can do hundreds of things with it, hundreds of different strategies. All sorts of things you can do with moving explosives, moving bodies, just hitting enemies with it, throwing... You can throw, like, the best strategies of dealing with Rosies are, like, throwing their proximity mines back at them, but they don't do anything, apparently.
Yeah, well, they don't do anything. Well, the proximity mines, when you put them on barrels and shit, and then you just like, if you put, like, 6 proximity mines on an explosive barrel and then pick it up with telekinesis and chuck it at them, again, the developers knew you would do this shit because they understand how their players would get creative with telekinesis, and they would realize how broken that would be, so they nerfed it to where if it took 1 damage from an explosive barrel, it will negate all other damages. That would include your landmines.
Yeah,
So
telekinesis sucks,
good on
man.
to the
They balanced
devs
the
for
game.
good on to the devs for probably picking up on that. Like,
Yeah, you're. I criticized the game for the weapons not being balanced, but then I also criticized the game for them balancing out the this one very specific strat with
I
telekinesis.
also criticized
This
the game
means
for it being
telekinesis is bad.
unbalanced. I also criticized the game for it being unbalanced with the crossbow and wrench, even though that's not true at all.
Uh, uh, Next, let's see, which one is due next? Oh wait, how about just hypnotize Big Daddy? Plasmids don't do anything. He literally laughed about the fact you can just have a bodyguard with you at all times that can like not only like kill any enemies and other Big Daddies pretty easily, but can easily kill you if you're not careful. Don't do it. They don't do the plasmids. Don't do anything, y'all. Enrage. You get enemies to fight each other, including Big Daddy. You can get a Big Daddy to start fighting a group of splicers, which can like definitely help you because his attention won't be on you, and you can do a lot of damage on him very easily.
Yeah,
What
but
insect swarm?
I
Oops,
will
sorry.
say with enrage, there is the penalty of once it's done, like for example, the Big Daddy's done killing the splicers, his attention will be driven to you again. But hopefully you get like all that damage done before that happens. But enrage is such a unique perk, but I don't really see myself, or I don't know, I don't really see myself using it
There are
as
better
much.
options
Yeah.
pragmatically, but it is fun to
But
use.
yeah, it's a fun thing. Like if you want to go through and just be like, hey, I'll use this my playthrough, replay value.
Next after that would be insect swarm. That's that one. You can scope out enemies you couldn't see because they'll always go for enemies. You can like stun enemies that are away. Like it's good for crowd control. Like you can stop other enemies
Insect swarm
that
is
you
pretty
can't
much the
focus.
perfect plasmid for everything.
Yeah, like it's great for the little sister escort mission. Like yeah,
I
it's a
would say
nice
that
little
is a go.
damaging.
Yeah, I would say that's a go-to plasmid in that game.
It's a great damaging stun for any enemies you can't get to or distraction. But it also will attack any big daddy nearby, even if they're hypnotized to you. So plasmid's not doing anything doesn't always go in your favor. But next, security bullseye, amazing way to kill big daddies, and can distract the cameras and turrets to other splicers instead of you, so you can make a quick escape. So definitely plasmids don't do anything. After that, let's see, Sonic Boom can push enemies away, which allow you to kill them easily. You can just push them off. I think you would know
Push
more about
missiles
this one than
away.
I do.
Alright,
Yeah,
with Sonic Boom, when it's upgraded and all that, you can push up to about at least a bunch of enemies as long as they're into your crosshair. Sonic Boom will mostly get them down to like the lowest point of health, depending on the upgrade. The second upgrade would be like they'll get them to at least like one shot will kill them. Also, with the Sonic Boom, it's not useful against Big Daddies, but it's useful at pushing the Rosie's mines away. It's also
exactly.
useful at pushing the missiles away, nitro splicers shits away. It's useful at pushing splicers into water and then shocking the water, so it's also good for that. It's useful for pushing them into the cyclone traps, which Sheep will talk about what that does later. It's also useful at. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. I probably need to test this more. If a bouncer Big Daddy charges at you and you Sonic Boom it, it might negate it, but I don't know this yet. I will have to do more test runs on it. But
I don't know that either.
if I will get back on that because I actually want to know if it does. I just haven't got around to do that yet because I'm testing the other plasmids at the moment. But also another cool thing about Sonic Boom that I did realize is that if you don't have telekinesis on you at the moment and there's some thing on a high ground, you can just use Sonic Boom to push it down to you. So it also moves physical objects as well.
Hmm.
Also,
Yeah.
I would
Sure.
also like to mention with Sonic Boom is that it's just generally a funny plasmid to use. With the splicers just flying when you push them. It's like force push.
Yeah, you mentioned everything I would have wanted to say. Brilliantly said. Amazingly said, fanboy. You don't do anything. And then, like, you show, like, you reflecting a bomb into a Big Daddy or something like that.
Yeah,
And then,
that would be hard to line up
last,
the Big Daddy though. Probably have to
yeah,
hypnotize it.
yeah. And then last, the, Cyclone Trap, which he said was the same as Sonic Boom because it pushes them in the air, except Cyclone Trap doesn't have crowd control unless you
Cyclone
use
Trap is
several.
complete. Like Cyclone Trap is similar in elemental way, in a scientific
Yeah,
elemental way. It is
yeah,
not
and
the
it,
same in terms of usage.
yeah, like you use the like there would be again there'd be way more useful in Bioshock 2 because you have like way more little sister defense segments. But they're great for like setting up traps that are defend yourself beforehand, so you don't have to worry about splicers. I mean, obviously they're a trap, like the part where you're turning the lava into the water or the little sister escort mission. Or if you're trying to like get away, like trying to run away from from a splicer, you can put one like behind you and keep running and don't have to worry about it. Like, yeah, I feel like Cyclone Trap might be the weakest one in the game. I'm not sure.
Though it does, I will say, I will vouch for Cyclone Trap. It's still like strong in its own regard.
Yeah,
Even when you upgrade it to the second form, it's like Sonic. Like again, it's like Sonic Boom in damage, where it at least gets them down to like one shot or one hit with the wrench,
yeah, and being
depending
able to
on
have
where
a
they hit and shit. You know.
trap plasmid in Bioshock One is a really nice niche, and it adds like it's just a really nice option to have.
Yeah, because hell, you could just use Cyclone Trap because before Sonic Boom, because that was downloadable content. What I did was I just put Sonic Boom on their feet and just went, whew, just let them flew. Like I can just lift them up and get them the fuck out my way.
Yeah, I actually almost forgot to mention Target Dummy. Fanboy, I don't know if it was this video or last video, but was talking about the uses of that.
Oh, that's just
You could lure like a bouncer into running into a bunch of mines. You could easily just distract all enemies from you, allowing you to run away or
my
attack them from
favorite
behind to
thing
do
to
more
do with
damage.
the my favorite thing to do with the decoy is to get them all near the security camera, then throw a security bullseye, and then they get fucked.
Oh yeah,
Like you can
that is really
utilize the
good.
security in turrets too with
Again,
decoy.
comboing
It might even be
plasmids
the
using
best.
your own
It might be the
creativity.
best plasmid when it comes to creativity.
Yeah, again, using your own creativity to combo plasmids. See, all the plasmids are fun, and all of them do have a use for something. This guy saying the plasmids don't do anything in Bioshock is literally the dumbest statement a guy could make, except it isn't, because he said even dumber things somehow. Like Portal is an FPS game, and I,
Like,
pay,
yeah. And anyone who's watching this video and you're just saying, wondering why we're still talking about this guy, we're 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 going for the long game. We're doing this. Like we're making sure, like what he said here, he'll never make this mistake ever again, and he'll make probably a passionate review of any game, and you'll look back at this video and be like, man, those guys really did help me
I'm just doing
understand.
it because I have nothing better to do. But hopefully, he makes like a really angry response to us, and then maybe even more hopefully, we have like a debate with him on Discord, and he gets
Yeah,
and he
but
like
I don't know if he's that kind of person. Honestly, like I actually hope he does better himself in a way.
yeah
Like
that
but even though he could be like a guy who's just doing it for views, and he just did it for views. Still, open the
I
criticism.
don't know.
So even
He
if
does
like,
genuinely. Sorry.
like his name is called Max Fail. So
He does seem to genuinely like Bioshock Infinite, though, for sure.
yeah,
Like
so
we
maybe
know,
it is.
that's the one thing that's consistent about him is his love for Bioshock Infinite.
Yeah. All right. I think we talked about all the Bioshock 1 plasmids, so we can move on.
See how like see, there's such an obvious difference between him and us. He just makes a declarative statement: the plasmids don't do anything, and move on, and that's it.
Call us
He
Bioshock
doesn't.
1 fanboys. We are right.
Yeah, he doesn't have to. He doesn't feel the need to explain himself at all. He just says it, and that's all he needs to do is just say it.
We will
Well,
defend.
we
We will defend what is worth
yeah,
defending.
yeah. Well, we feel the need to go in as much detail as possible, so you understand why something is the case. The case being that plasmids in Bioshock One actually do something.
I know, and probably anyone watching this video probably didn't even give a shit and just skip past this part. Like, I already know how the plasmid works. Like, it's because it's like you should already know this. Like, if you like Bioshock, you know how the plasmids work. It's kind of sad that we have to explain it.
It really is sad. You should just know this if you had common sense.
Like, you should explain it really if you were doing a review on Bioshock. We're not even doing a review on.
Yeah, actually, you know what? Let me do kind of like an example of this. If I remember correctly, this is random, but in Spider-Man PS4, out of all the gadgets you have, right? One of them, like the spider drone, like the drones you can deploy that shoot at enemies.
Yeah.
I don't remember those actually having a use at all. Like they just lightly stun enemies, kind
They
of
were just
for a
like
few.
something for fun, if I recall.
Yeah, for a few seconds. I actually could go into detail on why that literally is useless and doesn't do anything because it's just a very minor stun for a few seconds. That doesn't really do much for you anyway. Like it doesn't really keep them away from you like Insect Swarm and Bioshock would, for example. It just shoots them for a little bit and
It's
that's
just
it.
like it looks like just something they just did put it in because it was fun.
Because you know it's kind of a cool idea, Spider-Man having a drone. Like he had one in Homecoming too.
Like
But all the other
the drone, like it just shoots them. Like I mean, I guess it is a good distraction.
like it's not a damaging shot at all. It's not like the electric
Yeah,
thing
it's
in
like a little
Batman
like it
Arkham.
shoots them and then it pushed them back a little bit.
Yeah, it's not like the wreck gun in Batman Arkham. It's not that kind of shot. It's just boop boop boop. It's like getting shot with a Nerf gun. Yeah, and all the other gadgets definitely I do remember being useful for some situations, but not that one. That just exists. So
And it's
yeah,
off
see, I did that to show that like that's what he could have done with the plasmids. He could have went like electrical, like what it doesn't do anything because
Wanna know why
like
he
the
didn't?
zap. Like he could have done that.
Wanna know why
I mean,
he
he would have been
didn't?
wrong.
Yeah, you wanna know why he didn't, Sheep? Because he would have been wrong. Like because he probably knows deep down all plasmids have like a reason.
Yeah.
Or he
Like
could,
again,
or like it wouldn't surprise me though if he went complete dumb fuck mode.
yeah. Again, I think we could continue now.
Plasmids don't really do too much. I can go into that in a future video, but
Oh no, you could explain it now since we're here. But
overall, I would say this is
Wait, what?
we're gonna explain it in a future video. Check that one
Uh,
out, guys. This is a
that's
review.
not-
This is why it's a masterpiece.
This guy, he really keeps surprising me at every turn. Literally,
Video says
Every
why
s-
it's partially a masterpiece, but he won't explain why the plasmids work or explain anything of how the plastics or figures work. And he saves it for another video, of course.
wow, Fanboy. Literally every time I think I know what this guy is about, I think I finally understand him. He pulls some like crazy maneuver and like kicks me in the face.
Pulls the strings.
I'm
You broke the
just-
spell.
Yeah, he breaks my spell every other 30 seconds in his video and leaves me completely just dazed in the glory that is him. In this guy's Bioshock review, he makes the statement that plasmids, like one of, if not the biggest part of the game, don't do anything. Anything. Not even that they're weak. They don't do anything. And he has the balls to go, I'll explain that in a later video. We have important things to talk about here.
Like what? It's just
Literally, what is more important in a Bioshock review than the plasmids, like, you explaining how the plasmids don't do anything? Like, what could you... Jesus!
It's so
In
dumb.
Bioshock Infinite, whereas in this
He
game,
has
most
to
of the
talk about, like, how I've played all these games, and...
Yeah, he has
Well,
time to stroke his cock, but he doesn't have time to...
I'm back at the computer now. I can post my third comment. I should probably make a fourth now. I don't even know...
I don't even bother. Just ask for that fucking...
No, I'm making a fourth. I'm making a fourth now, and I'm not even gonna pretend to be nice in this one. How do you make...
First, can we at least wait until he gives us the Bioshock Infinite link? Because you already know he's gonna be that guy who's like, oh, now I'm not giving you the link.
plasmids don't really
Wait,
do too much. I can go into that in a future video, but
Right.
overall, I would say this is a great game. And if you want to argue that the story and the plot are a masterpiece,
Wait,
fine.
Father, please.
Fine.
Can you pause it for a second? I need to... There's just...
I love how he says fine, like he's just giving that to us. Like, listen to him.
Story
Yeah.
and the plot are a
Just listen to him.
masterpiece.
Yeah.
Fine.
Fine. You know what? I'll give you that. You win. Okay, man babies? Fine.
Exactly. Just... Exactly. Like,
That's all you're
So-
getting. That's all you're getting from me.
So he doesn't like the game, then?
I don't
Like,
don't know. I don't
Yeah.
fucking know. It's an 8.5, but what the fuck? If this is an 8.5, what's a 7.5?
I don't... That's a good question.
Because like
Bioshock
it's close
2.
to that, and also it's extremely subjective, so I can't really argue against it.
Wait,
oh
what? What's
my-
subjective?
I
What's subjective now?
think he's talking about the story.
The story being good?
Overall, I
Like,
would
is
say
that
this is a great
subjective?
game. And if you want to argue that the story and the plot are a masterpiece, fine. Because like it's close to that, and also it's extremely subjective, so I can't really argue against
Oh my
it.
god, Father,
It's close
please!
to that, and it's
Again, Fanboy!
it's close to
can't
that. He
pick-
still wants to eat his cake.
Yeah, he can't pick a team! He objectively declares it's close to a masterpiece, but also
He's
that's
like,
just
fine.
your opinion.
It's like, it's fine. I'll give you that, but
Yeah, fine. It is close to a masterpiece, but that's also just your opinion. Pick a team! Are you objective or subjective? I don't...
why
by
is he
the way,
so afraid to pick a team too?
I was kind
Like
of
he knows
going...
he's I bet he knows he's on the wrong team, right? Like he
Yeah,
knows
like-
he's on the team that makes no sense.
I mean, I was kind of... I mean, objective and subjectivity, they're not actually, enemies. They can mix a lot. But, I was kind of, I didn't want to say Bioshock Infinite was objectively bad. I do feel like if there is an objective way to measure art, it would be lesser than the first two games. But, real quick, at the end of the day, there's no universal rules of what makes something good or bad.
Yeah.
But with that said, it's not just subjective either, though.
I'm just-
I guess I can...
I
Sorry.
guess you could say in Bioshock Infinite's term, I was disappointed in it.
Yeah, well, with Bioshock 1, he's about to say that, like, it being a masterpiece is subjective, I'm pretty sure. And, like, I guess I'm the one who can't pick a team now, because, no, it's not, no, it's not. Like, it is well made, it is provable, though. Like, we
Yeah,
can show,
a lot of people also agree with you, Sheep.
like, we can show, like, I mean, we kind of
There-
did, we did in, like, the last video, and,
no, don't even read. Just watch a video of all the audio logs, and matter of fact, just play the game. Look up where all the audio logs is. Dude, it's like the best storytelling. And the story, like the story does not have to hold your hand. It can still tell a story while you're playing the game.
yeah, like, again, like I feel like saying it's a somehow objectively good storytelling is probably too bold of a claim, but if there was a way to say something is objectively good writing, Bioshock is in. Like, we can look at the effort that was put in, unlike this video. For example, like, I don't know what's
Just watch the commentary on the devs.
Yeah, like, here's just a random example, and it's honestly more of an Easter egg than... No, actually, in the opening cutscene, Jack pulls up his present, and when we first watch it, it's supposed to tell us that he does have a family that cares about him and a life outside of Rapture. But when we replay the game, we know that's the opposite of true, and if you look at the note on the present, it says, "Dear Jack, would you kindly not open until these coordinates?" If you rewatch the game, like, it completely flies over your head, kind of pun intended, when you first play it, but when you replay the game, you see how it perfectly foreshadows the ending, and your mind is blown. Like, that is good. That's what I would call good writing right there. Like, the fact that the first thing you hear on the radio is, "Would you kindly pick up that shortwave radio?" And, like, you can hear him say it the whole game, but you don't notice it until you replay it. Like, is that, like, you can tell the effort put into it. You can tell the work that was designed into it. And this isn't even probably the best example.
Yeah,
Like,
that's just the twist. We're not even talking about Ryan's story, the other side stories that were really well done.
like, you see,
the world building.
You see, I'm kind of you're exactly right. I'm kind of caught in an awkward place because I don't want to just say that, like, we could just objectively find out if everything is good or bad, because I feel like I'm kind of being the arbiter of what good and bad is in art, and I know I couldn't really be that anyway, even if that was possible. But also, just saying that Bioshock's story being a masterpiece is subjective, and there's, like, no way at all this, like we can't say it's better than, I don't know, Michael Bay Transformers or something like that. What's, like, badly written to you? What's a badly written game, Fanboy?
Sonic 06.
Sonic 06? Probably. That's probably a good example, but, like...
Bad rating game. Sonic 06. Hunt the Freeman.
Yeah, Hunt the Freeman. Let's do that one. Like, just saying it's just subjective that the writing is a masterpiece. Like, no. Like, what's even the point of trying, then? What's even the point of putting all the effort into writing good stories if it doesn't matter anyway, and it's just subjective? If there's no difference between Hunt Down the Freeman and Bioshock, why even put the effort into writing anyway?
Yeah.
Like, no. I can't accept that. I can't accept that. No. There is. Like, yeah.
They're writing down the Freeman, though, right? Cheap, like at least one cutscene.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, I've seen that.
It's so stupid. It was so stupid. Give or take, it was made by, like, fans who loved Half-Life. But still, it was still like a game that you spend money on to play, so...
To be fair, Fanboy, at least in Hunt Down the Freeman, you can dash and jump off walls, so it's still better paced than Bioshock. I actually don't know if you can jump off the walls and Hunt Down the Freeman.
I know you can run.
it's extremely subjective, so I can't really argue against it. I could point out like plot holes.
Yeah, you
or
could.
inconsistencies with the
That would
plot.
be arguing against it. Do it then. Do it.
Do it! Fucking
Do it now.
It. You'd probably bring up some Bioshock 2, not even Bioshock 1. Fucking.
Most plots have plot
That wouldn't even be fair. Like, Bioshock 1.
Okay, another comment time. Another comment.
holes, and most plots have inconsistencies.
Okay.
Do it. Where's the plot holes? Are you gonna say Ryan could have used the fat chamber? Please do.
Because he was already embarrassed on that one.
Characters in stories act the way that they're meant to act.
Because if we actually say do it, do that, he would actually have to do his research.
Insofar as what the director wants them to be doing, or the writer wants them to be doing. So like the
what is he
characters
talking
in this game
about?
don't feel
Hold
very
on, can you
organic,
rewind like 30 seconds or something? I don't know, I'm a bit confused.
Because like
Fine.
it's close to that, and also
Fine.
it's extremely subjective, so I can't really argue against it.
Father, please.
I could
It's close to that, and it's really subjective. Literally, literally having his cake, and well, not literally, having his cake and eating it too.
Without
Pick
picking,
one.
Like he won't pick the side. Yeah, you're right. He's leading at both sides.
It's either almost a
Like,
masterpiece,
I kinda
or it's
don't
just
know what-
subjective.
The thing is, I don't know what side he's on. That's the thing. Like, I actually
Yeah.
don't know.
You can't say it's almost a masterpiece, and it's also
Like,
just
I thought I
subjective
knew what side
anyway.
he is. Maybe he's on the side where it's bad still. He says an 8.5 though.
Maybe he's on the side of whatever enters his head first,
Maybe
I guess.
he is on the third side that doesn't exist, called the balance. I don't.
The fail side.
The
That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to
can
have
point
like
out, like,
balance
plot
between
holes
these two
or
things. But
inconsistencies with the plot.
Yeah, but this is like balance, but it feels like it's upside down.
Yeah.
I mean, most plots have plot holes, and most
It's
plots have
anarchy.
inconsistencies, and most characters in stories act the way that they're meant to act, insofar as what the director wants them to be doing, or the writer wants them to be doing. So like the characters in this game don't feel very organic. Like Andrew Ryan has you kill him
oh, Father,
because
please!
it makes sense. In
Oh
the
my
plot,
God!
Hold
not
on,
because it
hold
makes sense for
No,
what Andrew.
I actually.
No, we have to take it one at a
kill
time.
him. So
Oh
like the
my
characters
God,
in
he's
this game
actually-
don't feel very organic. Like Andrew Ryan has.
No, okay. What we have to take this one at a time. What did he say before that? Like he was saying, all stories have plot holes, and in all stories,
plot
characters
holes.
will.
Or
Let's see.
And in all
So I can't really
stories,
argue
characters.
against it. I could point out like plot holes or inconsistencies with the plot. I mean, most plots have plot holes, and most plots have inconsistencies, and most characters in stories act the way that they're meant to act, insofar as what the director wants them.
Okay.
Oh,
Why are
you
you?
first.
That's everything, man. Of course they're gonna act what the director. When a voice actor comes in the booth, they don't know who the fuck they're playing. They are directed, so they know. Why is this a criticism? This is just. What?
I interpret it differently. I don't think he's criticizing the game this way. Here's how I interpret it. He's saying, life is just like it, man. Characters don't usually act normal nor in stories. They just act what the writer tells them to do. It's normal. All stories have it, including Bioshock. Yeah.
This is a criticism.
That's how No, I don't think so. I think he's just saying that's the way things are. And my response would be is that no. Some writers actually put the work in to make sure characters act the way they would act, and it's not just an extent. It's not just what the writer wants to have.
Like when it says Andrew Ryan is angry in this scene, they better act like they better play the part.
Yeah.
Or when it it says Fontaine will say he broke the spell really loud.
You're right, fanboy. He is
Broke the
saying the
spell.
very blatant obvious, but
The
I don't know if we want.
And yeah, in the script it says must be believable.
Yeah, he is stating the very obvious, but like again, I feel like he's saying that it's just like natural for stories to be badly written in some way, like, and that characters are just gonna do what the writer tells them to do, and that's just a normal part of storytelling. Maybe my interpretation's wrong. Who knows if this guy? But no. See, this is why I don't like saying it's all just subjective with writing. I don't like saying it's all just objective necessarily, but when you're doing that, again, you're discrediting the writers who actually do put in the work to make every character and their decision make perfect sense of who they are as a person. Andrew Ryan, as you're going to talk about, is an amazing example of this, because the decisions he makes make perfect sense to who he is as a person and what he believes in. Freedom being a big one of that. And we're gonna get to that then. Let's see him. Let's see him make us angry.
Who is that?
Yeah.
Who is that? Oh shit.
Them to be doing, or the writer wants them to be doing. So like the characters in this game don't feel very organic. Like Andrew Ryan has you kill him because it makes sense in the plot, not because it makes.
We don't even need to explain that. Nope.
It makes sense for what Andrew Ryan.
No. I'm going to.
Okay, she'd be going to because he loves that scene a lot. Like we probably said it like 10 times.
I've seen it like 50 times at least in my life, but probably more than that. Okay, so Andrew Ryan, right? He's a really big lover of freedom. That's like even if he doesn't always do what really is freedom, like even if his policies don't always support freedom.
Because he's a big when it comes to his beliefs, he also believes that there could be something worse than his beliefs. So when something something worse than his beliefs comes into fruition, and it tangles his beliefs, he basically, what would you say, he has to go beyond his like comfy space.
I think I get what you're saying. I think you can give me a second to explain
There was an audio log where there was the pheromone idea, but he was against it because it was against what he believed in. But then again, he said he's also he's very stubborn, and he's like, well, if Atlas has my city, then his I forgot what it was. I forgot what it was like. It was like his beliefs.
If the Riders and Atlas control the city, we will all be slaves.
Yeah. So basically, he was thinking it as if I do this right now, I'll be freeing them later.
Yeah. You have a great point there, but let me finish my thought first, and then you can go. Again, Andrew Ryan, really the main principle in his eyes, even if his actions don't always support freedom, it's what he views in life. It almost is his god in a way, even though he hates the idea of a god or a big government telling him what to do. Rapture and Bioshock as a whole even was all about freedom. Freedom from being controlled on what to do, free from having to pay taxes to the government, free from having to restrict science to morality, free from doing whatever you wanted in your own home because of religion or whatever the case may be. Like how apparently his forest belonged to God, so we had to give it up, and he didn't like that, so he burned it to the ground. But when the chips are down, as another audio log from a mother says, that when the chips are down, his actions aren't go for freedom. In fact, the opposite. He definitely turned into a dictator over time. That is what he believes, and that's always what he believes, and that's always what he thinks he's doing. Anyway, the point is that when he learns that his son is literally a slave who doesn't have the ability to choose for himself, he decides to make a point and a statement because he knows at this point it's too late for him anyway, and that he is going to die. And he knows he couldn't, at that point, that it really is his son, and he couldn't actually try to kill his son anyway. That's why he disables his Vita chambers in the area and decides to make a statement that his son is not free. His son is not a man. He is a man, and he is choosing to kill himself. And he died believing in freedom, like he always lived believing.
Yeah, you literally like a man chooses, a slave obeys. Like, in that depiction, it's depicting Jack as the slave and Ryan as the man.
Yeah.
Like, if like Ryan really wanted to, he could have been like, "Would you kindly kill yourself?" But again, what Sheep said, he couldn't. Like, there's no way he could have. Like, he realized it was his son, and like his beliefs. Like, killing his son would go against his beliefs, and there's no way he would have done that.
He literally says at the end, before the "would you kindly" moment, "Now that I see you blood to blood, I can't turn my hand against you." Even though he was just trying to kill him the whole game, now that he fully realizes the situation, he couldn't do that. It
Really shows his character. Like,
yeah.
he really, like, you really do now believe that he wanted to make Rapture great. Like,
Yeah. Andrew Ryan's a very interesting character because, like, I feel like calling, like, he's a mix. I don't know how to explain
he's a
it.
good guy, yeah. Not like, that's not true. Ryan
That is
far from
Ryan has done monstrous things in Rapture, and a lot of Bioshock fans don't actually realize that. Like a lot of it. I mean, most of it was most of it was because of Fontaine pushing him, but Andrew Ryan always made the worst decisions when Fontaine came to push to shove. Like, Andrew Ryan's of all human beings, a very complex person.
Yeah, like the
He,
hangings,
yeah,
the
wall,
his best friend on the wall, the
yeah,
fucking let's see, him under, like, still going through with the little sister program because of the war. Like, he utilized his little sister still because of the war effort.
Feeling that the poor,
like Incinerary and shit, like Ryan Industries was all over the plasmids. That's because he
yeah,
wanted to win the war with the plasmids and all that.
And he didn't care enough about what the damage Adam would do to restrict it, because in his eyes that would be restricting freedom and also his business too. He also thinks all the poor people in the world and in Rapture had to
go. They all had to go.
Yeah. The idea of even helping the downtrodden and poor at all is like that is what a parasite is in his eyes. And you have to pull yourself up by your bootstraps. And you don't deserve to be helped. You have to like care for yourself in a way.
And not even the go over what he did in Bioshock 2. There's even far worse stuff that we didn't even know about that he did in Bioshock 1. That's in Bioshock 2. Was straight up framing Sophia Lamb with some bullshit.
Censoring Sophia Lamb supporters, sending all the people who rub him the wrong way ideologically into a prison, a horrifying prison. That's the final level.
Sophia Lamb was like the king of that prison.
Yeah,
the prison from the final chapter of Bioshock 2? That's where Ryan sent all of Sophia Lamb's little buddies. And those are basically like Nazi camps.
Yeah, anyone he saw was like, this parasite has different ideas than me. Take him there. I forgot the name of the prison.
Me too.
I shouldn't have, but
it's literally like the final chapter in Bioshock 2, and I can't believe I forgot.
This guy did it to us. He killed our brains. Bioshock 2 prison. Persophon. Now I can't pronounce it. I could pronounce it before. I forgot. Persophony.
Persodium.
I could.
Or whatever.
No. Okay, it's PERSE PHONE. Basically, Persephone is how it's spelled. I could have pronounced this before. How did I forget this?
It's our brains, man.
Personity. No! Why did you do this to me, Fail? Okay. Anyway.
Yeah, anyways, yeah, Ryan had Nazi camps.
Yeah. The real point is that, and a lot of people ask, like, because a lot of people, like, they need things, like, spoon-fed to them, you know? They can't understand stories, like, because, like, in YouTube comments, a lot of people ask the question, why didn't he just tell Jack, would you kindly kill Fontaine, or whatever? And this guy is absolutely one of them. Like,
Yeah, like, would you kindly kill like,
or Atlas, I guess. I don't know if he knew it was Fontaine, but
it's
um,
well, I can definitely tell you many reasons why he wouldn't have done that. Because, well, I guess because Ryan again is also against the idea of slave.
yeah.
Even though
Well,
he's kind of
I mean,
it's kind of like
you may,
he's still against like I know like his whole thing is like the free like he's that big freedom guy. He doesn't
yeah,
like the idea of slaves. But
well, I don't know if that.
he's also like open to the idea of winning at any cost.
Yeah,
But
like
like
he made
once
the
he
big
realized that guy
daddies
was
and
his son, though,
yeah,
he just fucking gun it.
yeah, like there's the big daddies and little sisters, and basically the slicers following the pheromones are slaves. Like
Like
an audiologue in Bioshock One, the Masha come home one. Like the parents were told that the daughter is needed to save Rapture, and they just took her and made her into a little sister.
yeah,
That's definitely
Ryan and his
slavery there. Like
little
again, he
freedom.
believes in freedom, but he's kind of dumb.
Yeah.
No, no, I shouldn't say it
So
like
like the
that
most
because
logical reason why he didn't do that is because it was his son,
yeah,
and he wanted to prove a point.
yeah. I think I explained it like basically. Like it makes perfect sense within his character. Even like even though Andrew Ryan's an illogical person, it makes sense he would make this decision. That his death was meant to prove he was he was the free one there. That he was the man there.
Yep,
It makes perfect
he
sense. You're
was.
an
He
idiot.
really
You can't
was.
understand. You couldn't pass a basic literacy class. You couldn't interpret any
Like even
story
when
at
I was a
all.
kid, I understand that cutscene. Like I
Yeah.
got it. I got the
Yeah, like it's
message.
not like it's not even complicated stuff in the grand scheme of things. I bet.
Like
But yeah,
it's not even like he's the man, I'm the slave, and he chose, and I obeyed.
yeah, like the scene in Star Wars where Luke's like looking at the twin suns, hoping that he can have a better life and go on an adventure instead of just being a nowhere, living on a nowhere planet as a random farmer. This guy would watch Star Wars and be like, "Hey, why is she just staring at the sun? Like that's gonna hurt your eyes, man. What are you doing?" That's how this guy watches Star Wars. 'Cause-
Alright, I think we explained it good. Another hour.
Because it makes sense in the
yeah,
plot,
And we
not because
we
it makes
deserve
it makes sense
Maybe
for what
this is
Andrew
episode 11, man.
Ryan would want.
It's long enough. Fuck it. Yeah, episode 11. This is it.
we
Andrew
can
Ryan
figure
goes
that out
crazy for
later.
the plot. Andrew Ryan becomes a tyrant for the plot. All these things happen for the plot to set the
What?
story.
Rewind like 10 seconds.
I mean, like, this is why I wanted him to finish talking about Ryan, because he's talking about all the stuff
Oh
we
my
just
god.
said.
If the characters in
Oh
this
my
game don't
god.
feel very organic, like Andrew Ryan has you kill him
Like, this,
because it makes
like, my brain is mush now. Like, at this point, I'm like, yeah, this guy's a fucking...
Yeah,
sense in the
I'm gonna
plot,
try for the
not
both
because
of us.
it makes sense for what Andrew Ryan would want. Andrew Ryan goes crazy for the plot. Andrew Ryan becomes a tyrant for the plot. All these things happen for the plot to set the story. But
Oh my...
if you
Father,
want to argue the game's a
please.
masterpiece,
Like, no. Like, you literally can't pay attention to anything or interpret anything. You are, like, I'm not joking at all when I say you are the dumbest person I've ever met. Or not met, like, seen.
It was a joke, but now I don't even know...
It's not, it's genuinely serious. Like, literally just listen to the audio logs. It's there.
This video is getting taken down for, bullying and harassment.
Yeah, I bet it is. Let-
His video should be taken down for bullying and harassment. It's harassing my brain.
Yeah, like this really isn't hard stuff. Just listen to the audio logs. I tried to explain this in the last episode. Like again, he said the lore was very easy to understand, even though we couldn't understand it. But it's not. Like it's a fairly complicated story because you only have the audio logs to piece it together. But like basically, like it started like Fontaine was using crime and like smuggling to the surface to build his empire, which risked Rapture being exposed to the surface. And Andrew Ryan like begrudgingly made a decision that like they had that at some point that people had to be hanged for the smuggling to stop because there was nothing he was doing that could make that happen. And then Fontaine with Tenenbaum was starting to build the Atom business. It was almost going to like usurp Ryan corporately, but then Ryan, at least in his eyes, had Fontaine taken care of, and then like had his hands on the atom industry, and he's all about industry. Like, wait, we don't. I don't need to. I shouldn't have to prove that to you. Like, he's
Yeah,
all
like
about
the
unregulated
plasma
industry.
advertisements literally say Ryan Industries.
Yeah, like he's known as like a libertarian. That's like, or an ANCAP libertarian or whatever.
Yeah, with
Like
Fontaine, it was a bit complicated with the Atom business because, well, Fontaine knew that Ryan was gonna go after him hard now, and then he had to and he couldn't get the poor people to side with him because, well, they know Fontaine's a dickhead.
yeah,
So he had to become Atlas, who was born in the poor and is
yeah.
for the people.
Yeah, and because of Andrew Ryan's again like political beliefs that the poor should be able to make a life of themselves and shouldn't need the government's handout to help them. Like he also doesn't believe like taxes should be helped to help the poor or whatever. Atlas was able to come in. Actually, Fontaine already had them prepared. Like he had all the poor people in his poorhouses and sort of like getting the best plasmids developed. And McDowell knew that he was going to start preparing an army. And then Atlas comes in and asserts himself as the poor people hero, the
I'm surprised
revolutionary, the
Ryan didn't
man of
pick
the
up on
people.
Atlas being Fontaine because he came in vaguely soon. But Fontaine was very smart with it because he was able to, fake his death. I forgot how, but
It's not even explained in the game, weirdly,
yeah,
which actually would be a valid like criticism. Is that that's not explained, but
because okay, Fontaine fakes his death, and then it would make sense for a poor person to fight back, right?
yeah,
It just
and
makes sense
then
in the world building, of course.
yeah, and then Atlas uses the poor people that Ryan mistreated horribly because that's his beliefs. That's a thing real people believe.
Yeah, and I
He was
was
able
like,
to
look what
use.
he's doing, guys. Come on, let's fight. He's like, what? I like this guy because he's like us.
Yeah, he used them and started like committed a terrorist attack at the Kashmir restaurant and started the civil war. And then Ryan felt the
Yeah,
pressure
Atlas
that he was.
versus Ryan, my Bioshock 2 multiplayer.
Let me explain it. Yeah, you're right though. Atlas welcomes you to the fight. Down with Andrew Ryan. Andrew Ryan is glad to have you. Crush the parasites. We'll save the city together. Anyway, Ryan felt the pressure from the army that was against him and his beliefs, and like that's why he started going more into the tyrant lane. I'm not going by Bioshock One lore. Obviously, he was more of a tyrant with the Sophia Lamb stuff and two, and all in the prison we were just talking about. But just in
Yeah,
Bioshock One, he really put the pressure on him, and he that's when he started going really downhill. He even says this. But one of the last audio logs in the game is Andrew Ryan saying, I have probably made mistakes, and maybe I'm wrong in my ideals, but I can't let Atlas destroy this city. Like, literally one audio log in the game explains how Andrew Ryan didn't just become crazy for the plot. It takes one audio log to prove him wrong. It's very like, you know what? It actually isn't hard to understand. You're just too stupid to do it.
Yeah, like his character, man. You knew, like, you generally, like, you really will believe he did it for the city. Like,
Yeah, in his
he wasn't
mind.
going like, he didn't just he didn't go crazy because of the plot. He was pressured into making dumb decisions, and he justified his dumb decisions by saying, "I'm doing it for the future," basically.
Yeah. Like, he has a
He also
radio message.
justifies it by saying, "If Atlas has the city, freedom is gone."
Yeah, like, he also has radio messages to you and Hephaestus that, like, once you're dead, Rapture is gonna rise and be better than ever before. Sort of thing. Like, the schools are gonna come back to life. The city will come back to life. You're stupid, Fail. You're worthless, Fail.
Yeah, he did not plan on dying, and at least not
He
until
only-
he figured it out.
He only planned on dying when he was about to die. So, yeah, there's that, but...
Like, Ryan was trying to kill you. I thought I don't know how he did not know that.
Yeah.
Uh,
Alright, I think we explained that well enough.
Piece because of the art and the story. It's extremely subjective. I don't have like extremely strong
Wait, can you go back
arguments
like
against
5 seconds?
that, because it makes sense for what Andrew Ryan would want. Andrew Ryan goes crazy for the plot. Andrew Ryan becomes a tyrant for the plot. All these things
actually
happen
does
for
make
the
sense.
plot to set the story. But if you want to argue the game's a masterpiece because of the art and the story, it's extremely subjective. I don't have like extremely strong arguments against that.
Father, please.
I mean,
Father,
plot-
please. You know what this is, Fanboy? This is passive aggressiveness at its finest.
yeah,
Like-
you really tell.
Like, this is what he is. Okay. You know, like, okay,
Like,
you know, it is subjective. I can't really argue that the game's story is bad at all, or the art is bad. Okay, fine.
Yeah, his brain is
Fine.
like yelling. He's like, ah!
I mean, I can say that Andrew Ryan's character doesn't make any sense at all, and just does what the plot tells him to do. But it's fine. I can't argue the plot isn't a masterpiece. All right, fine.
Yeah.
Man-child.
I mean, like, dude, you can if you actually have points.
You think he still
like,
wears a
thinks-
diaper to this day?
I think he just shit his pants. Not a second. Mama, get the get the powder. I can't talk shit about Bioshock.
If only I
They
could.
had constructive
wall jump out of there.
criticism.
I need to dash and wall jump out of this diaper, y'all. Someone help
Portal.
me.
Ugh.
Maybe I could put a portal on the white diaper.
We're going to hell.
We are. I don't have any.
We're going to hell, but at least I know we weren't the most bad people in hell.
Yeah.
That's good enough.
So I would wager there's like 3 more hours left of this.
Video games is kind of like second. Like a video game is a video game first, right? You can make the argument that some games put gameplay on the back seat. Then it becomes more of like an interactive.
Father, please.
No.
Again.
No.
Again, passive aggressiveness at its finest. Oh, I can't really, argue the fact that the story and art's a masterpiece, but I mean, isn't the game's supposed to be first. I mean, like, I guess sometimes it's not, but like it's like he actually like hates this game, or he just hates us for
Yeah, like he
criticizing him.
hates us, but and he also like wants to hate the game. But he knows if he hates the game, we're gonna come back with constructive criticism about every type, story, art, and gameplay.
Yeah. So I guess this is how it's when he said like the title is partially a masterpiece. Then I
He
guess is
really is like he really is just saying it because he
a
doesn't want to upset
child.
us. Yeah, he really
He
is a
really,
child.
just absolute man child.
Like he's the
Can't.
man child in here, not us.
Yeah, you care way too much about. Well, I guess us. I guess our criticisms. I suppose you care way too little about your video quality or anything to go with that. You care way too little on making sense for that's for sure.
I'm truly sad that he's like that. This game.
Like,
Like this could have like been better if he actually knew what he was doing.
yeah,
Like of course he would have still gotten hate, but hey, at least it was like better than just, what he's doing now.
yeah.
Like you might
If
actually
you,
would have had points and all that. And people would have been mad, yeah, but you would have had points and you would have been like, "Well, watch the video, buddy."
yeah,
But we're watching the video and like it would have been better to watch fucking paint dry.
yeah. Like again, you're right about that. Like again, like it's subtle, right? But let's just like reflect on the things like he's done, like the very mature things. Like he's ranted about how games are becoming like too casual, which isn't anything by itself. But then he's like he took time in his Bioshock review to jerk off about all these games he's played, and then just like when he criticized the game and said the plasmids don't do anything, he just said, "That's a later video." And then
And then he's like, everything's subjective. I can't say nothing. You
yeah,
guys will
like
get mad. Piss your pants. Yeah.
and now he's like, yeah, like I can't really, criticize, like I can't really
Well,
say the
I'll
game
mention
isn't
this
a
about Ryan though. Hold
masterpiece.
on. Let me mention this about Andrew Ryan real quick. Anyways,
Like it is subjective, but the game, like the gameplay really does suck, and like the story is partially a masterpiece.
yeah, and I
Or
know
the
that's subjective, but I honestly can't talk much about the game because, well, uh, it's subjective. You piss your pants, you fucking haters. Anyways, like that's what
yeah,
he's feeling inside. He genuinely believes like we're holding him at gunpoint.
I'm surprised we can hear him with the pacifier in his mouth.
Like he really thinks we're holding him at gunpoint, saying, "You better call this game fucking good, buddy. You better call this game fucking good."
Yeah, he does.
Like he genuinely believes like there's one way. Either he doesn't want to make a real critique video, or he really thinks that this is the only way.
He thinks this is a real critique video. That's the really sad part.
Well, it certainly took a dive. At first, it was telling that we were just man child, and now he's mocking. He's sort of like passive aggressive mocking.
Yeah,
This,
yeah. He's passive aggressively insulting the game. Like he's not even man enough to just outright do it.
yeah, like his first video. Now,
By
like,
the way,
he's kind of inconsistent too. Like
exactly.
this video, this is a totally different critique from his actual critique video that he had.
By the way, reminder. He said in his first video he thought the game was great. He said when he first played the game he thought in this video that the game was decent. And he hasn't told us he changed his mind at all. He's literally just lying about his opinion.
Yeah,
Which
just so he can literally get the hate off him, which is like kind of scummy.
and again, very, very childish.
Yeah, like, all right, guys, I don't like. He doesn't want to like make an actual critique video. Basically, if he would have done that, it would have been too much work, and it's just like it's not worth the hassle.
I'm genuinely probably going to call this episode Masked Veil, the Ultimate Man-Child.
Yep, this is episode 11.
That some games put gameplay on the back seat, then it becomes more of like an interactive movie. So it really depends on what.
Oh my god,
So, for one,
this is not a movie. The entire movie is with the gameplay in some way.
he's saying, oh, well, I know some game, like, you remember the passive-aggressive thing
Yeah,
where you're
he's
saying...
definitely mocking the game here.
Yeah, remember, he was saying, like, I know I can't criticize the story being a masterpiece, even though it's an almost masterpiece. I mean, a partial masterpiece. But, like, to be fair, isn't the game the most important part, though? Isn't the game the most important part, though?
Wink, wink.
And now,
wink, wink.
Yeah.
Nudge, nudge.
and now he's saying, no, I do know some games put the story first and sometimes become movies.
Yeah,
But still,
this game,
Bioshock
sucks. That's what's funny. This game is like the opposite of that.
Yeah, like, this game doesn't even have
like
cutscenes for the most part.
story.
Yeah, this Bioshock rarely even has cutscenes. You're, like, learning the story pretty much. You're always playing the game when you're learning the story the entire time.
That's what's so cool about it. You listen to audio log while you're killing a Big Daddy.
Yeah, there are, like, 4 cutscenes. Like, the opening cutscene, well, the ending cutscene.
And those cutscenes are important, though, right? But yeah, those cutscenes are very important. Like, those are only, like, 4.
Yeah, there are a lot of moments where there's basically a cutscene happening, but you're still playing the game. Like, you know, like when you're outside of it, like when you're actually like Angie Ryan hands you the golf club. That's a cutscene. But like when you're outside of his office, that's not a cutscene. You know, like when you're in the bathysphere heading the Rapture, like that's not technically a cutscene. You're still moving the camera around and everything. Whatever. Yeah, basically.
You can't move.
Yeah, we have to see
that you just can't move.
We have to see his full point if he even has one. If he's not just rambling to try to cover his ass.
Yeah, just at this point, he's just like trying to get these sneak disses in.
Yeah, like literally. That's how low it's gotten, Fanboy.
Like he knows he's gonna get hate. And it's funny how there's people in the comments. Like no one wants to like actually reply in the comments anymore because like I only got 187 views from it.
Oh, where's my third comment, man?
Oh, I'll have to refresh, but
Oh,
we'll see it after we finish it. But yeah, like not like his critique video. He didn't even have to make this video, by the way. He just did it to spite him. The comments he was getting.
Just to spite us.
Yeah, people like us.
Yeah.
Yeah. Even though
by
people
the
like
way,
us, we're really passionate about the game, and when we like come up with actual evidence, we're deceived as man-child, even though we're not the ones being like, well, fine, the game's good, wink, wink, and all that other bullshit. Like we'll flat out say if a game is bad or not. If it is.
Sorry, my headphones were doing a thing. Anyway, yeah, you're right. Were you still talking? I'm sorry.
What I was saying was like the difference between us, we're not like he's the one really being the man baby.
Exactly.
We're just giving him constructive criticism that he could have taken and probably not even made this video with, but he made this video to spite people like us and thinking, well, he can never have an opinion and yada yada yada, this and that, and then he just like basically going on this sneak diss train near the end.
Yeah, you know the thing about the stuff you're saying is that like that stuff at the beginning was also passive aggressive.
Really scummy.
It is. That stuff at the beginning where he was basically calling us man children and all that, that was also passive aggressive. He wasn't actually man enough to say that outright either. He was implying it. Like remember again, like he was just like, well, some people just take a video game too seriously.
Yeah.
And I said more than that too, I think, but that's like what that's implying.
Yeah.
Which
That's fucking just stupid. That's like the
Which is-
worst thing to say.
which is funny because who's the one taking something too seriously now?
Yeah, he's
It-
like, he made this video. We're just covering it. Like you don't see
Yeah.
us making another video. Like we're just reacting to this video basically.
Yeah.
You don't see us making a video, like an entire video, just claiming, "Oh, your video's trash" and all that. It's just these videos because this is wrong, and we'll tell you why it's wrong. You can take it to heart, or you can just shut the fuck up, I guess.
And if we did, we would tell you outright and to you. Remember Heartbreaker? We told him our problems of what he said to him. And we didn't do no passion. Saying that you like care more about Wolf's videos and his depression. Like, I'm not saying that's a bad thing, but it's kind of like, most people would consider it rude. We didn't do that. We were just like, hey, why did you do that? Empathies for fucking retards? Okay, thanks. That's how that went.
That was such. Yeah, we just want to know why, really. And we got it. It was a bit questionable. With this, like, honestly, I would like to talk to this guy and be like, why?
Yeah, now
Why?
now our opinions are changed because now I know he does not have the balls to talk to us.
Yeah, well,
We're like two cringy
first I'm
teenagers
like, okay.
on Discord.
Yeah, at first I'm just like, okay, yeah, okay. I don't know what to say about this video. Now with this pity, like, sneak this shit, it's like, oh, he's one of these people. Sheep was right.
Yeah,
He really is one of these
and being right, and I'm not even happy to be right. Like, I'm honestly just kind of disgusted a little bit.
Like, I don't even think he actually thinks the game's an 8.5.
Yeah, God only knows what he actually thinks. He probably doesn't even know what he actually thinks.
I think he only actually plays this game for the views.
To be honest, in hindsight, the reason he probably kept talking about Infinite was to spite us, because he thinks,
Right?
yeah, that's probably, he probably did,
He's really probably one of those people.
Yeah.
He probably doesn't even like Bioshock.
Yeah, he might not even like Infinite. He might have just, well, I don't know if I'd go that far, because he actually made videos
we
defending
actually
it,
don't know what he thinks, but we can think of his think.
Yeah, we can think of his think. Alright, let's try to see if it will get better, but it won't.
Like, I'm really disappointed. I feel like we're watching a pity video. Like, it really feel like he really wants us to look like the bad guys here, and it's really sad.
Oh, yeah, exactly.
I don't think anyone's gonna fall for this.
But he can't even, do that directly, though. It's funny, but you know what? You know what's also funny? And in, an hour and 40 minutes, school is about to start for me. So that's kind of funny how that works.
I know.
Although it's not a real class.
An 8-minute video.
Whatever. But.
Like, we had this is the difference between him and us. He will make an 8-minute video, and we'll make a 6-hour video explaining why he's wrong.
Yeah, and why? Yeah.
Your 8 minutes is 6 hours of content for us, my guy.
What you want from a game, but I would say overall, video games' core strength should be their gameplay and variety of gameplay. But aside from that, that's all I have to say about that. I'd still say this is a good game. It's just that, on the higher difficulty levels, a lot of ammo time.
Like, it really feels like he's, nudging his viewers here. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge.
He literally said, okay. So, but, I get some games, right? It's the gameplay's in the back sheet, but, usually, the gameplay, even if the story... Even if the story is good, usually the gameplay is, what matters, right?
You can definitely tell he's, mocking us.
Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. Moving on.
Yeah, you can definitely tell, he was serious about that. There's no way, that was a joke. He really, just wanted to do that to spite us.
Warmy, man.
Should be their gameplay and variety of gameplay.
Oh my god.
But aside from that, that's really all I have to say about that. I'd still say this is a
You know
good
what?
game.
Fine,
It's
buddy.
just that, like on the higher difficulty levels, a lot of ammo
Once
types
this
are
video's
useless and a
over,
lot of
we don't have to
weapons are
deal with
quite
you
bad.
anymore.
Base ammo for the pistol, SMG, and shotgun is
Still
extremely
no, still
weak.
missing upgrades.
Finally upgraded the shotgun.
Yeah,
Finally. About time.
I'm proud of him.
Still probably gonna call it shit.
The pistol, SMG, and shotgun is
No
extremely
pistol
weak and
upgrade.
does almost no damage. And the only
Oh! Oh!
I swear we just talked about this.
You know, I made the metaphor last time that whenever we think, like, we're in a hole, right? And whenever we think we're almost out of it, we get two layers in. Like, every time, every 30 seconds, it gets worse and worse.
Anyways, if you want to know how the weapons work, check out the last video.
Yeah, we went into full detail about this. Like, Fanboy literally,
We
like,
hopped on the game and we demonstrated on survival difficulty with no fatter chambers what these weapons can really do on late game.
Yeah, and we responded to, like, each of his fucking retarded claims then. Like we definitely, like, this one is definitely done.
Like,
and dealt
now he's
with.
just flat up saying, he's like, at first he was like a little bit wormy about it. Now he's just flat out saying, yeah, these are shit.
Yeah, you know what? Before, I thought he was just, like, a bad reviewer. Whatever. But now, this mongrel, man. Like, for one, not only is he doubling
I'm
down...
I'm a bit triggered. He's, like, not giving the game a chance. This is kind of bullshit.
Not only is he doubling down on what he said, he's, like, being harsher than he was before. Probably despite us.
Like,
Probably.
Yeah, he's literally not giving the game a chance. Like, this isn't even fair.
Yeah, maybe, like, it might not be despite us. That might be a conspiracy theory here, but, like, again,
Well,
the guns...
spite, like, people like us who would critique this.
Well, yeah, you're not, obviously not actually us, but not yet anyway. Not yet.
Hopefully
But-
not at all.
Hope.
'Cause
I hope.
Like, if he does make a video on us, I probably won't respond to it.
Yeah, I'm
'Cause
definitely putting his name
no,
in the...
just no. You no. Just no.
I don't know what we'll call the first video exactly, but we definitely need to put, like, his name in and, like, insult him to make sure, just to make sure.
Like, if he makes a video on us, I probably won't make a video on him. Like, I probably won't even react to that video.
we can react to it on the show at least, but
Maybe. Well, I'll think about it. But like, if he wanted to say something about our video here, he could just fucking try to get in contact to us. I don't know.
to be truthful with you, I'm not entirely sure if you'd actually put the effort in to watch, like, a 3-hour video or 5-hour
no,
video.
I doubt it.
But see, I'm not sure though, because he does
That's
seem
what's great
very.
about our podcast, though, right? Is like, if only the best of the best would sit through this.
Yeah, that's one way of putting it. But he does seem very spiteful, though. So, like, what he might do is he might actually watch the episodes, but then he'll, like, if he does talk about us, he'll say, like, man, why would I want to watch 6 hours of this nonsense? I got things to do, y'all. That's who I would guess
Yeah,
he'd be.
of course
But
he won't react to our critique, of course. On top of that, because
Anyway.
pretty much most of this was no filler or anything. It was straight up critique towards this video.
yeah,
So, and
Yeah.
our take on the video and his
Yeah.
thought process.
and our review of Bioshock, and a review of Bioshock, and
Like,
this talking about a review of
yeah.
Bioshock. Yeah,
It does take this long to talk about it. It does. Unless we're
So-
like speedrun talk. Let's go. 10 minutes.
yeah. So his point that the guns do like barely any damage in Bioshock, that is
that is so
stupid on the
bullshit.
face of.
No, that's just
Not-
bullshit.
Yeah, we completely already like I said, we're done and we dealed with that. I can't even speak anymore. We're done and dead with that one. We already completely addressed that point.
And he claims the wrench in the crossbow is the highest DPS. That is not true. Don't take that bullshit. The highest
Yeah.
DPS is definitely the electric gel flamethrower. If we're talking
Yeah.
DPS.
But like even sorry.
What would be like his logic? What would be faster to kill a Big Daddy?
I mean, you could show off, like, if you really wanted to, you could, like, you could open up Bioshock again and show off how weak each weapon is.
Nah.
But, like,
Nah.
you already did that last time. Like,
Yeah.
but even if you didn't do that last time, it's just dumb on the face of it. Like, Bioshock is, like, one of the most iconic games in, like, gamer
Yeah,
culture.
it's not iconic if it wasn't good. I'm just saying.
Yeah, like, seriously, if the game's this well known, how did no one except this guy figure out all the guns don't do anything? How is he the one to figure it out and no one else was? I've played this game literally 20 times full, beginning to end at least, and I've never once thought to myself, man, these guns really don't do anything. No. No!
Yeah, in the back of the case says, "Welcome to Rapture, the genetically enhanced shooter." Bioshock is a shooter unlike any you ever played. In that, so far, yes, that's true. It kind of is. Like,
A shooter like you never played.
this is not your average shooter.
Where's the wall jumping, huh? Yeah,
And it says back on the case, loaded with weapons and tactic never seen. You'll have a complete arsenal of your disposal, from simple revolvers to grenade launchers and chemical throwers. But you'll also be forced to genetically modify your DNA to create an even more deadly weapon. Injectable plasmids give you superhuman powers. Blast electrical currents into water to electrocute multiple enemies, or freeze them solid and obliterate them with the swing of a wrench. No encounter ever plays out the same, and no two gamers will play the game the same way.
Wow, that is really well written on the box.
Literally knows, like, this is how you tell the devs knew what the players would do. This sentence, this quote right here: no encounter ever plays out the same, and no two gamers will play the game the same way. That right there explains to you that the replay value is up the roof, and they won't just say that for show.
Dude, unironically, that box, like that right there, just reading the box, whoever wrote that is a vastly way better reviewer than this guy.
Yeah,
like
and
vastly
it even says,
better.
explore an incredible and unique art disco world hidden deep under the ocean. Turn everything into a weapon: the environment, your body, fire and water, and even your worst enemies. Hack devices and systems, upgrade your weapons and craft new ammo varieties. Biologically modify your body, send fire storming from your fingertips, and unleash a swarm of killer hornets hatch from the fangs in your arm. Everything in this box, like the back of this box, is true, and everything you can do in this game.
Yeah, like, dude, this is this box art is Shakespeare compared to this guy.
Like here, you want to reveal Bioshock? Toss in the fucking back of the box.
Yeah, the only
non-spoiler review. There you go.
The only thing the box left out was disclaimer: no dashing and wall jumping is in this game. We're sorry.
Make it a bad game. Like, yes, it is true. No encounter ever plays out the same, and no two gamers will play the game the same way. That is true.
By the way, even if the guns, like the shotgun, is like definitely weaker at the end of the game than it is at the beginning of the game, you could still like one shot like a lot of enemies, or like two shot most enemies at the beginning of the game.
Though. Like, it's still effective.
Oh, it is. Like, you prove that you killed like an enemy like immediately.
Yeah,
like
with the upgrade, it just makes it easier. Of course, when it's not upgraded, it's gonna be weaker because the kill time is slower.
Yeah, like the shotgun's an amazing weapon at the end of the game, but like I'm saying that like at the beginning of the game you can one shot or two shot enemies if you headshot them. And this guy doesn't even mention that. Like he doesn't
you should
even.
play New Game Plus. That's called unfair balancing. Because with all the upgrades in the last first chapters, you're one shot everywhere. Like
Yeah, like he doesn't even mention that though. It's like the beginning of the game, like what he wants in like quote unquote, like the normal pistol rounds can like one shot most enemies. The shotgun can one shot most enemies. Ammo is a lot sparser there. Like he should at least mention the fact that like the beginning of the game is on survivor mode is definitely what he wants. It's just the end of the game where you've built yourself to be so powerful and you've gained so many resources and you've evolved and you've grew so much that you're really powerful. Like it's like he's literally taking the game out of context, if that makes sense. Uh, uh.
he surely is.
By the way, he still hasn't got to Point Prometheus yet.
I just reading looking at the Bioshock front. It says only on Xbox 360 and Windows. That's kind of false. Advertisement Xbox.
Wait, there was a PS3 version though. Like it
Yeah.
actually had more content, didn't it?
Yeah,
So
I don't know what the fuck Xbox is talking about.
maybe they were trying to hide it from us. Don't
Maybe this
get the
was
PS3
originally-
version.
Maybe it wasn't originally Xbox exclusive.
You don't want the PS3 version, guys. You really don't want that one.
Only way to boost these weapons up is through camera research and through equipping damage research 1, and then later on near the end of the game, damage research 2.
He completely forgot about Power of the People and Fontaine is dead.
How in the name of God did he forget that? How?
He only thinks the camera can do it. The camera is the camera actually doesn't upgrade the weapon. It just increases the damage the splicer takes.
Yeah, by the way, I remember vividly
so
in my
play research camera works.
Yeah, I vividly remembered my playthroughs, seeing damage research and like damage research 2, and I remember thinking to myself, man, I'm gonna be way too powerful if I have that. I don't want to equip that. I want there to be some challenge. Like, I want there to be a challenge. So like this guy in his bullshit that the guns are too they can only be a little bit stronger if you have damage research 1 and 2. It's just wrong. It's just wrong. As like a Bioshock veteran, it's wrong.
Yeah,
all right.
Again, check the last video. I loaded up my Survivor Novata chamber, all fully researched, all upgrades, and I was just like, it was just easy. I was on the same level as him. It was easy heaven. Every weapon did the same amount of damage, even the pistol.
Did you have damage research equipped on you then?
Yeah, I did.
Yeah. Wait, then that also still disproves his point, because he's like, you can get these tonics, and like it helped, but they're still weak pea shooter pieces of shit, man. Unlike Infinite.
Yeah, he has the setup. It just isn't complete yet because he doesn't have the upgrading. He probably doesn't have all the research because the research it increases slightly, and it really increases to damage 4 if you have it to damage 3. So if he has like only damage 1, that's like only good up until probably before Fort Frolic.
Yeah.
Because by Fort Frolic, I had everything researched. So.
Yeah. Me too.
It took a bit of grinding with the bouncer though, but like it's possible.
This guy. I've literally.
2. By the time you get damage
I just want to know what else he's
research 2, you pretty much beat the game. So you're just gonna be backtracking. Certain ammo types are okay, like anti-personnel rounds for the pistol are decent, and you can craft them. However, you will burn.
He's actually mentioning.
That's good. Can you go back like 10 seconds? I think I need to check a point real quick.
At the end of the game, damage research 2. By the time you get damage research 2, you pretty much beat the game. So you're just gonna be backtracking.
Please.
Certain ammo types.
So now, is he like saying now the game's fucking terrible because you can beat the game now?
Wait. The gun. His point was that the guns are too weak, but when you have damage expert 2, the game's too easy now. Does he just not have the ability to pick a team on any subject?
He really does not get this game, man. That's how you can tell he doesn't get it.
Like, when he goes to, like, an ice cream shop or something, and he has to choose between chocolate or vanilla,
In
he
this
can't decide.
yeah, in this game, it's either you're strong or you're weak.
Yeah, that's kind of how he sees. Yeah, that's how he sees it.
Well,
You're too strong, or you're
the
too
thing is, he
weak.
wants to be the middleman, where he's strong and weak at the same time.
I mean, there's logic to that idea, but like,
But this
you,
is
you,
like
I
the thing about Bioshock One is like you're either weak the entire game or you're strong, or you build up to being strong until the end.
yeah, I don't know. I don't agree that it's like you're weak or strong. I don't agree with that. I feel like you are in the middle most of the game. Like, I feel like the weak period probably goes to Welcome Center to Neptune's Bounty at most, and the middle
Well, yeah, that's what
uh
I'm saying.
in the middle the in the middle center is like Arcadia to
Like the game is definitely
um
balanced. Like it just the reason why it's so easy is because with your creativity, anything can be possible.
yeah, going from memory, right? Like the middle period is like Arcadia to Hephaestus, and then I think actually from the memory of my playthroughs, like Olympus Heights is actually really difficult, and then Point Prometheus, like you've grown to the absolute, and you're just God at that point.
Yeah, when I was first playing Bioshock, I was playing on a hard difficulty, and Hephaestus was actually pretty difficult, and that was because I didn't do research and all that. You know, the game actually did encourage me to go back a bit to look for the upgrades. Like, I actually did go back. Like, I wanted to beat the game. I took the time to actually upgrade my fucking character a bit more.
Yeah, me too. I always make sure to do that every playthrough. So yeah,
And
again,
yeah, I was able to beat it doing that. Like there really is a sense of reward for doing that.
so
Oh,
hello. Sorry, didn't mean to leave. That was an accident. Um,
oh, you left? Okay, I thought you just your mic unplugged.
I didn't mean to leave. Never mind.
Oh, it's fine.
Um,
Anyways,
his point is literally okay. The weapons suck. They're too weak. They can't do anything. But when you get Damage Expert 2, the game is way too easy, and you've already beaten it. Again, pick a team. And he makes, I swear, he says this as like they're different points too. Like he like forgets what he just said beforehand. It's weird, man.
crossbow and wrench sitting in a tree.
Types are okay, like anti-personnel rounds for the pistol are decent and you can craft them. However, you will burn through them
Other,
rapidly. And
please. I'm pretty sure you showed this too, but like, no, it actually is pretty strong. Not the strongest in the game, at the end of the game anyway. But it's still pretty strong. Like, I'm pretty sure you were still one-shotting splicers, though, actually, at the end of the game. Well, you also had something called a damage upgrade. That helps, helps a little bit, but...
Yeah.
enemies will take like 1 to 3 headshots.
By the way... Oh, wow, did he just actually confess that? Okay. But remember, in the last episode, he criticized the game for resources and loot being way too easy to get, and like there being way too much of it, and then he criticized the pistol because anti-personnel bullets are hard to get. Remember that?
Yeah. Anything he says, I just don't believe him.
Why ain't it like Metro, y'all?
Like anti-personnel rounds for the pistol are decent and you can craft them. However, you will burn through them rapidly, and most enemies will take like 1 to 3 headshots to kill. So
that's why
like
that's why I use them sparingly
per enemy. Let's say you fight like a few enemies, you're already at like half ammo now. Whereas if you just got single headshots with the crossbow and collected bolts,
Other, please.
You would be.
That's also why if I'm using the pistol or the crossbow, I winter blast the enemies first, so I always get a guarantee a headshot. You know.
Yeah, and plus.
But the plasmids don't do anything.
But
Anyway, go
the
ahead.
pistol's somewhat better at ground control and all that than
It's definitely way better for body shots, I believe. Maybe I'm wrong, but
like for example with the crossbow, if you miss, you have to cock the gun back. With the pistol, you don't have to do that.
oh yeah, great point. Great
And
point.
if headshots either do 2 to 1 per shot, it'd probably be better to use the pistol for minimal damage. Because if you missed a crossbow shot, well then you're gonna have to cock back, and the splicer's gonna have its turn to shoot you, and it's not gonna be very fun for your health bar.
Yeah.
But I
By the
guess it
way,
doesn't really matter. Play how you want to play it, but that's just that's what would probably happen. The game is very inconsistent, so that probably wouldn't even happen. The splicer would probably just stand there like an idiot, like cocked back.
yeah. By the way, I think he's moving on from the pistol, so like he still doesn't know that armor-piercing bullets are like meant for security bots, and that's what they're useful for. I just remembered the game actually like teaches you that in a subtle way. Like one of, if not the first part where you get armor-piercing bullets for the pistol, it's in Medical Pavilion, in the room you can only get if you burn the ice there. And like you go there after like a splicer attacks you, and there's like an area there that has armor-piercing bullets. And like once you go there and pick up the bullets, a turret automatically appears. The game is telling you that you're supposed to use the armor-piercing bullets on the turret. It's a very subtle way, a very subtle, ingenious way of telling you game mechanics. But that course that flew over this idiot's head. You have to spoon feed him everything.
Pretty solid, so that's really why I don't
Frolic
recommend
to
running
get
it.
my crossbow.
Armor piercing rounds are okay, but they're hard to get for the pistol. They're like
No.
same thing for the SMG. You can't craft anti-personnel rounds, but you can find them kind of randomly, and you can craft armor piercing rounds.
That's why you want to use the pistol. Oh my god, he just doesn't fucking get the game. He doesn't get the pattern. You want to use
that's
the pistol's personnel rounds.
yeah.
You
The
can craft
fact
those, and as for the Tommy guns, the only way you can get those is from looting dead corpse. So you want to use them sparingly.
I actually
Mainly
didn't
use
know.
them near end game for riot control and all that.
Yeah, especially the little sister escort mission. I actually didn't know you couldn't not escort. You couldn't craft the anti-personal bullets. Again, putting another bullet, you would say, into his argument that resources are too easy to get. But the thing is,
you can craft anti-personnel pistol bullets, so like that is the upside of that. So
see, this is why you're supposed to use the regular machine bullets most of the time, and then use the anti-personnel bullets in a pinch where you would need them. That's why they're
Yeah.
rare, and that's why you have regular machine gun bullets in the first place. Fail.
yeah, or you could use the pistol, like if you have the craft parts and you want to use because the pistol anti-personnel bullets are really good. I mean, like they're really like if you're in a pinch, and you don't want to waste the Tommy guns. I guess that is the better alternative.
Yeah, this is what we call. Listen. Look here. Listen. This is what we call basic strategy that children could do. You know, just letting you know.
Sure, you know, man.
So you can kind of have your pistol be your anti-personnel weapon, and then your SMG be the armor piercing, but
No.
both of these aren't as good as the crossbow. I mean, you can run them, like they're viable, but they're not optimal.
You can have your pistol be your armor piercing. It has armor piercing bullets for a reason. The guns were designed to where the pistol was your primary, and then the Tommy gun would be your secondary if there's a lot of them. That's what it was mainly designed for. If you wanted ammo for your Tommy.
The armor-piercing bullets for the Tommy gun are mainly, like, if not only useful for the big daddies, but he didn't think so. He thought they weren't good for the big daddies.
They're good
In the
for the
first
big
episode.
daddy, and they're good for if you accidentally trigger a security camera and there's drones after you.
True,
Example of
good
that.
point. Good point. I will say, the crossbow, I think, can do way more damage than the armor-piercing bullets on big daddies. But to be fair, you get that halfway through the game, and also the armor-piercing bullets on the machine gun are more consistent. Like you don't have to worry about loading them up, or if you miss, that's not too big of a deal.
Well,
So they're just generally really good for the whole game.
yeah, but again, even if you did get caught by camera, if you have troubles with getting around camera, you would think you run security bullseye. So if you're a
Exactly.
very skillful and tactical player, since this game isn't only just, primary offense weapons, you can use your support plasma, the ones that he called useless. You could throw it
Exactly.
at maybe a Big Daddy or a Splicer to get the camera, like the drones off you for a bit.
Exactly. There's actually a part when you leave the farmer's market. Andrew Ryan will always call an alarm of turrets to go after you. And if not all the time, usually a rosy Big Daddy will be walking in that area when you're running away. So it's a good strategy to throw the security bullseye on the Big Daddy to divert the attention from you and potentially get money or whatever from the Big Daddy if he dies or is weakened enough to kill. Although it is kind of morally messed up to kill a Big Daddy who wasn't, affecting you at all. But still, we're talking about strategy here. What strategy? I don't know what that is.
We should get this video done because I need some sleep.
Optimal. They're not very good either. Like it just wastes resources. So if you want to play in this way, you can, but you're just going to be burning through more resources. In
Father,
combat.
please. If they're not
build-
good, why does it matter if you're wasting resources if they're not good?
Poor choice of words, really. Like, there's no explanation for that's like something only he can explain. Like, ugh.
Yeah, classic
Can be
fail
okay,
move.
But you need to be point blank and get a clean headshot where every pellet hits. So the shotgun
Pellet?
builds that are good are Electric Flesh 1 and 2 with Electric Buck, and Human Inferno 1 and 2 with Exploding Buck, both of which scale the damage types and allow you to kind of get one-shot headshots. So let's run up to this splicer over here. Let's make sure he doesn't hit the Big Daddy.
How about you use it on the
That was
Big Daddy?
Actually, no, that was a headshot. So you can see there, that was 2 headshots, and I am running Electric Flesh
Father,
1 and 2.
please. Father, please. See, you are
man,
breathing
he still
really
has-
intensely in the mic.
I know he has.
I
the
wish I could be
upgrade.
doing that.
He has the upgrade.
So,
to
you
shoot, like
thi-
really fast. He
Alright.
still acts like it's a fucking pump back.
Fail. Well, he thinks he's so clever, right? Like he waits a moment before each shot, and he you would think it would be a one-shot headshot, but it isn't.
Oh man,
Oh!
Buck
Oh!
is basically like the armor piercer for the
Owned
shotgun.
Bioshock, get
Oh.
wrecked, son.
Because
But
but since he's an idiot and he doesn't know the color palettes, like, do you see how the electric buck is fucking gray? That means it's for mechanical shit. Okay, I'm gonna tell you the color palettes in this game. The alternate ammo types tell you what person it's for. Yellow, it could be for. It's basically the generic ammo type. Gray is for armor types. Red is for anti-personnel. The Firebuck is for anti-personnel splicers. The Firebuck would have been more affected on the splicer here, but he wanted to use Electric Buck, which is more affected on machinery and Big Daddies.
I didn't fully realize that, like, the colors, like, related that it was, like, it was related to the armor-piercing bullets and anti-personnel
It's a little
bullets.
detail too, and it really shows that it is affected on the Big Daddies and the cameras.
But it makes complete sense. Okay, so, unless you're not done, Fanboy just explained a basic concept to you that children could grasp. Let me explain another basic concept to you that children could grasp. So, you see, when you have an auto shotgun, and you could shoot a shotgun several times immediately, if you did that on the splicer, he would have died in 2 seconds. So, you see, Fail, the reason a one shot from the shotgun... Please don't breathe during my beautiful monologue. No, stop. Thank you. Please. The reason why one shot from the shotgun it didn't kill the splicer immediately, it's the thing that you've said before called balance. If you could kill a splicer with one shot immediately, and you could fire 4 shots in like 3 seconds, killing splicers would be really, really easy, almost effortless, actually. And then you would criticize the game for being too easy. So
It's a curse. It's my fucking curse.
yeah. So the fact that you have to take a few shots to down a splicer makes the game more balanced and more challenging. If you could one-shot a splicer with an auto shotgun, the game would be nothing, like you were saying it was with damage research. You were criticizing the game in your first video for bad weapon balance, but this is weapon balance.
Also, if he was smart, he would have used those electro bucks on a Big Daddy and easily killed it. Especially since it's a Rosie. And Rosie is, I feel very confident about using electric bucks on.
Yeah, you can literally make a Big Daddy, especially a Rosie, your bitch with electric buck. Yeah, it is effortless, honestly. If you like keep reloading and like backing
Especially
away a
that
few
full
seconds.
auto. You just
Exactly, but he didn't show that.
because it'll just keep getting stuck. It's like I can't move.
I had to show me shooting someone in the head and take a few
Funny how
seconds
that
each time.
splicer was just stunned too. Like it was standing still, waiting for like he could have just kept plowing it. It was standing still. He would have got the loot from it.
Like he thinks him like waiting
Slowly
4
shooting
seconds.
it. Yeah, I know.
Like he thinks him waiting 4 seconds between each shot is him owning the game.
Yeah,
And
you know he did it on purpose too.
and dethroning Bioshock and exposing it as the fraud it is. But no, see, that was actually very intentional. I feel like there was.
Man, it's so disappointing. It's like you didn't kill me, man. Really?
Yeah, let's be honest here. The truth is that he doesn't act like. The truth is that I can't. Why couldn't I one-shot him in the head with the shotgun? I could do
really
that in
must have never
Bioshock
been on a weapon
Infinite.
plane, by the way.
Yeah, in Bioshock Infinite, I could blow someone's head off with a shotgun. But in here, I have to shoot him 3 times. That's 3 times, fanboy.
I'm gonna cry.
Where's? I need to go in my crib, y'all.
Yeah, he really is the crybaby. Like he just like oh my god.
It's what he is.
It's unbelievable.
It's what he is.
He really could have just played the game like normally, but no, he has to like play it the special way too.
Yeah, the special way. That's a way of putting it. The special way.
Like it definitely wasn't wrong. Not 2 gamers will play it. Will have the same run. So one of the gamers will call it the best game ever. The other will call it bad and never give an explanation why.
Yeah, if there was a trailer where it showed the quote, 2 gamers will play it differently. It will show like either it will. Yeah, it will like on the left show you or I's gameplay where we like kill the splicers immediately by spamming the shotgun.
Yeah, and
then it will
everything like we're actually playing the game it was meant to be played, and then we have this one.
And then it will show his gameplay, and it'll be like, huh, why'd that splicer getting away from me?
Like shot him once, even though he has full auto. Shot him once. Oh, god darn it! He did not die from that one shot in the head.
Yeah,
man, video game logic sucks.
Man, this just happened because that's what the writers wanted. Kojima rigged it again. No one's gonna get that one.
The plot.
So,
the plot
3
demanded
headshots.
this.
So even with 3 point-blank headshots where every pellet hits, actually,
it's not a pellet; it's a spread, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
Maybe every pellet didn't hit. All right, let's try.
That's not a pellet.
All right, let me specifically.
It's funny because the crosshairs is spread.
Yeah, I don't know anything about guns, and
now,
I
obviously,
know
electric
this.
buck does nothing against that. All right, so that's the.
Oh, at least he knows the concept.
That was like a full. So that like 2-shotted him.
Only a 2
you have to get this
shot.
close. All right, and then obviously the electric flash doesn't work against this enemy. I don't have human inferno too. Did one shot
what do
her.
you know? The anti-personnel electric buck insta killed that guy. What do you know?
He's literally complaining.
Okay.
Father, please.
Hold on.
He's literally.
And then obviously the electric flash.
I want to hear what he says when he kills this guy.
Doesn't work against this enemy. I don't have human inferno too. Did one shot her. So it can be okay.
Okay, like he was like really upset that he one-shotted her too. He's like, fuck.
You're probably right. Like, he
You
didn't
can
actually.
really tell he's like, oh, fuck.
I mean, if he actually. Like, if he actually did care about, like, intellectual honesty, it would have been like, oh, I actually did excuse me, I
Yeah,
actually
you
did
definitely
one
tell he's
shot
like,
that person.
yeah, you definitely tell he's like, God, fuck, that wasn't supposed to.
Yeah, like, I actually did one shot that person. I didn't even have Inferno 2. By the way, I wonder if he didn't one shot that person, would he mention not having Inferno 2? Maybe he would, but.
Bro, I don't know. Like, he kind of looked like the clown, realizing he was probably using the wrong fucking buck.
Yeah, by the way, again, he's literally whining that the powerful shotgun takes 3 bullets to kill a splicer.
Yeah, even though he's
Like
using
that.
the wrong buck against the splicer. Like, the electric buck is not a likely candidate.
Yeah, like I didn't know it was like I didn't know it was like the armor piercing rounds exactly, but I still didn't use it on normal splicers because that's what the normal bullets are for.
Yeah, I didn't know at first either until I actually took a look at, like, the colors. Like, they don't, like, exactly tell it. But you can tell, like, what their job is it for.
Yeah, it makes sense.
And it's like, oh, it's gray and red. Oh, okay. So it's
Like it.
basically it's like basically armor and anti-personnel. Just, it can't be that because there is no buck like that exists.
Yeah, you honestly pointed out another thing for me to praise about Bioshock. Thank you, fanboy. But yeah, just a complete man-child.
And now that I think about it, the crossbow has the same as color line paletting as the rocket launcher, as where the trap for the crossbow is
True.
green, like the trap in the grenade launcher is green, and where the
And the
incinerator
homing
ball,
rocket.
yeah. So that's also another neat detail, explaining that the crossbow is as far as the probably the rocket.
Wow.
So another neat
Fail
detail for
Fail actually is teaching us something about Bioshock. What a shock. Oops.
Alright, and then obviously the electric flash doesn't work
Anyway.
against this enemy.
Yeah, Father, please, just to sum this up very briefly, even though the shotgun he has is powerful enough to kill these splicers effortlessly, he's bitching and moaning because it's not doing it in one shot, even though if it did do it in one shot, the game would be way too
he's
easy.
really a fucking joke.
He really is. Like
you're fucking with me, right? The basic gameplay.
I don't have
basic
Demon
gameplay.
Inferno 2. Did one shot her.
exactly.
So it can
Did one shot her. Fuck.
Get one shot hurt. You know,
be okay.
who wrote the rule that shotguns, like, a shotgun is about how much you can one-shot people? Like,
Real life,
God wrote...
I guess.
I guess, but, like, video games, like, they're not based on real life. Like,
Yeah,
again,
like why is this guy like? It's like, if it's not real life, it's fucking terrible.
like, again, he praised Infinite for having a higher... he praised Infinite for having a higher skill ceiling than Bioshock, not realizing that if Bioshock the shotgun one-shotted every enemy, the skill ceiling would dramatically decrease. He doesn't realize that. He doesn't. He just...
It's funny how Infinite's really easy, and like you can one-shot everybody, and the only things that are fucking hard are the Iron Patriots, who are bullet spongy.
No, I remember Infinite. Like I remember that being harder. But
Yeah,
like,
but like the humans were like chump change compared to like the Iron Patriot. Like they throw
Yeah.
like a lot of bullshit. That's why.
yeah, like Infinite, like
where
I think-
Bioshock 1, it comes at your own pace. Where in Infinite, they throw bullshit out there. I'm talking like Iron Patriot, Handyman, like all that bullshit. Like I'm like,
yeah.
it really, what, like you said, it's a shooting gallery, and like they give you no chill.
Oh, thank you for referencing what I said. I appreciate that. But yeah, like even as a kid, I was like, man, it really is just a wave of shooting after shooting, isn't it? Where's like the atmosphere and everything.
Yeah.
But
The only reason why it really gets difficult is because they throw stuff that's not at your own pace anymore. Like, they throw like 2 Iron Patriots one time on me, and I wasn't even ready. But you know, the game
Yeah.
demanded it, and that's the only way to progress is to defeat him. So.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, I don't know if you saw it, but I sent you random meme I found. 99% of Big Daddies protect the little sister. 1% have telekinesis. Subject Sigma grind set. It was just funnily related to this, you know.
Oh my lord, telekinesis is great.
Fail in his
Okay.
Subject Sigma
But
grind set.
you have to get the ammo types, and you have to be at point blank. And the reason this is a problem is now you have to use plasmids, and you have to use Eve, and you have to use ammo you will not get back.
If I use
So
the
you kind of see
electric
here,
bulb,
the damage is just not very high.
Father,
you just
please.
use the electric, like he switches to the electric buck because he knows it does no damage to splicers. Even though
God.
he just used the explosive buck, which one-shotted a splicer. Like
Yeah.
he really is like looking for all the loopholes.
Yeah, he's literally every time the closer we get through the hole, the wider it gets. He starts this off by saying, like, you have to get like in point blank range with a shotgun. I can't even believe it, fanboy. And then he says, like, I think I might need to hear it again, but
It's
he
like,
says like you
Can't
have to
shoot
use
those electric ones with the electric buck.
and yeah, and I
Use
think
the
he
actual
says
one-shot buck.
actually, hold on. Can you go back like 10 seconds so I can tell what he said exactly?
Alright, and then obviously the electric flash doesn't work against this enemy. I don't have Human Inferno 2. Did one-shot her.
Oh fuck!
So it can be okay, but you have to get the ammo types,
Oh good, not
and you have to be at
electric
point
one.
blank.
Get my electric buck
And the
because
reason
it
this
does
is a
nothing.
problem is now you have to use plasmids, and you have to use Eve, and you have to use ammo you will not get back.
Or
So you kind of see here,
or
the damage is just
I-
not very high.
Stop.
I'm still kind of confused. Can you
and
go
I-
back 5 seconds?
He's like complaining like, oh, yeah, he's like
You have to use
complaining
plasmid.
that you know it's funny if you know that the buckshot is not being effective. Why are you using it? You have like two more other. Oh my god.
And you have to be at point blank. And the reason this is a problem is now you have to use plasmids, and you have to use Eve, and you have to use ammo you will not get back.
All right,
So you
Father,
kinda see
please.
here, the damage is
It
just
actually is as dumb as I thought it was. I just needed to make sure that it was, but no, I had too much faith. So the problem with me having to get with point range with this shotgun is that it makes me have to use plasmids, even though they don't do anything. I can't believe it, man. Why would they do this to me?
It's funny because electric buck. You shoot him, it stuns them.
Yeah. Also, like, he's saying the shotgun is okay because it doesn't one-shot people, even though it did one-shot someone with the fire
not
buck.
long ago.
Yeah, the fact that you can kill splicers immediately with 3 shots, like in like 5 seconds at most, that like it's not a good weapon though because it doesn't one-shot them. Like he's literally judging. He's literally saying the weapon. Like he's judging the weapon's quality by if it one shots or not. Well, it doesn't. Not how useful it actually is.
Ammo.
It doesn't make sense, fanboy.
It's not even using the right ammo, and it's kind of funny. Like you know what? Like, you know, why should we help him use the right ammo? It's more funny just watch him fail miserably using the wrong ammo type.
I've said this 5 times, but literally every 30 seconds, it's like he somehow gets stupider. How is that possible?
Like,
how does he do it?
He does not improvise at all. Like, oh, the electric bulk's not doing anything. When I was like when I was using the electric bulk and I used it against a splicer, and I did no damage, I'm like, maybe I should, you know, never use that on splicers. You know, I used my observation, you know.
Yeah. I like how this is some. Yeah, you know what? I think you're right. You're completely right. But I just realized I think this is taken way longer than the 45-minute video somehow.
Yeah,
That's
I mean,
how
well, he's
that-
just going faster now.
That's how bad it is, fam. That's how bad this 8-minute video is. Like it's literally gonna take us like 6 hours.
I think it did.
Oh,
I think it did.
Well-
Yep, it did. Sheep. Oh my lord. This guy, like, he was going so fast in this video that we just every second we had to stop.
Not very
well,
high.
we're actually almost
Um,
done. And again,
and
no
I'm
filler
already down.
too.
All right, let's see what he says at the finale.
But, like, low ammo. Whereas if I had just crossbowed those, I just would have gotten the ammo back.
Yeah.
And I have to be at point blank, and I have to eat damage, and I probably have to use plasmids, which wastes Eve, which is a resource, and then you have to buy Eve hypos. So that's why I said the game's not very balanced. And like you can see here, all these trap bolts I crafted. This is kind of just like a meme.
Not balanced.
Oh yeah, that's it for this one. Thanks for checking it
A
out.
meme. Alright.
Because he crafted.
So-
Because the crafts ain't balanced. Remember.
I like how
Hard
because
to
they're
find,
the
hard to find the crafting stuff when I have all this trap shit around, right?
yeah, I like how he with his dead emotionless voice, he tried to force in a joke there, like, look, all these trap bolts I crafted. This is a
It's
meme.
In
It's very
today's video,
energetic in the beginning, and then he like slowly diversed.
So the final point we have to respond to is that if he just used the crossbow instead, it would have been over way faster and would have used less resources. Therefore, the gun,
More comments.
the crossbow is the only useful weapon.
More comments.
So-
Sheep is like, I love how Sheep's like, yeah, man, I agree. Bioshock isn't nearly as good as FPS's Portal. Yeah, I agree, man. If Bioshock had more wall jumping, and it may have been a masterpiece. And when you mentioned your Bioshock Infinite opinion video, I couldn't find it unless you meant your response video to critique of it. And then he was just straight up, how do you claim as bold as the plasmids don't do anything in Bioshock review? And just say, I can explain that in a later video.
Thank you.
Like, share, and subscribe.
Oh, I laughed too loudly. So about the crossbow point, right? It might be true. It might be true that it would have been way easier if he just used the crossbow there, but the thing is, aiming the shots, I think would have been pretty hard to do when you have several targets fighting you and they're all moving and shooting at you. That's why using Winter Blast, like I've said several times, is really useful for that. And if you miss the shot, which is easy to do for most players, maybe not for him, at the second you have to reload it. The shotgun, you don't really have to worry about missing as much unless you're really, really bad. Also, with the shotgun, I would have just used the normal ammo. I wouldn't have wasted all that special ammo. So that's just his fault. He didn't even really address the normal ammo.
Yeah.
But the crossbow is probably the strongest weapon in the game. Like, sure, it still is, but, like, it's not just an instant weapon. Like, it still takes a lot of skill to use, especially in that situation.
Also,
to be fair,
I gave his question to you.
like, share, and subscribe for more of my bullshit content.
That's basically what he said.
Oh, it's beautiful. It really is. Okay. Oh, that's beautiful. Thank you, Fanboy. Thank you for blessing me.
I think we can end the video now, and I can sleep. Listen.
No, what I will say, the last point in his video is like the best point he's made, like ever. It's the only point that's like close to decent, but it's still not really good.
Yeah,
The rest of the video, though,
still,
was
like, awfully bad. Yeah.
the rest of the video was absolute man-child insanity.
Yeah,
And,
like it had like 7 emotions or something.
Yeah. And I guess we can just end it there.
Yeah, hold on. I love it in like this part of the video. He gets sad and depressed and like, you guys are forcing me like this. You know.
It really goes through like the 5 stages of grief or something.
Yeah, but like for a content creator.
Yeah, and so do we. It's not just him.
Yeah,
Fanboy.
we're just more honest, I guess, about it.
And somehow more mature than like that probably 18 to 23-year-old man.
You know, and yes, we were triggered because, well, he was calling us man-child, like, basically.
Implying it.
Like, he wasn't directly calling us, but he was calling people like us, basically. Like, implying.
Yeah. Yeah, you take a video game way too
And
seriously,
then, yeah,
fanboy.
yeah, and then he, like, he goes
How
on
dare
this
you criticize me?
bullshit diss rant,
Excuse me.
basically, like, saying, oh, well, I can't have my opinion, but here's what this is, but it means nothing, don't take it serious.
Yeah, you're right. Would
Like,
you say this
pity
is the
party.
best Yeah, but would you say this is the best episode of our show? Honest question. It's definitely like the most strenuous. Like this is definitely the most painful one we've done.
Yeah, and there was like two. I can't believe there's two
This
videos
is
of this guy.
like fail definitely is the greatest challenge we've conquered so far.
Yeah, fail. Like, you know what? I don't hate you, man, but I don't agree. I really like. There's no way anyone actually can agree with you, and Bioshock 1 being not a masterpiece.
Maybe.
Unless you, I don't know, like just make a better one.
I mean, there's like people can agree. Like people agree with the conclusion. I'm sure that Bioshock is not a masterpiece, but like they don't have. There's no way anyone on this earth has the same reasoning, quote unquote, that he does. Yeah.
I should
I
probably
guess
sleep.
we can end it here. But one more thing. Could you say theoretically? We have proven our will today. Could you say we have broken the spell, if you will?
Betrayal, kid. It hurts.
Life ain't strictly business.
I feel like he definitely harvested us, and this is the
Yeah.
harvest ending. We're just
Yeah,
waiting for the warheads to Jack to summon the warheads.
He really does get the last laugh. We've been completely cucked by his brain.
This is definitely the Bioshock 2 plot
Yeah.
on us.
Yeah, this is what a lobotomy feels like.
Like I feel like this is what like being in the Alpha series is like.
Yeah, exactly. Slavery of some kind. And when their little sister die, all they have is just rage.
They just go crazy.
And they just headbutt people. I feel like headbutting this table. I'm gonna do it. Hold on.
Yeah,
I'm gonna take my headphones.
Where's our little sister?
Oh my god!
It's over.
Okay, I actually did headbutt the table. I don't know why I did that.
Where's the little sister? We're going crazy.
Oh, that actually hurt a lot.
The Big Daddy
that probably damaged the table.
All right.
Now it's your turn. Headbutt the table. I did it. You have to.
Ow.
Okay, I don't think you did it, but...
Yeah.
Do you want to break the spell real quick?
I'm headbutting the table. It's hurting my forehead. Like, slowly. It didn't really hit as hard as you did.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about.
You know, we have the drill dash and they have the headbutt, so we're even.
Yeah. Fanboy, break the spell. Check Discord. Do it.
Okay.
Wait, did you end the session? Did you end the recording?